Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Ashley Parlier, a 21-year-old from Battle Creek, Michigan, argued with her parents on June 12, 2005, and then fled the house. Everyone, including relatives and friends, was suspected for years after she vanished without a trace and was never seen again. For more than 10 years, the case produced no results. The police were looking for answers about the Parlier family for 18 years until they finally found them. Where has Ashley Parlier disappeared to? Was there a possibility of foul play? Today we're examining Ashley Parlier's case, which lasted until 2023 and involved 18 years of age. Without further ado, let's begin the narrative. In addition to welcoming neighborhoods and amiable communities, Battle Creek, a tiny city in southwest Michigan, offers its residents amazing growth prospects and a thriving business. Located between two states and a major highway, Battle Creek is known as the cradle of the cereal industry and attracts a lot of tourists because of its picturesque downtown. Battle Creek is a bustling neighborhood with a distinct suburban vibe. One of the greatest areas in Michigan to raise a family is Battle Creek, which is well known for its recreational possibilities and natural beauty. In 2005, a 21-year-old from the same vibrant and welcoming town sadly vanished without a trace. Russell and Sherry Parlier welcomed a baby girl, whom they named Ashley, as their second child on October 16, 1983. Ashley has been quiet and reserved since she was a young child. She was also quite naive. She didn't make many friends as she grew older. Nicole Campen, Ashley's older sister, recalls how trusting her sister was. She claimed that one of the most memorable things about her was how trusting she was and how she simply saw the best in everyone. It was excellent that she wanted people to be what she believed the world should be. Ashley had gorgeous brown hair and eyes, and her crooked-toothed smile was quite lovely. Ashley also worked at the level of an adolescent between the ages of 12 and 14 due to a little mental impairment. She was able to live life to the fullest in spite of her troubles. She obtained employment at the closest Taco Bell store, located on the 800 block of Northeast Capitol Avenue, after graduating from Battle Creek Central High School. She had been accumulating money from her earnings at Taco Bell in order to get her own vehicle. Unfortunately, disaster was just around the corner for Ashley, a young woman who wished for a happy world. She was sweet and loving, yet the world did not treat her well. Ashley Parlier, 21, was about 5 feet 9 inches tall and had a slender frame. She was only 100 pounds. Her parents were therefore quite concerned on June 12, 2005, when they discovered that she seemed to have a bulge. Ashley was too pure, after all, both mentally and naturally. If she chose to carry the baby, they wanted her to see a doctor and receive prenatal care since they were worried about her health. Ashley left the house in a rage after a heated argument with her parents about the whole thing. Without a car, driver's license, cell phone, or credit card, she left her home in the Bedford Township community of Urbandale. She did, however, have some cash on hand, roughly $700.00. Ashley never came home, despite the family's desire to give her the time she needed to calm down. The Parlier family felt something was wrong and were anxious as the minutes stretched into hours, and then into days. At first, they had assumed Ashley would stay at one of her friends' homes for a few days, cool off, and then come back to them. However, they were forced to report her missing to the police after she hadn't returned after many days, and they couldn't contact her. The police made Ashley Parlier's photo and physical description public in the hopes that it would help them find any leads, because they had little evidence to work with and no leads to pursue. They disclosed information about her build, weight, and physical characteristics, as well as the clothing she was wearing at the time of her disappearance. She was last saw wearing blue trousers, brown leather sandals, and a checkered top. Soon after, the police received a lot of tips regarding sightings, particularly in the vicinity of Houghton Lake. There was a sigh of relief from the family. In the event that she was discovered, they planned to convince Ashley to return home. However, the Parlier family soon received grim news from the police. None of the sightings could be verified and were all bogus. Ashley was therefore not yet prepared to return home, wherever she was. As the investigation progressed to the second level, Ashley's parents, Sherry and Russell, who had delayed making a complaint, were the object of the officers' first suspicion. While Ashley's mother, Sherry, refused to take the polygraph, her father consented to do so and was exonerated. It's crucial to note that Cherie had already begun exhibiting symptoms of Huntington's disease, which was correctly identified a few years later. Nicole, Ashley's sister, explained that since Ashley had never done anything like that, not returning home for this long was undoubtedly uncommon behavior. However, the family had assumed that she was likely venting at a friend's house because they had a rather heated disagreement before she left. They had thought they would be able to resolve the issue if she returned home by the weekend. The police were clearly concerned because, according to Nicole, her parents were the last two people to see her at that time. She continued, "Again, we are a small-town Michigan family. We never thought that this would be a 16-year ordeal of trying to figure out where a daughter and sister is." In the months prior to her disappearance, the police also attempted to look for her then-estranged partner. At the time of the interrogation, Ashley's family thought she was carrying his child, even though they had split up. Another girlfriend of his was pregnant as well. Although the cops were unable to locate any evidence against him, he was not ruled out as a suspect. Ashley's close friends and family members were again questioned, but once more no information was discovered. But there was another angle. The officers discovered that Ashley might have had suicidal thoughts. The police had a suspicion that they would be able to locate the body if she had committed suicide. Thus, the police conducted a thorough search for her body. There was nothing substantial to find. They then speculated that Ashley might have been robbed, but her social security number remained unchanged during her absence. The police were prepared to deliver more unfavorable news to the Parlier family by this point. They told her relatives that Ashley was probably already dead and that they suspected foul play. Additionally, they promised the family that they would not give up on her. Although they conducted a thorough search for Ashley Parlier, the case ultimately came to nothing. Ashley's case was handled by a number of Battle Creek Police Department personnel throughout the course of the following 18 years. The department as a whole was baffled by her disappearance, as they kept discovering people of interest, but none of them had ever been shown to be suspects. The sheriff's department was given the case in 2020 after they had suspicions that she had been murdered outside of Battle Creek City. Only in 2021, when they least expected it, did they make progress in the case. The case has stalled after about 16 years of little progress. Then, however, something occurred that would alter everything. When police in Pennsylvania suddenly discovered a lead in Ashley Parlier's case in January 2021, they contacted officers in Calhoun County. Harold David Holman III, a 44-year-old serial murderer, was being questioned by Pennsylvania authorities in connection with the killings of Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz. Holman did not want a trial at that time, so he asked the authorities if they could combine the three cases of Phillips, Schultz, and Parlier. Ashley Parlier had not been brought up by the police at any point during the exchange. They questioned him further about the Parlier case, since they were unsure of what he was talking about, and the results were startling. It was a complete confession, rather than merely a lead. The detectives promptly contacted the Calhoun County Police Department to update them on the latest case development. After taking over, the Calhoun County Police Department's investigation showed that Holman had resided in Battle Creek from 2002 to 2009 and had communicated with Parlier. Following Ashley's argument at home, police discovered that Holman had been in communication with Parlier. In Emmett Township, Michigan, she paid him a visit. Ashley informed him that a pregnancy test was requested by her parents. After getting into a fight with Ashley, Holman attacked her, knocked her out, and carried her to the Pennsylvania hills, where he struck her skull with a piece of wood until she was immobile. He also told police that he had disposed of his bloodied clothes after leaving Ashley someplace in Newton Township's northern section. On November 29, 1978, Harold David Holman III was born. Before becoming a young man, Holman lived in Germany with his father from his early teens until his father moved to Turkey, leaving him to live with his girlfriend. He looked like a typical young man at the time. The fact that he would become a serial killer was not anticipated. Holman killed someone for the first time when he was 20 years old. On May 3, 1999, 21-year-old Joseph Whitehurst, the son of an Air Force colonel, was residing at a military installation in southwest Germany. He was discovered outside Ramstein Air Base after going missing. A club discovered at the scene of the murder had been used to bludgeon him to death a few days later. Holman admitted to killing Whitehurst after being apprehended by German police for an unrelated offense. Holman claimed that he attacked Whitehurst first because he felt threatened by him when he had begun dancing around the campfire. As Hallman told the authorities, "I don't know how many times I hit him and then I was gone, but it was the biggest rush I ever felt, like your whole body to this day." He was only given a 6-year sentence at a German reform school in spite of his confession. A person under the age of 21 must be tried in a juvenile court in accordance with German legislation. Furthermore, Hallman received a less sentence because he was also diagnosed with schizophrenia at the time. After that, he returned to America and worked as a truck driver in Emmett Township, living close to Battle Creek, Lakeview, and the Fairfax addition. Around this time, he appeared to play a significant part in Ashley Parlier's 2005 disappearance. Tiana Phillips, a mother of 2 children, vanished on June 13, 2018. 3 years later, when he was eventually arrested and being questioned by the police, he said that he had wanted to kill again rather than specifically kill Phillips. Erica Schultz knew a man online as Dave, and she wasn't sure if she would ever meet him. Erica went missing on December 6, 2020. Because Erica was a habitual person with autism, the police looked through her phone records and linked Hallman to her murder when she failed to appear. "Killing Erica Schultz was like just another day in the park for me," he said nonchalantly in his confession. He was discovered with a self-inflicted wound beside railroad tracks in Duncan, Pennsylvania, at the time of his arrest. He felt that in order to atone for his misdeeds, he had to die. Hallman confessed to killing Schultz and Phillips when he was in the hospital getting treatment. He confessed to killing Phillips, whom he had slept with, in a letter to his estranged wife while he was incarcerated. To emphasize that he would never do such a thing with her, he stated that he wished to confess to the crime. His ex-wife was clearly alarmed and took the letter to the police. She added that she had not believed Hallman when he had previously claimed to have killed a lady. He was a serial killer due to the commonality of his acts. His victims had all vanished. They were all injured in the head. After attacking them and rendering them unconscious, he completed the task. He did not bury the remains. Instead, he disposed of them in isolated locations. Actually, Schultz and Phillips were killed on the same day. In the cases of Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz, Hallman has been accused of abduction, criminal homicide, and abuse of a corpse. Detective John Pignatch of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department stated that Hallman was not a temporary resident and did not have a permanent address in Pennsylvania in 2021. He attributed all of this to his family and a failed marriage. According to him, there are alphas and non-alphas. That's simply the case. A master and a slave, or whatever you want to call them, are present. That's how life is constructed. He had to seek that dynamic in extramarital affairs because his wife refused to yield to him. He studied serial killers after Parlier's passing. He always said that he remembered every murder, including specifics of what he did to each one, when asked which one he remembered the most. He needed to be removed from the streets right away because police were certain he was a serial killer. Hallman actually acknowledged that he would have killed again if he hadn't been apprehended. In his confession, Hallman made it clear that he had met Ashley Parlier, who had been with her parents, in a bowling alley. The confession in the court document also made clear that he struck up a conversation with her, which later resulted in a deeper relationship when she argued with her parents. After phoning Hallman, she went to his house. Ashley told him that she was being forced to obtain a pregnancy test by her parents. He admitted to being the father of the child Ashley was expecting. Their subsequent dispute infuriated him and he knocked her out. Then, on the night of June 13, 2005, he killed her by repeatedly beating her in the head. He described it as an overgrown meadow 10 miles from the town in the middle of nowhere, Michigan. There was a small house nearby, perhaps a garage, but it was deserted. We took a seat. I was absorbed in my own universe as I sat there. Ashley was just out in the back. When he located a suitable location while sitting with Ashley's comatose body beside him, he made the conscious decision to kill her there. Then it occurred, he added. I was sitting there and no cars drove by. The longer I sat there, the more I thought, this is a good place as any. I removed her, brought her to the location and completed the task. He struck her and saw her perish. He went home and showered when he was certain Ashley was gone. He later disposed of his clothes at Meijer, an American supercenter, where he was employed at the time. The fact that he pursued the case for years and years is even more startling. At one point, he even went to see if Ashley was still alive, but all he discovered were bones. He came forward and apologized to the Parlier family after being questioned further. Holman denied that it was premeditated. "I don't want that to happen with Ashley," he stated. "I regret Ashley's murder more than any of them," he continued. It should be mentioned that he had already killed several people when this confession was made public in recent years. Ashley's sister, Nicole, was puzzled and unable to contain her emotions after learning that Holman had claimed that Ashley had approached him for assistance. She was appalled that Holman had killed Ashley in cold blood in spite of this information. Holman killed her because he thought that things had gotten out of control. On the one hand, he claimed that he was intoxicated for 3 weeks in a row because he felt terrible for killing her. He wanted to put the incident out of his mind. However, he clarified that the entire killing procedure gave him an adrenaline high that was unmatched by anything else. Nicole was discouraged to learn that his apologies was merely a pretext for flaunting his horrible behavior. She claimed that their ignorance was quite difficult. "My mother's depression and loss caused her Huntington's disease to worsen rapidly. My dad was the same way. As a mom myself, I understand their struggles. What kind of individual could do it is difficult to comprehend. I could never comprehend having such a strong desire to harm someone." Holman acknowledged that he was unable to console the family verbally, but he would be prepared to beat them up with a log if they so desired. The apology did not sit well with Nicole. Along with losing her sister, she also lost her parents, who passed away in sorrow and bewilderment. It was true, she thought, that Holman killed more than simply Ashley. There were more persons Harl Holman had murdered than only his immediate victims. The loved ones of many of his victims had died, and they were unaware of what had become of them. Nicole created a social media page called Bring Ashley Home, which she used to connect with the other Pennsylvania victims' elder sisters. They think they have formed buddies and are united by their shared misery. She stated that when Nicole presents her victim impact statement on behalf of the entire Parlier family on April 10th during Holman's trial, the 3 older sisters of the other Pennsylvania victims will accompany her. She said, "We're going to remember our sisters, and we're going to remember Ashley and Tiana and Erica and not him. We're going to remember how they were good people who loved and were caring, and he's just going to rot." Ashley had been out of the house for 18 years after a fight with her parents. After what occurred to her, she never went back home. Her return home was a top priority for the police. Throughout the years, they looked everywhere for solutions. The police therefore asked Harold Holman to show them where he had left Ashley's body once he came out with the confession. According to the officers and the prosecution, Ashley Parley's case was extremely labor-intensive and emotionally charged. Nearly 20 years had passed since the original detectives attempted to solve the mystery. The Parlier case was given to several detectives in the next years. They even flew across the nation to find possible witnesses and gather the evidence they needed to convict the criminal after failing to discover the answers in the city. In March, Sheriff Steve Hinckley told the media that the officers had visited Pennsylvania, Maryland, and California to look into Parlier's case. The investigating team included Detective John Pignato of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department, Detective Dave Huminga, and Detective Sergeant Chris Suarez of the Michigan State Police. Holman guided the police to a wooded region in Newton Township south of Battle Creek, at a 6.5-mile road. On March 30, 2022, almost 24 officers conducted a search for Ashley's remains, but after several hours of work they were unable to locate her body. When Ashley vanished, the region remained farmland, but within a few years it was all divided up and sold to other property owners, locals told the media. The policemen's attempts were all in vain. Holman acknowledged that he was unable to appropriately situate Ashley where he had left him after all these years and the local developments. Ashley's remains are still being sought by the authorities. It should come as no surprise that the man who had previously murdered 3 women and possibly more was terrified of being executed. He received 2 life sentences in prison. No kind of parole was given to him. Holman entered a guilty plea to Ashley Parlier's second-degree murder in February 2023. He consented to assist Calhoun County authorities in locating Ashley's remains in the vicinity of the purported location of his disposal. It is a component of the plea agreement with the Office of the District Attorney for Luzerne County. He is set to be sentenced in April 2023 and faces a maximum life sentence in prison in return for not being given the death penalty. In order to solve Ashley Parlier's case and locate her remains, The Calhoun County Sheriff is still searching for any information. Call 269-781-0880 to reach the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office if you have any information. When a loved one disappears, every minute is challenging. Imagine being heartbroken, grieving, and depressed for 18 years with only a glimmer of hope that they could return at some point. Consider the uncertainty about whether to continue waiting or to simply end the depressing experience. In the spring of 2020, Ashley's parents, Russell and Cherie, passed away without ever understanding what had happened to their daughter. Imagine the anguish and suffering they endured when they came to terms with the fact that they would never find out what had happened to Ashley, particularly since she had left the house in a state of rage. Imagine how their lives must have been when they were the target of active suspicion over the disappearance of their own daughter from the police, the media, and true crime fans. However, even though it took 18 years, Ashley's story was finally resolved. At least her family is aware of what happened to her, even though she hasn't returned home yet, because the police are still looking for her remains. Do you believe that Harold Holman might have had other victims? Regarding Holman's apologies, what are your thoughts? Does he kill people for fun, or does he actually have a mental illness? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. On the evening of August 29, 2014, a Friday, Christina Morris, a 23-year-old, planned to spend the night in Plano, Texas, USA. Despite growing up in Plano and maintaining friendships there, she had moved to Fort Worth, Texas, with her boyfriend, Hunter Foster. Following up on his job opportunity, Christina had settled into her new life in Fort Worth and was working at a dating service over Labor Day weekend. On Friday night, Christina Morris returned to Plano to reunite with her high school friend, Paulina Petrosky. The two had met at Allen High School. Paulina lived in the shops at Legacy, and Plano hosted Christina and a few Allen High School friends at her apartment. The group, mostly Allen High School acquaintances, gathered at Paulina's apartment at 9 p.m. After some drinks, around 11 p.m., a portion of the group went to Harry's Tavern for 30 minutes, before reconvening at Scruffy Duffy's. As the night progressed, the bar closed at 2 a.m., causing some of the group to leave. However, Christina, Sabrina, Enrique, and Stephen decided to return to Paulina's apartment. On their way back, Sabrina, Enrique, and Paulina stopped at Whataburger to eat through the drive-through. Back in Pauline's apartment, the group enjoyed the food from the drive-through. However, Paulina and Stephen noticed that Christina appeared distressed. She revealed that she had been texting her boyfriend Hunter all night, hoping he would join the party, but then discovering he had gone out with friends. Despite her request that he pick her up, Hunter stopped responding to her text messages. It was now 12 a.m., and Christina sent Hunter numerous messages for the next 90 minutes without receiving a single response. Christina's texts began by asking the Hunter to come get her, followed by questions about what was going on. She pleaded with him via multiple messages, informing him of her work obligations the following day, and even informing him that she had misplaced her car keys. By 3:01 a.m., frustration set in as Hunter remained unresponsive. Christina texted him, expressing her disappointment, wishing him good night, and conveying the sentiment that you had lost the best thing that could have happened to you. Christina then sent Hunter additional text messages informing him that she was taking a taxi home and saying, "See you one day between 3:20 a.m. and 3:48 a.m. and 3:48 a.m. She kept sending messages, letting Hunter know she wasn't angry. Her phone had died, and she had found her car keys, so she decided to drive home. Christina's final text to Hunter was sent at 3:48 a.m. Christina's emotional state worsened as she messaged Hunter, Stephen, and Paulina, who all tried to console her. Initially, he considered spending the night in Pauline's apartment. Christina eventually changed her mind and expressed a desire to return to Fort Worth. Despite Stephen's offer to drive her home the next morning, Christina insisted on going home that night. Given that she had not consumed much alcohol and had done so earlier in the evening, the others did not consider her intoxicated enough to drive. At the same time, Christina decided to leave. Enrique also decided to go home, expressing his intention to walk Christina to her car while en route to see his girlfriend. As they left Pauline's apartment, Stephen called Christina to see how she was doing, as she had been crying just before leaving. She assured him she was fine and was almost to her car. However, when the 30th of August arrived, Christina did not show up for work, causing concern among her colleagues. Despite multiple attempts to contact her via text messages, phone calls, and social media, Christina remained unresponsive. This behavior was unusual for her, given her responsible work ethic. Her colleagues saw a Facebook post from a friend urging Christina to call them, expressing deep concern. Fearing that something may be wrong, Christina's colleagues contacted her friend, who then contacted Christina's family, only to find out that they had no idea where she was. Christina's parents and stepmother contacted her friends to find out where she was, and they discovered that the last known location was when Pauline was in his apartment. When they contacted Enrique, he informed them that he had left with Christina, but they went their separate ways down the sidewalk. Enrique mentioned that Christina was on the phone when he parted ways with her, but he had no idea who she was talking to. Christina's parents reported her missing due to concerns for her well-being. During the investigation, the police interviewed Hunter. Hunter was initially uncooperative with the police, but eventually agreed to hand over his cell phone. He did so reluctantly. After deleting several text messages, Hunter informed the police that he was not home on the specified Friday night. Instead, he claimed to have been at Concrete Cowboy in Dallas, admitting that he had received multiple text messages from Christina that evening. He claimed that he hadn't read them and wasn't actively checking his phone. Hunter stated that he only returned home on Saturday morning around 10 a.m., or 11 a.m., or 11 a.m., to discover Christina absent, assuming she was upset and staying with friends. He did not express any concern. On Saturday night, still without hearing from Christina, he went out with friends again. Hunter stated that he only became concerned when Christina's father contacted him on Sunday to inquire about her whereabouts. Despite Hunter's claims, some of Christina's friends and her father suggested to the police that Hunter was involved in illegal substance use or distribution. Hunter admitted to the police that on the night of August 29, he was selling and using prohibited substances, as well as drinking alcohol. When the bar closed at 2 a.m., Hunter explained that he had gone to the W Hotel with friends. When asked if he followed the plan that night, Hunter denied it, but admitted that the events were somewhat hazy. Despite the suspicions surrounding the Hunter's account of the Friday night, the police had to carefully verify and corroborate the information provided. Despite suspicions about the Hunter and a possible connection to Christina's disappearance, there was no concrete evidence that he had harmed her or was involved. As part of the investigation, the police went to the parking garage where Christina had left her car on that Friday night. Christina and the group from Pauline's apartment had all parked in the Harry's Tavern parking garage. There, they discovered Christina's Toyota Celica was still securely locked. There were no signs of a struggle or evidence of foul play discovered in the parking garage. In order to piece together the events, police obtained surveillance footage from the area. Christina and Enrique entered the parking garage together at 3:55 a.m., according to security camera footage. On August 30, however, only 2 minutes later, Enrique's car was seen backing out of its parking space, leaving the garage at 3:58 a.m. Unfortunately, the footage did not show Christina or her car leaving the parking garage. During their conversation with Enrique, he told the police that he left Pauline's apartment with Christina and that they parted ways at the end of the apartment complex because their cars were parked in different parking garages. Renee told the cops that the last time he saw Christina, she was on the phone with someone. However, Enrique claimed that he had no further information because he had called his girlfriend at the time. When the police asked to see his phone log to confirm the timeline, Enrique stated that he was texting his girlfriend rather than speaking to her on the phone. When the police asked to review these text messages, Enrique explained that it was not possible because his phone was set to automatically delete older messages. The police discovered that Enrique sent a text message to his girlfriend on the night of August 29 at 8:02 p.m., followed by a brief exchange at 10:38 p.m., followed by a brief exchange at 10:38 p.m. When his girlfriend requested a call, Enrique responded at 10:41 p.m., stating that he was sleepy. Despite his girlfriend's belief that he was at home in bed, Enrique was actually at Pauline's apartment at the time. Enrique's next text to his girlfriend came the next morning at 10:52 a.m. During further questioning, he claimed he didn't know where Christina had parked her car. However, surveillance footage contradicted his statement, revealing that he entered the parking garage at the start of the night, with his car one space across and one space over Christina's. When asked if Christina had been in his car, Enrique claimed she had never been there. He claimed he left the shops and drove home on Highway 75, which contradicted toll road and cell phone records, indicating he took the Dallas North Tollway to Highway 121, passing through the Highway 121 toll garage at 4:08 a.m. When confronted with video footage of him entering the same parking garage as Christina, Ricky claimed his intoxication was so severe that he couldn't remember where he had parked his car that night. In the absence of information about Christina's whereabouts, the police concluded their investigation and believed they had enough evidence to charge Enrique with aggravated kidnapping. Christina remained missing throughout his arrest and trial, and Enrique pleaded not guilty. The prosecution based their case on 5 key elements. First, Enrique was the last person to see Christina that night. Second, Enrique's car was damaged in the front, and it had been thoroughly cleaned. Third, in any case, injuries. Fourth, cell phone data. Their sales phones communicated with the same cell towers. Fifth, Christina's DNA was discovered on mat in the trunk of Enrique's car. The jury was told that Enrique and Christina walked to the parking garage together after leaving Pauline's apartment around 3:55 a.m. Their cars were parked next to each other, and the prosecution speculated that the kidnapping happened inside the garage or at a later time. The prosecution suggested that Enrique may have intentionally or unintentionally injured Christina in the garage, possibly by placing her in the trunk. They suggested that Enrique drive out of the parking garage with Christina in the trunk, or that she accept a ride, but later decides against it. Later, surveillance footage from the parking garage was presented as evidence, contradicting Ricky's initial statement to the police that they had parted ways. The recorded footage showed that a single car left the parking garage a few minutes later, and no other people were seen leaving for the next 20 or 30 minutes. During the trial, it was revealed that Enrique was set to start work at 8 a.m. On that Saturday morning, however, he only arrived at 10:51 a.m. According to a colleague, he appeared to be hungover from the night before and disheveled. The coworker described Enrique as having bruises and scratches on his arm, as well as a noticeable limp. Furthermore, the coworker noticed what he thought was a bite mark on the inner part of Enrique's forearm. Enrique claimed to have been involved in a fight at Legacy's shops, claiming that the person he was fighting with bit him while in a chokehold. However, Enrique later changed his story, telling his coworker later that week that a tire rim had fallen on his hand while attempting to rotate his car's tires, resulting in the marks. Enrique's girlfriend testified, saying she saw him on Saturday evening and noticed an injury on his right hand, as well as cuts on his hand and knuckles. During the court proceedings, Sabrina Boss testified that she believed Enrique was romantically interested in her that night. He appeared upset when she chose to lie down on a bed rather than sit beside him on the couch. In response, he said, "Fine, I'll just go home," and she took his tone at that point as angry. Enrique left, and as Christina was leaving, he offered to walk her to her car. Stephen Nickerson testified that he called Christina after she left the apartment. She told him she was almost to her car and sounded fine. She promised to text him once she arrived at her car, but she did not follow through. He texted her a few minutes later to see if she had made it to her car, but received no response. Despite calling her several times, all calls went to voicemail. The following day, it was called again, but went unanswered. The prosecution used security camera footage from the Kroger gas station as evidence. On September 3, the footage showed Enrique cleaning the passenger side of the car with a rag before cleaning the trunk and washing the car. Police found an odor remover bottle, a multi-purpose cleaner, an all-purpose cleaner, paper towels, and rags in his trash. The prosecution presented evidence about the cell phones, claiming that Christina's and Enrique's devices were connected to the same cell towers when Enrique left the parking garage. Christina's phone pinged off the Spring Creek Boulevard cell tower at 3:46 a.m., according to court documents. On August 30, at 3:00 a.m., Enrique's phone pinged from the same tower. Both phones also received signals from the 5,000 800 Granite Parkway cell tower within a few minutes of each other. Later, they pinged off a tower on East Bethany Drive near Enrique's home on Harvard Lane in Allen. Details about the armored case car, a 2010 gray Camaro, were revealed in court. A dent was found on the front passenger side, specifically on the right front fender. When the police searched the car, they discovered that the interior, particularly the front passenger side floorboard, had recently been vacuumed and cleaned. However, what drew the most attention was the remarkably clean condition underneath the car. An accident investigator testified that the car's damage appeared to be the result of a soft impact, possibly involving the body, buttocks, and hips. NATSP provided the jury with DNA evidence, and DNA analyst Christina continued to swab areas of Enrique's car's trunk mat that reacted with blue stars until DNA profiles could be extracted. Both matching Christina's DNA profiles confirmed that the DNA discovered was more likely from a significant source, such as bodily fluid. The defense presented its case, focusing on four main arguments to counter the prosecution's perceived weakness. First, consider injuries. The defense called forensic dentist Dr. Paula to testify about the prosecution's assertion of a bite mark on Enrique's arm after Christina went missing, as well as third and fourth cell phone data. After reviewing photos of Enrique's injuries, Dr. Broom concluded that the marks and scratches did not indicate bite marks. Christy Wilson, the Plano Police Department's evidence supervisor, testified that the trunk mat was removed from Enrique's car and placed in a box. However, the box was too large for the evidence locker, so it was closed as best as possible, but left unsealed for 3 days, which was recognized as a violation of protocol. The defense attempted to cast doubt on the DNA evidence's reliability, claiming that the trunk mat's unsealed condition compromised its integrity. They also suggested that the person who examined Christina's car prior to the MRI may have transferred DNA. To back up their claim that there were alternative lines of inquiry, the defense called Lateral Rinse Dunbar to testify. He was a private security contractor who claimed to have met Christina at a nightclub in Uptown on August 22 or 23rd, when she became quiet in front of Hunter Foster. Hunter Foster, who was serving a 33-month sentence for conspiring to distribute Mia, testified during the trial. It was discovered that he sold prohibited substances to an undercover federal officer on the night of August 29, 2014. His cell phone records showed a call from Enrique at 3:50 a.m. on August 30 with a message requesting an ounce of a substance known as that good rock. Detective Robin Busby suspected that the conversation was about illegal substances. However, it is unclear whether Enrique or Christina were using the phone at the time. Witnesses at Pauline's apartment confirmed that Christina's phone had a low battery when she left that night. The defense argued to the jury that, despite the lack of surveillance footage showing Christina leaving the parking garage, it was possible that she left by another means. The police acknowledged that someone could leave on foot without being recorded. Regarding cell phone data, the defense presented a cell phone forensics and cell tower data analyst. He testified that records from both Enrique's and Christina's phones showed that after 4 a.m., they were only making data connections to cell towers. He emphasized that data connections were the least reliable method for determining a cell phone's location and that it was impossible to predict the phone's likely location based on this data. Despite the defense's arguments, Enrique was convicted of aggravated kidnapping and sentenced to life in prison with parole eligibility in 2046. Almost 2 years after the Enrique case, conviction remains were discovered in a wooded area of Anna, Texas, and identified as Christina's. Excavators and construction workers working to clear the air discovered the remains. To date, no murder charges have been filed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. David Edward Moust, in contrast to other serial killers, was viewed as an outlier, a lunatic, who didn't match the conventional description of a ruthless, malevolent, uncontrollable killer. Rather, he was someone who truly regretted his actions and wanted to be imprisoned for the rest of his life in order to protect others. He screamed for assistance, but nobody responded. What events in his life shaped who he is now? Let's examine the tale of a man who was disappointed by his parents' separation, a difficult childhood, and an ineffective legal system. The story is about a serial killer called Deranged Dave. George and Ava Moust welcomed David Edward Moust into the world on April 5, 1954, in Connellsville, Pennsylvania. The family had 3 other children in addition to David. The Moust family had a difficult life. Ava and George both experienced challenging upbringings. The parents were unable to provide a loving home for their own children because his father was placed for adoption when he was 12 years old. George tried to avoid his wife, who needed constant attention, was emotionally unstable and self-centered, by being away from home a lot. Their mother had a nervous breakdown shortly after the birth of David's younger brother Jeffrey and spent a month in the hospital. She might have experienced postpartum depression, although at the time medicine didn't fully understand or support women with such conditions. David's parents divorced in 1963, when he was just 7 years old. David's father reportedly started the divorce because he had stopped providing for his ex-wife and the 4 kids for a year, leaving the woman to care for the family alone. Life at their parents' house was tough for all the kids, but David had it the worst, according to David's sister. Maybe because he looked so much like his father, their mother's hatred of her ex-husband was passed on to her son. Ava asserted that she was powerless over the boy. David allegedly attempted to kill his brother Jeffrey twice by the time he was 8 years old, once by pushing him into a lagoon and stepping on his fingers to prevent him from climbing out, and again by trying to burn Jeffrey's bed. Additionally, according to his mother, she frequently looked in her son's pockets to make sure he hadn't stolen anything. She said he would take her valuables and sell them, all allegedly before he was 9 years old. Ava said she no longer wanted to deal with a challenging, troublesome child when he turned 9. The 9-year-old child was admitted to a mental health facility after she went to the court and claimed she needed assistance because he was mentally ill. The doctors and staff, however, did not observe any of the behavior that Ava had described. Instead, they came to the conclusion that the mother had just left her son behind. It made the boy's already challenging life at home even more so. Numerous other patients, including those with aggressive criminal tendencies, developmental disorders, and schizophrenia, had to share common areas with him. David felt confused and angry. Given that both his mother and father had deserted him, he felt stuck and had nowhere to go. He waited by the window on visitation days, hoping to see his mother, but she never showed up. In an attempt to comfort him, the institution's staff offered explanations for his mother's absence, such as her illness or another reason. The boy eventually came to terms with his circumstances. He and the other kids just thought their parents were in need of a vacation. In part, the kids were correct, but in reality, they hadn't been abandoned, at least not in David's case. As terrible as it sounds, such institutions were used in those days to essentially leave a child there. Later, David remembered a boy who was sent to the mental institution by his parents, who treated it like a summer camp while they took their own vacations, and who spent many summers at the clinic. Their son miraculously recovered from his mental illness by the time they got back from their vacation. Doctors evaluated David's intelligence right away. He was always able to express himself clearly and showed remarkable skills, remembering sports events with vividness. As a result, the medical staff quickly came to believe that David's mother, Ava, rather than her son, was mentally ill. In order to send David home, they waited for her to recover. But each time they attempted to arrange for the child to return home, his mother turned him away. The clinic staff was forced to formally recognize David's lack of mental abnormalities when he turned 13, but he had nowhere to go yet. As a result, he was moved to a children's home a few blocks from his family's residence. His realization that his relatives lived close by but didn't want to interact with him must have been extremely upsetting. But David ended up with other boys going through adolescence in a shelter. It was only natural for them to try out relationships with one another because they were unable to engage with people of the other sex. Another boy started clamoring for David's attention as soon as he arrived at the children's home. Being extremely persistent, he threatened to tell everyone about David's stay in the mental institution, effectively blackmailing him. Despite his resistance, David would later write in his diary that he gave in and kissed the young blackmailer, feeling instantly repulsed and angry at himself. David adapted to the shelter quite well, aside from this incident. Even though David Most had a rough upbringing, spent time in the clinic, and lived in a shelter, his intelligence was innate and unaffected by these experiences. He maintained his focus and dazzled everyone with his extraordinary memory. Life appeared to be getting better until all of a sudden a sense of anger arose inside of him. By the time he was 15, David had attacked Eddie, another boy. While they were playing together, David began strangling Eddie for no apparent reason. When David noticed that Eddie was practically out of breath, he abruptly stopped. Eddie granted his request for forgiveness. Was this a genuine act of repentance? It's unclear because David might have tried to control himself, had nowhere else to go, and didn't want trouble. But because he wrote about it in his 87-page prison journal, we are aware of this incident. However, David's restraint was short-lived, as he soon tried to choke Daniel, another boy. David seized a rope and wrapped it around Daniel's neck while they were in a room together, just watching TV. When he realized Daniel hadn't done him any harm, he stopped once more. "Enough," I told myself. "Leave the rope," he wrote in the diary, and Daniel fell to the ground. He was analyzing his actions and persuading himself that they were wrong. It was as if I was trapped inside myself and someone else was trying to kill Daniel, and I couldn't stop. David started to believe that he had no control over his thoughts or behavior, which was undoubtedly frightening for a teenager whose life lacked a typical parental role model. David was sent back to the institution for the mentally ill after Daniel, who lived, reported the incident. By the time the teenager turned 17, life appeared to be getting better. He made the decision to go home after he and a few other guys fled the clinic. He was devastated to learn that Ava had married and that her unwanted son had no place in her house. Furthermore, she pretended that David had never existed and told everyone that he was a shame to the family. She persuaded him to enlist in the army in order to get rid of him. It's crucial to remember that it was 1971, during the height of the Vietnam War, but maybe it wasn't the worst choice for the boy, to provide him with a purpose in life, a place to live, and practical skills. He was sent to the recruiter by his mother. After being drafted into the army, David was dispatched to Frankfurt, Germany. He worked as a cook at a military installation that also housed civilians. James McLister, a 13-year-old who everyone called Jimmy, was one of them. On the base, his parents were engineers. It was at the Army bowling alley that David and Jimmy first met. David also found another talent. He was a great bowler who competed and made a respectable living doing it. After becoming friends, David and Jimmy spent time together until one night when David woke up in his bed with Jimmy, naked. He became furious. He recommended that Jimmy take a moped ride. The boy obviously viewed him as an older brother, trusted him wholeheartedly, and complied without hesitation. If only he understood David's thoughts. David tied Jimmy to a tree and beat him with a plank he found there after they drove a long way from the base to a location where a World War II bomb crater still existed. Jimmy's killer just untied the body and left it there when Jimmy stopped breathing. David went back to the base and acted as though nothing had occurred. They looked for the boy, of course, but he was only located a month later. Despite being in custody, David managed to persuade the judge that it was a tragic mishap. The boys allegedly damaged the moped, and Jimmy crashed out of it. David hid Jimmy's body because he was afraid and unsure of what to do. He was taken seriously. David was given a 3-year prison sentence because there was no proof of murder. It's interesting to note that David behaved flawlessly while incarcerated, received a diploma, wrote to his family once a week, and learned practical new skills. He was eligible to be considered for early release on parole because of his excellent behavior, but he turned down the offer. The young man was terrified of being free as he realized what he was capable of. He had ample opportunity to think about his actions while confined, and he came to the conclusion that he would undoubtedly murder someone else if he were freed. He was repulsed by such thoughts and feelings and hated himself for them. Because he had a conscience, his lawyer subsequently referred to him as one of the most remarkable serial killers. Even up until the point at which he committed another murder, he felt bad about killing people. Because of what he had done, he detested himself. But the desire to kill came back, and he gave in and killed once more. It's a really odd behavioral pattern. However, when he turned 23 in 1977, he was set free. He made friends with a teenage boy after relocating to Chicago 2 years later. Although it appeared that they were friended, David occasionally felt the urge to stab the boy while he was staying overnight. David gave in to this overwhelming desire after they had another drink, and the teenager dozed off on the couch. He nearly disemboweled him by stabbing him in the abdomen with a knife, but the teenager lived. David was found guilty of attempting to kill someone. He was found not guilty, despite lying on the witness stand. We don't know what he said to convince them. Maybe he was also a devilishly convincing person when needed. David had not been able to learn to control his desires by the time he was 27. He remembered the kiss at the orphanage when a boy came up to him, trying to figure out what was happening to him. He hypothesized that his bad behavior stemmed from this unpleasant, intimate experience. He therefore made the decision to track down and murder that boy, who was now a man. He thought he could stop his destructive impulses and desires by doing this. He therefore embarked on a quest to target this man with his anger. But he found out that the man was incarcerated when he got to the location where the boy had lived. Therefore, David wasn't the only person who got into trouble after leaving that orphanage. He was unable to control his urge to kill or vent his anger on his offender. Then he saw a 15-year-old boy named Donald Jones going by his car. He was utterly innocent and just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Under the pretense of a straightforward odd job, David persuaded the teenager to get into the car and drove him to a remote location with quarries. Like his last victim, he stabbed Donald multiple times in the abdomen. He later described in his diary how the boy repeatedly pleaded with him not to be killed, saying, "Don't kill me, I'm only 15 years old." Nevertheless, David was powerless to stop himself. Then, unable to leave the teenager alone, he led him to the section of the quarry that was flooded. The teen died. David left the town without waiting for the body to be found. He was aware that Galveston, Texas, was where his uncle resided. David was given a job in his construction company and was permitted to live with his uncle. Once more, David demonstrated that he was a great worker, but after he unintentionally damaged the company van, his uncle fired him. The situation worsened. He offered a 14-year-old boy alcohol and illegal drugs when he invited him to his hotel room, but instead he started beating him. He stopped abruptly, as though the regular David took over and realized he had committed this terrible deed. Embarrassed, he dropped the weapon and started crying. David was given a 5-year sentence and the boy lived. He once more believed that he would carry on killing if he were released from prison. He was extradited to Chicago in 1982 in connection with the murder of Donald Jones, after investigators began linking him to the Donald case. They kept him in a mental health facility for a long time because they didn't think he was competent to stand trial. But in 1994, after waiting for a trial for 10 years, David acknowledged his guilt. He received a 35-year sentence. He was the most dangerous inmate the Illinois Department of Corrections would have, according to a report written by the Cook County prosecutor. He was even called a criminal on par with John Wayne Gacy by the sheriff. However, David Moust's sentence was lowered by 12 years because he had to wait 12 years for a trial and extradition. His remaining sentence was also reduced by 2 years due to his excellent behavior while incarcerated. In a 6-page letter to the Illinois Department of Corrections, David expressed his desire to remain incarcerated and acknowledged that he was unable to control himself. Illinois had a law at the time that permitted a convicted sexual assault offender to voluntarily serve out the rest of their life in prison. When given this choice, David wrote back, "Bring the papers, I'll sign everything," but no one approached him. His attorney claims that the letter was never even read, and he was freed from detention in 1999. Following a subsequent release, David relocated to Oak Park, Illinois. A year later, he attacked his friend Anthony by striking him on the back of the head with a metal pipe, despite his hope that a new place to live would allow him to start over. It would seem reasonable to assume that the police would deal with him more severely this time, but since Anthony was a former gang member who didn't want to involve the police and wouldn't testify against David, no charges were even filed against him. After his parole expired in 2002, David made the decision to relocate once more, this time to Hammond, Indiana. He discovered a local job that frequently involved and was frequented by teenagers. Employers were already able to investigate the backgrounds of potential hires by that point. David was just permitted to work with young boys in spite of his history of abusing teenagers. He soon fell back into his old routine, going to public pools and other places where teenagers congregated. By assigning the boys what appeared to be easy tasks, he gave them chances to make money. No teen would turn down the opportunity to make some cash by performing an apparently simple task, but these tasks turned out to be sinister. This went on until the disappearance of James Rainey, 16, and Michael Dennis, 13. That summer, David had made friends with these boys at the public pool and invited them to his house. The boys disappeared on September 10, 2003, the last time they were spotted. Given Michael and James's disobedient behavior, the police initially thought they might have simply fled. Therefore, the disappearance of Nick James, 19, on May 2, 2003, garnered more attention than the disappearance of these two boys. Nick James's family had been putting pressure on the police for months, and he wasn't rebellious. Investigators looked into his background after discovering that he shared a store with David Moust. They asked him to take a polygraph test because they had no proof, and he passed. He said he hadn't seen them in a while, which was pretty much accurate, but they didn't inquire as to whether he had murdered the boys. Investigators chose to search David's home even though he passed the polygraph exam. In 2003, the canine-wielding officer, Emo, was on the hunt for bodies. In order to search David Moust's basement, the police invited the dog and its handler. The dog started barking at the basement's far wall when the officer gave Emo the order. The handler told investigators that although the dog had been trained to pretend to dig, this behavior was strange because the dog was acting against its training. However, there had to be a reason why the dog wouldn't leave that specific location, so it was necessary to break through the concrete and investigate what was behind it. They were asked to go back to the same house a week later. Nothing was discovered when officers dug a deep hole in the floor. They went around and drilled a longer hole, but they were unsuccessful, so they gave up. They requested that they bring the dog back. He went straight to the hole this time and lay down. Since the officer was unable to record this, he asked the handler to give the dog another command. The dog then went to another hole and lay down again. After bringing in a concrete specialist, police discovered that David had used a staggering 80 bags of concrete. This was obviously done to conceal something, most likely bodies. 3 bodies were discovered when the police finally removed the concrete. Along with Nick, David had buried James and Michael beneath the basement after suffocating them in his apartment. David's brother and mother, who hadn't spoken to him in a long time, suddenly showed up. In numerous interviews, Jeffrey questioned whether the events could have been avoided had the police taken notice of David sooner. He claimed that his brother had committed horrible things when he was younger, but he had no proof. In addition, his brother and mother, who had not spoken to David in a long time, appeared to be desperate for attention. Jeffrey even had aspirations of becoming a writer. Thomas Wayne, his lawyer, claimed that although David was a serial killer, he wasn't born that way. The lawyer genuinely thought that his childhood was the recipe for making a serial killer, if anyone was looking for it. He never learned how to interact with others or live in society. David entered a guilty plea to the killings in November 2005 and received 3 life sentences. David died in January 2006 at the age of 51. He confessed to 5 murders, including 3 in Hammond, in a note discovered in his cell. He expressed his disappointment in not receiving a death sentence because he believed he deserved it. He felt that he would not have committed as many crimes if he had been kept out of the public eye. He also didn't want his existence to be funded by taxpayers. He accepted responsibility for his actions and begged the families of the victims for forgiveness. He only blamed himself, not his parents or upbringing. David wrote that although he loved his family, they never loved him back. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in the US state of Georgia. Nobody has seen the 31-year-old Indiana lawyer since 7:17 p.m. On February 24, 2022, a surveillance camera captured her outside her mother-in-law's home in Johns Creek. The police and her family have made significant efforts to determine where Sierra went, and what happened to her. Sierra Locklear of Cleveland, Georgia, was a cheerful and ambitious woman. Sierra wanted people to take her seriously. Her mother, Kelly Locklear, said so. She was tough. She followed in the footsteps of her mother, who was a paralegal. She became a lawyer. Sierra grew up in Georgia and aspired to live in Atlanta one day. Kelly, a Georgia native, claimed that Atlanta had always been her plan. To get there, Sierra had to leave Georgia. She attended the University of Tennessee for college before attending law school at Florida State University. Sierra eventually became a lawyer and specialized in insurance defense. Kelly described her daughter as following: she overcame and pushed through. Kelly also stated that she was happy, energetic, and loving. She was extremely motivated in her career. Sierra met Xavier Breland on Tinder in October 2020, and their relationship quickly took off. The couple married after 6 months. Sierra was already pregnant at this point. According to court records, Sierra assisted Xavier with his legal issues with his ex-wife. After some time, the newlyweds decided to relocate to Carmel, Indiana, to begin their new lives there. Sierra started working at a law firm and had a son named Jackson at the end of 2021. From the outside, Xavier and Sierra seemed like the ideal couple. However, their relationship problems began shortly after they met. Shelby Campbell, Sierra's cousin, said the couple's problems began after their first date. Sierra informed Xavier that she did not want to continue communicating with him, but her future husband was not the type of person who could handle rejection. Instead, if Xavier showed up uninvited to her apartment and sat near her door, he began sending her threatening messages because he noticed her with another man. Sierra threatened to contact the authorities if he did not stop. Finally, she gave him another chance. 6 months later, they were married. Shelby and Sierra were best friends who texted each other daily. Sierra expressed her feelings to her, stating that she was afraid of her husband. For example, one of her messages read, "Well, I'm struggling with it in a big way. I don't want to give up on someone I love and abandon him and our family. However, I believe that the behavior is deteriorating. So, if this is how things are now, how will it be in the future? Furthermore, he used to feel bad when he said ugly things. And lately he's not even sorry for his actions. He's blaming me for it, as if I did it because you forced me to." Sierra stated that her husband would be held responsible if anything happened to her. Shelby claimed she often told Sierra to leave her husband, but Sierra understood that if she was going to leave, she needed to do so strategically. Here is another screenshot of Shelby and Sierra's text conversation. Sierra was obviously afraid of her husband. Shelby Campbell stated that the texts she shared were only a few examples of what was going on between Sierra and her husband. She called the police several times. The police were called to her home in both Georgia and Indiana several times. Campbell stated that by the time the police arrived, she would have calmed down enough to tell him where she was lying. Shelby claimed that after one of those incidents, an investigator called Sierra's mother and informed her that he knew she was lying about what was going on when she called 911, and that he had seen the same pattern many times before. He was worried about what would happen to her. Sierra was preparing to leave her husband. She opened a secret bank account and transferred money there. The messages had a strong impact on the woman. Sierra stated that she loved her husband, but couldn't afford to stay in the relationship. Her parents, Kelly and Nick Locklears, were aware that their daughter's family situation was far from ideal. They wanted Sierra to break up with Xavier and assured her that she could always return to a safe place, i.e., her home. Sierra's fateful trip to Georgia began when she and Xavier loaded their baby and large dog into Sierra's 2017 white Volkswagen Tiguan and drove 11 hours south. According to her family, Sierra arrived at her parents' home on February 19th. She spent the night with family members who hadn't seen her since she moved to Indiana. It seemed like a quick trip to see her family. However, Sierra decided that she would no longer return to Indiana. Xavier was also interested in the trip because his mother lived in Georgia. However, he was unaware that Sierra would not return. She informed her mother that she was going to find work in Georgia. She had also informed her parents that her husband's abusive behavior was escalating and that she was getting divorced. Sierra showed up at Nick and Kelly's home in Cleveland, Georgia, on Saturday, February 19th, The woman remained at her parents' house until Sunday. It had been a long time since we had seen each other. She reiterated that she wanted to divorce her husband and would not return to Indiana. On Sunday, February 20th, Ciara left her parents' house to pick up her son Jackson from her mother-in-law's house in Johns Creek, Georgia, which is about an hour away. Shelby Campbell stated that one of the last texts she received from her cousin read, "I'm at Xavier's mom's house, he won't give me Jackson, so I'm waiting for him before I leave." On Monday, February 21st, at 11:17 p.m., Ciara texted her father Nick, "I'll be back in the morning if that's okay, of course." "It's okay. You don't need to ask," Nick responded to her. Nick stated that the next day, when he had not heard from Ciara, he attempted to contact her again, and she said everything was fine. She mentioned that she had felt a little sick. Nick said he contacted her again on Wednesday to see if she was feeling better. He did not get a response. He texted her again on Thursday, February 24th. No one replied. By Friday, the Locklears were concerned because Ciara had not responded, which was unusual. Then, on Saturday evening, February 26th, Nick received a call from an unknown Indiana number. "I didn't immediately panic because I assumed they were still in Georgia," Nick said, "so I responded, and they said it was the police, and that's when they informed me she was missing." The policeman stated that Ciara's husband had reported her missing. The family was shocked. They assumed Ciara was still in Georgia, even though she had not responded to their messages, which was unusual for her. Shelby Campbell is perplexed as to why he did not contact anyone to inquire about her safety. "He did not contact anyone. He did not make us aware at all." After speaking with the Carmel police, Ciara's father called her, and Xavier answered. That is how Nick described his brief conversation with his missing daughter's husband. I asked, "If Xavier, tell me the truth. What is going on?" Ciara told me that if anything happened to her, you were responsible, so just tell me the truth. He then hung up, telling me to go to hell. Nick then called Xavier's father, who lived next to Ciara and Xavier in Carmel. The father responded, "No, I never saw her," as Nick had said. According to a press release issued on March 2nd by the Carmel Police Department in Indiana, Xavier Breland reported Ciara as missing to their office on Saturday, February 26, 2022. During the investigation, detectives discovered a video recording that showed Ciara's last known location. On February 24th at 7:17 p.m., she was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia. Nothing unusual happens during the video. According to the official missing person report from the Carmel Police Department, Ciara left their home in the Brookstone Park of Carmel subdivision in Carmel, Indiana, shortly after 10 p.m. On February 25th, walked to the nearby store. She was reportedly wearing a black top and purple shorts in temperatures nearing 20 degrees that night. According to police, Ciara never arrived, and there is no surveillance video of her entering the store. They were also concerned because she had left her phone, work phone, and burner phone behind, along with her ID, credit cards, and 5-month-old son. Family members stated that she had a burner phone to contact them in an emergency. There was no evidence of Ciara's return to Indiana. Her family knew she wanted to stay in Georgia. Furthermore, Ciara would not have left without informing them. Even more suspicious was that she had abandoned her 5-month-old son. Her mother thought it all sounded absurd. Kelly Locklear stated that her daughter confessed to her that the couple was having serious financial problems and accused her husband of being abusive to her and using their child as leverage to get her to stay with him. Kelly said she and her husband knew their daughter was dead after police called to report Ciara had gone missing, leaving her child behind. "She is definitely gone," Kelly said. "That was the first thing my husband said when police called after Xavier reported her missing, and the officer said she had left without bringing the baby. She refused to take a shower or let anyone else watch the baby." Kelly described Ciara as a devoted mother who lived to care for her son. She claimed Ciara awoke every hour or two to check on her son, who had a rash. "So when they said that, my husband said, 'No, there is no way my daughter would not do that. If that's the case, and you're telling me she's missing, and the baby isn't with her, then my daughter died.'" Kelly said she would not leave him. On February 28, 2020, 2 days after reporting Ciara missing, Xavier noticed police officers at his door. According to court documents, a firearm was accidentally discharged at a home on Baldwin Lane. Xavier told investigators he was moving a Christmas tree in the garage when he heard a gunshot and bolted out. He then returned to the garage, found the gun, and unloaded it. He called the police and reported the incident. The investigators discovered 2 different guns in his home. The police did not reveal whether there was any evidence that Xavier was involved in Ciara's disappearance. However, his criminal background was quickly revealed. According to court records, Xavier was convicted on felony burglary charges in 2005. It was also unusual that Xavier reported his wife's disappearance only the next day, after she allegedly failed to return home after going to the store. A few days after the police received a missing person report, Xavier was identified as a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. They arrested him on unrelated charges. Police discovered that he had an outstanding warrant for aggravated stalking in Kuwait County. He was extradited to Georgia to face the charges. According to court records, he placed a tracker inside his daughter's stuffed animal to track down her mother, his ex-wife. The case arose from a custody dispute between the former couple. On Friday, 2 weeks after Ciara went missing, police volunteers, family, and friends searched several Johns Creek neighborhoods. Their focus was on neighborhoods along Medlock Bridge Road, where police suspected Ciara had traveled during her stay in Georgia. In addition to handing out flyers, the Johns Creek Police Department installed electronic signs at 2 locations along Kimball Bridge Road, requesting public assistance. They've also contacted several commercial electronic sign companies to help spread Ciara's image and information throughout Metro Atlanta. The family asked anyone who saw the white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia plate RMB 5869. During that time, contact the police. The license plate of the vehicle was framed by the Florida State University Law School. The police said that forensic investigators searched the car for evidence and then released it. Ciara's last known location was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, so the police assumed her disappearance was related to something that happened in this house. They traced Xavier's route back to Indiana but couldn't confirm Ciara was in the car. Xavier was the only one who stepped out of the white Volkswagen at gas stations and shops. It is unclear how much cooperation Xavier Balin's mother provided during the ongoing investigation. However, law enforcement officials confirmed that evidence was collected from the residents using a search warrant in their pursuit of answers. Investigators from Johns Creek used forensic professionals and cadaver dogs to conduct the search. The emphasis was on finding potential bloodstains, signs of a struggle, or any other clues that could shed light on the events surrounding the couple's visit. Despite the use of a canine unit, authorities reported that the search yielded no discernible scent trail at the residence. The specifics of the evidence gathered during the search remain unknown as the case is still being investigated. In March 2022, investigators obtained a jailhouse video that shows Xavier Bralin telling his children that Ciara would not be returning home because she had been kidnapped. It contradicts his statement to the Carmel police about her disappearance. "Someone kidnapped my wife," he told one of his children at the end of the call. "You know what it means to kidnap an adult. She isn't coming home." However, Xavier was booked into the Coweta County Jail in Georgia on March 16, 2022. After being extradited from the Hamilton County Jail for aggravated stalking, the case was unrelated to Ciara's disappearance. The charge stemmed from an incident in Georgia in March 2021 in which he hid a tracking device to stalk the mother of his child. At the time, the woman he stalked had a restraining order against him. In August 2022, he was found not guilty. However, he was arrested again and extradited to Indiana. This time, the charge was for unlawful possession of a firearm by a serious, violent felon. At Brooklyn's initial hearing, he pleaded with the judge to reduce his bond to a level his mother could afford. The court reduced his bond to $35,000. While prosecutors wanted it increased to $50,000, "All I needed was an opportunity to get my life back on track," Bralin informed the judge. Bralin stated that he could get a job as a truck driver if he was released from jail. After reviewing the case, the judge set the bond at $100,000. In February 2023, Xavier Breland was released after posting bail. This court decision had consequences, which I will discuss later. He was repeatedly interrogated about Sierra's disappearance but denied any involvement in it. His version is unchanged. She disappeared after going to the store. Several locations have been suggested for the search for evidence in Sierra Breland's disappearance. Georgia alone has over 85,000 acres of state parks, nearly 2 million acres of land managed by the United States Department of the Interior, and more than 300,000 acres of undeveloped land. Fulton County contains 440 acres of parks. There are also hundreds of thousands of acres of railroad and utility easements, both active and inactive. Georgia has 37,295,360 total acres. Approximately 15% to 20% are covered in vegetation. Sierra Breland and her husband drive through areas other than Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. According to Johns Creek Police Lieutenant Gregory Todd Hood, if we knew her exact last known location, we would direct the investigation accordingly, without going into detail. Kelly Locklear stated that law enforcement has gathered evidence and statements from multiple states, but they are essentially pieces of a puzzle without a complete picture. Some items were removed from Xavier's mom's home, according to court documents from a civil case in which Xavier's mother sued Xavier's sister. Crime scene investigation removed the carpet and mattress from Xavier's mother's home on April 21, 2022, as part of their investigation. According to documents from the familial civil dispute, 5-month-old Jackson was placed in state care immediately after Xavier Breland's arrest on March 1. Sierra's parents, Nick and Kelly Locklear, have since been able to spend time with the baby and are working to bring him back to Georgia. Multiple organized searches have been conducted over the last year, some of which targeted specific areas, but no one knows what happened to the new mother. As investigators continue to piece together the facts, officers have been busy handing out flyers and even using electronic signs to raise awareness. The police describe Sierra as being 5 feet tall, weighing approximately 120 pounds, and having blonde hair. She has 3 small trees tattooed on her ring finger, a Florida State arrow on her left wrist, and a sunburst on her back left rib cage. The couple was driving a white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia tag RMB 5869. The Florida State University Law School frame encircles the license plate. Anyone who saw her or her car in February is asked to contact the police. Xavier is the only person of interest that police have publicly identified since Sierra's disappearance, but no charges have been filed. Her family is adamant that he knows what happened to her, and that he is the only one who can provide the answers they require to find closure. Finally, let Sierra rest in peace. Kelly Locklear believes Sierra's body may be in Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, or Indiana. She is pleading with woodsmen and fishermen to keep an eye out in those states and to contact law enforcement if they have any information. Sierra's parents have now been granted custody of the couple's child, as I previously stated. If Xavier Breland was released on bail in a case involving illegal firearms, the trial was scheduled for December 28, 2023. But Xavier Breland did not appear in court, and his whereabouts are unknown. A rearrest warrant has been issued in his name, and law enforcement is working hard to find him. This latest development complicates the already perplexing case of Sierra's disappearance. The warrant describes Xavier Breland as a black man standing 6 feet tall, weighing 160 pounds, with brown hair and green eyes. The FBI has joined the search for the missing woman, but her body has yet to be found. This, combined with Xavier's recent disappearance, has resulted in numerous unanswered questions. Kelly Locklear, Sierra's mother, has publicly stated that she believes Sierra feared Xavier and had no intention of returning to Indiana with him. With both individuals missing, the case has become even more urgent. The trial for Xavier's gun charge has been postponed several times, and law enforcement and Sierra's family are now asking the public for help. They are looking for any information that can help them find Xavier and Sierra, in the hopes of shedding light on the strange circumstances surrounding their disappearances. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nobody could have guessed that the couple had sinister secrets. She was an accomplished judge, and he was a successful lawyer. But a terrible thing happened. What began as a tale of love turned into an unimaginable tragedy. The Circuit House colony was quiet on a typical Kanpur evening. However, a mystery that would soon upend the life of Pratibha Gautam, a respected judge who had only moved to the neighborhood a few months earlier, was hidden behind the walls of one apartment in a government-provided residence. Pratibha, a civil judge at the local court, was renowned for her honesty and equity. She had gained the respect of her neighbors and the confidence of her co-workers by being modest but resolute. Before one fateful evening altered everything, it appeared that nothing could disrupt the rhythm of her life. Manu Abhishek Rajan, her husband and a lawyer, started a lengthy journey from Delhi to Kanpur on October 8, 2016. Despite their undeniable love, the couple's relationship was strained by the demands of their careers, and they had only been married for less than a year. While working at the Tis Hazari court in Delhi, Abhishek often stayed behind to spend as much time as possible with his wife. As he drove this evening, he thought about their reunion and looked forward to the weekend they would spend together. Despite the long drive, Abhishek, who was used to such trips, made every effort to communicate with his wife. He tried calling her several times, but no one picked up. He initially thought she was working or enjoying some well-earned relaxation, but he became more uneasy as he approached Kanpur. Why didn't she answer? Why is there no sound? When the first light filled Kanpur's streets on the morning of October 9, Abhishek finally made it to the Circuit House colony and parked outside their apartment. He tried calling her again, but the silence on the other end made him even more worried. As he caught his breath, he hurried to the door after getting out of his car and pressed the doorbell. However, there was only a spooky silence within. Again and again he rang, then knocked, softly at first, then more urgently as panic set in. Since the door was locked from the inside, Pratibha ought to be at home. Abhishek became aware that something was seriously amiss. He made the tough choice to break in with a heavy heart. The door flew open after a series of hard blows. The lock gave way, and Abhishek stepped inside while holding his breath. He was paralyzed by what he saw in the living room. His wife was hanging from the ceiling fan. The air was heavy with an unpleasant smell. Her skin was darkened with dried blood, and her wrists were cut. Abhishek's entire world fell apart in that moment. Everything else became inconsequential. He walked cautiously toward her. The rope gave way when he touched her, and Pratibha's body dropped to the ground. Fear and sadness tightened his chest. He stood over her, finding it difficult to believe what he was seeing. Then, as if in a daze, he knew he had to do something. Ignoring the neighbors' shocked looks, Abhishek ran out of the apartment. He got into his vehicle and drove quickly in the direction of Kanpur Kant, the closest police station. With a trembling voice, he reported that his wife had probably committed suicide. The officer sent a team to the scene right away after listening carefully without interjecting. This signaled the start of an inquiry aimed at answering the numerous mysteries surrounding Pratibha Gautam's last hours. What had become of this powerful woman? Why had her life ended in such a terrible way? There was a spooky silence in the Circuit House colony as officers pushed their way into the apartment. They were shocked by the scene at once. The body on the ground was different from what Abhishek had first said. He claimed to have discovered his wife hanging from the ceiling fan. He clarified that he had taken her down in an attempt to assist in his panic. However, the bloodstains on the furniture and floor only strengthened their suspicions, and this particular detail raised more questions. Senior officers and forensic specialists soon showed up to start gathering evidence. While Abhishek watched, his hands shaking and his face displaying a mixture of shock and fear, they took pictures and collected tangible evidence. Neighbors were beginning to congregate outside, whispering and glancing nervously at each other about what might have happened in the judge's house. The small Uttar Pradeshi town of Orai is where Pratibha Gautam was born. Her mother taught her and her younger sister to be independent and persistent, and she grew up in a middle-class family with a father who worked at a bank. Early on, Pratibha showed an interest in law, and she relocated to Lucknow to attend university after high school. There, she not only graduated with honors, but also made the decision to become a lawyer. Her desire to become a judge eventually led her to Delhi, where she enrolled in graduate school. The pivotal moment in her life occurred in Delhi. She met Manu Abhishek Rajan, a young, ambitious lawyer who shared her desire for career advancement. Abhishek was born into a powerful family. His father, Judge Suresh Chandra Rajan, had a long career that included positions at the CBI and NGT, among other prestigious organizations. What started out as straightforward discussions between Pratibha and Abhishek regarding exam stress and career obstacles quickly developed into something more. Through long walks around the city, study sessions, and library visits, their friendship developed into a romantic partnership, and they soon made the decision to get married. But not everything went as planned. When Pratibha informed her parents that she intended to wed Abhishek, they reacted negatively. Since Abhishek was only an attorney, they felt that he was unfit to be their daughter's partner and that their daughter should have a higher status. Their objections were exacerbated by the caste differences. Nevertheless, the couple decided to fight for their future together because their love was stronger than what society expected. They both made the decision to apply for the junior judge exam in 2013. Pratibha gave her all to the preparation, attending specialized classes, studying at night, and taking practice exams. Her diligence paid off. She started training after passing the competitive exam. Sadly, Abhishek failed the test. Although it was a major setback, he decided to keep going and pursue a career in law, concentrating on criminal cases. They continued to have a solid relationship in spite of the disappointment. Pratibha Gautam began working as an associate civil judge in Kanpur in 2015. She soon proved she was capable of handling the responsibilities and demands of the position, which called for complete dedication. She quickly gained the respect of her peers in the local court due to her fairness and strong work ethic. Abhishek Rajan, meanwhile, pursued his legal career at Delhi's Tis Hazari Court, where his professionalism and tenacity won praise from peers. On January 29, 2016, they took a risky move. They got married in secret at Delhi's Arya Samaj temple. This was a planned move to take charge of their future rather than an act of impulsive behavior. They chose not to tell them since they were aware that neither family would be happy about their union. Only a few close friends who assisted in planning the event attended the low-key ceremony. They kept their marriage a secret from their families until shortly after it was formally registered. The couple made an effort to patch things up with their family after the wedding. Pratibha was eventually accepted as a daughter-in-law by Abhishek's family, who also showed interest in her life. Pratibha's family, however, was adamant in their disapproval. They were unable to forgive her for selecting a partner whose background and status they considered inappropriate. 2 months after the wedding, on April 23rd, Pratibha and Abhishek announced their union with a reception in Delhi. The celebration was lively and joyful, but it was clouded by Pratibha's parents' absence. It wasn't until after the wedding that her parents learned about it. They refused to accept Pratibha's decision and remained aloof, despite her repeated attempts to make amends. Pratibha found this difficult and hoped that their feelings would eventually soften, but that time never arrived. Abhishek and Pratibha ultimately made the decision to relocate to Kanpur. In the respectable Circuit House colony, Pratibha was given government housing. They made this their new home, a peaceful and safe haven where they could put their careers first and avoid family conflicts. After a few months in Kanpur, Abhishek went back to Delhi to carry on with his work. It was 6 months into their marriage. They continued to support one another, stay in close communication, and get together whenever they could in spite of the obstacles, distance, family strife, and the pressure of their demanding careers. Pratibha and Abhishek treasured every second they had together, planning, dreaming, and having faith that their love would triumph over all challenges. When Abhishek got to Kanpur early on October 9 to see Pratibha, he discovered her dead in their apartment. Given that Pratibha was a judge and the police unit arrived quickly, her death was not only a personal tragedy, but also a challenge to the system as a whole. Officers started going through the apartment very carefully and recording any possible evidence. Beside Pratibha's body was the scarf that had been around her neck. Investigators had a lot of questions about the cuts on her arms. Why did the scene seem so strange? And what had actually happened in that room? Shaking from shock and sorrow, Abhishek gave his first statement, explaining how he had discovered Pratibha. She was suspended when he walked in, he said, and he pulled her down until her body hit the floor. Even a preliminary review seemed extremely suspicious. but the police in this case ordered a forensic examination to ascertain the precise cause and time of death. Suspension and wrist cuts, together as a means of self-harm, didn't seem likely. Details that weren't consistent with typical cases were observed by investigators. 3 separate marks in a linear pattern indicated intentional force, and the neck injuries were deep. An O-shaped mark left by the scarf was a noticeable detail in most suspension cases. Although the neck mark typically takes the shape of a V or U, a circular mark might suggest that the patient was compressed while they were in a supine position. The idea that the scene was staged to imply self-harm was raised by this discovery. The 14 deep cuts on Pratibha's arms, 6 on the right and 8 on the left, told a different tale. The cuts were parallel and exact, as if they had been made carefully and without hurry. The police had reason to question the situation's simplicity because this did not fit the typical profile. But the tragedy's news spread swiftly. Camera crews and reporters started congregating outside Pratibha's house. When he heard of her death, her father was devastated. He was so distraught and perplexed by what might have happened to their daughter that he and his wife left right away for Kanpur. A local hospital took Pratibha's body for an autopsy, but there were problems with the procedure. Colleagues and community members criticized the temporary transportation of a judge's body. Her body was left in a corner of the hallway until the examination could start, which sparked criticism from the public and raised concerns about how the police handled the case. Late at night, medical professionals conducted the autopsy and attempted to solve the tragic and intricate puzzle. Abhishek frequently described how he discovered his wife in that depressing condition, but it became evident that something was amiss when the forensic team showed up. He brought up the ceiling fan, which was questioned. He claimed that even though Pratibha had been suspended from it, the mystery was only made more complex by the bloodstains on the fan blade. The smudges were long, as though her arms had simply touched the blades, devoid of the typical patterns of spatter that accompany physical injury. The scene looked too neat, too perfect. There were questions about the ceiling fan itself. It was obviously not strong enough to bear an adult's weight. There were no indications of bending or damage, which would have been expected from a real attempt to use it. Investigators were beginning to suspect a problem. Abhishek claimed that in order to enter the apartment, he had broken down the door. "I have to force it open," he insisted. Investigators soon discovered, though, that the lock was merely minor damage and was still operational. He claimed a forced entry, but the door opened and closed without any problems. It wouldn't have worked so well if it had been disassembled. The police's suspicions of Abhishek were strengthened by this detail. The physical evidence didn't seem to support his version of events. The lead officer concentrated on getting all the details straight during the interrogation. Abhishek meticulously detailed his journey from Delhi, including every stop and piece of evidence, including his call logs, toll receipts, and surveillance footage. He said that during his journey, he made several calls to Pratibha. It seemed suspicious that he provided so much information without much prodding, as if he had foreseen the questions and had prepared his responses beforehand. The police demanded that Abhishek stay for additional interrogation, despite his repeated requests to be released, claiming that he had done everything in his power to aid the investigation. Being an accomplished attorney, he was aware that there might be many details at the crime scene that could be important, and his in-depth familiarity with these details made his story seem too polished and well-rehearsed. But when investigators learned that Abhishek did not call the police right away after finding Pratibha, the real questions started to come to light. The police station was a mile or two from the apartment, so he got in his car and drove there instead. Most people would automatically contact emergency services right away in such a circumstance, but Abhishek would not. He clarified that he wasn't sure what to do and was in shock and confusion. Although he only went to the station once, he said he had attempted to get help twice. Investigators thought they were dealing with something much more complicated than it initially seemed because of the contradictions, strange details, and disparities in his story. Even with his assured answers, Abhishek was beginning to come across as someone who knew the answers to every question, but the reality of what actually transpired on that fateful day was still unknown. Investigators understood that Abhishek might hold the secret to solving the case, and that the solution was still a ways off. Security kept a close eye on everything that took place in this residential colony. It had security posts and guarded entrances, and was inhabited by senior government officials. But Abhishek didn't ask the guards for assistance when he realized the apartment door wouldn't open. Why not? Investigators were immediately drawn to this question, because anyone else in a similar circumstance would probably turn to those around them for help. In addition to the increasing number of troubling details regarding his behavior, this lack of action seemed suspicious. When he drove to the police station after locating Pratibha, another odd detail surfaced, according to Abhishek. When he left, he didn't tell the guards at the colony's entrance what had happened. He could have gone up to them, which probably would have sped up the police call. Rather, he just climbed into his vehicle and left. His account was further called into question by investigators, who saw this as yet another warning sign. Pratibha's parents were horrified by what they saw when they got to the scene. Their sorrow soon gave way to rage. They publicly charged Abhishek and his family with being behind her death. They said Abhishek had made her living conditions intolerable, put her under continual pressure, and limited her ability to communicate with her family. In order to substantiate their allegations, Pratibha's father submitted a report to the police asking that Abhishek be charged with coercion and causing harm. Either Abhishek was directly responsible for her death, he claimed, or his actions had caused her to die this way. As a judge, Pratibha was a successful and self-reliant woman who was used to running her own affairs. For 6 years, she had been independent. Her family found it hard to accept that she would voluntarily hurt herself. She had never displayed any signs of distress or malice, they remembered. This made one wonder, what might have motivated her to do this? 4 seasoned medical professionals performed the autopsy on the evening of October 9 and came up with startling results. Asphyxiation was the cause of death, which suggests foul play. Her body had marks that suggested she had been struck by a metal object. In addition, she had 3 deep cuts on her neck and 14 cuts on her arms and wrists. Everything pointed to a struggle, a last-ditch effort to resist. The most unexpected discovery made about Pratibha before her death was that she was 3.5 months pregnant. The investigation was further complicated by this detail. How could a pregnant woman who was in a responsible role at work choose to hurt herself? The presence of bruises and other marks didn't fit the scenario where she may have caused the injuries and suffocated herself. Why did her body show so many signs of damage? Abhishek started to exhibit signs of discomfort as the questioning went on. His answers, which had been confident, became uncertain. Investigators took notice of his hesitation and self-contradiction. He might be concealing something, and these were obvious clues. He was eventually arrested for additional interrogation. The police were aware that this case needed to be handled carefully. Abhishek practiced law. His brother-in-law was a prominent figure in the judiciary, as was his father, a retired judge. Any mistake could have dire consequences. Public pressure and his family's influence were major factors when Abhishek appeared in court to set bail terms. The judge restricted his confinement to 7 hours rather than the usual amount of time. Investigators and Pratibha's family members were not happy with this decision, because they thought Abhishek was treated too lightly, considering the seriousness of the charges. Pratibha's body was given to her family after the autopsy was finished. Her parents, siblings, and other family members were devastated. They remembered how Pratibha had sounded quiet when she called home in recent months. She avoided talking about her personal life and shared few details, and now all those little clues seemed like warning signs they might have missed. The case became more complicated every day, and the solutions appeared farther off. After seizing Abhishek's phone, the police started going through all of his emails, calls, and messages. They found that during the past few months their relationship had becoming more tense. Nearly every message from Abhishek was tinged with annoyance, and they frequently argued about their plans for the family and the future of their child. Although no one was yet certain of the extent to which these sinister undertones would spread, this increased the investigators' suspicions. Abhishek had to endure hours of interrogation while the investigators watched him. With every new question and piece of evidence, the pressure increased and his burden grew heavier. Abhishek finally broke down and said the words that changed everything one day. When he was so tired and on the verge of an emotional collapse, he admitted it. The words were a painful, unwilling admission that came reluctantly, as if drawn from deep within. It was shocking and horrifying to hear him admit his part in Pratibha's demise. Abhishek disclosed that his thoughts and feelings were distorted by years of internalized jealousy and resentment. It all began when he failed the exam and continued to practice law, while Pratibha earned her place as a judge. This status difference turned into a major source of internal conflict. He found it hard to believe that his wife had accomplished more than he had, and that her family publicly disapproved of him. His emotions became more destructive with every day that went by. Then she found out she was pregnant. It represented their love and their hope for the future for Pratibha. She thought the baby would improve her relationship with her parents and strengthen their marriage. Pratibha's mother was ecstatic and intended to help her daughter, even meeting to talk about their future together. However, this news felt like yet another setback for Abhishek. He experienced fear and a greater sense of alienation in place of happiness. He saw the pregnancy as a further erosion of his independence, an increase in his responsibilities, and a widening of the gap between him and Pratibha. Abhishek's friends knew him as someone who liked to live a carefree life. He was known for his parties, independence, and lack of responsibility. Now, he was overcome with fear at the thought of becoming a father. He started to coerce Pratibha into thinking about getting an abortion, but she adamantly refused. The tension between them only grew as a result of her unwavering desire to keep the child. He became increasingly frustrated with her every time she smiled and tried to show him that their future might be promising. He was stuck. The situation only got worse. Abhishek began to have even more influence over Pratibha's life. He cut off her communication with her parents and grew more and more envious of her achievements and career. At home, Pratibha's world was dominated by control and anxiety, despite her independence and success at work. The turning point came when Pratibha's mother said she wanted to see her in early October. Abhishek's response was furious. The fact that Pratibha had disregarded him and contacted her family was too much for him to handle. He insisted that she cease all correspondence, but Pratibha refused to back down. She vowed to stand up for her rights, keep her child, and refuse to compromise. For Abhishek, those words were the last straw. His fear of losing control, his sense of failure, and his jealousy all came to a head. Her strength and independence were too much for him to handle anymore. On that fateful day, things got out of hand. Now that he was seated across from the investigators, Abhishek talked about his anxieties, his overwhelming jealousy, and how he couldn't tolerate her independence and success. The investigators, however, believed there was more to the story even after his admission. The deeper secrets of their relationship had not yet been revealed, and it appeared likely that Abhishek had only told a portion of the truth. Things started out quickly and unexpectedly when Pratibha told Abhishek she was going to Delhi, in spite of his strong protests. On October 7, Abhishek was at a resort unwinding with friends. He was startled by the news. He made the decision to go back to Delhi right away. He left his friends behind, gave up his break, and went home. Pratibha reached Delhi by train on October 8. In the hopes that a face-to-face discussion would improve their relationship, she was met by an irate and agitated Abhishek. He loaded her into the car, and as they drove, the tension increased and turned into a furious dispute. Shouting broke out during the exchange, and Pratibha finally had enough. Declaring she was going back to Kanpur, she got out of the car in the middle of the road and started to walk away. Abhishek's eyes were burning with rage as he watched her. "Do as you please," he yelled after her. However, his feelings overcame him after a short while, and he chose to follow her. It took Abhishek about 9 hours to drive to Kanpur during the night and arrive at Pratibha's apartment in the posh Circuit House colony. On the morning of October 9, it was around 5 or 5:30 in the morning. Since most neighbors kept to themselves and the colony was known for its security, he had some leeway to act undetected. The tension that had grown over the previous few months exploded when Abhishek walked into the apartment. He started slapping a stick at Pratibha. She tried to stop him, but he persisted. As the blows did not satisfy his rage, he cut her arms, body, and neck with a blade. Despite her best efforts, Pratibha lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Abhishek intensified his actions upon realizing she was still alive. He reached for a scarf, pulled it tight around her neck, and held it there until she exhaled. Breathless, standing over her, he started to realize the seriousness of his actions. He needed to hide his tracks now. He tried to hang Pratibha from the ceiling fan to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, but the fan was not strong enough to support the weight. It looked like it might shatter. Abhishek left her body on the ground after realizing that this plan would fail. Knowing that it might expose his intentions and motivations, he swiftly looked around the apartment for anything that might implicate him and took Pratibha's phone. Trying not to draw attention, he left the apartment at around 6 in the morning and made his way to his car before leaving the Circuit House neighborhood. However, he did not immediately call the police. Rather, Abhishek paused on a calm Kanpur street to collect his thoughts and prepare his statement to the authorities. Every detail would be important, he knew. He didn't visit the Kanpur Cant police station until 3 hours later, at approximately 9 in the morning. He claimed to have discovered Pratibha dead in the apartment when he reported her death there. Inconsistencies in his behavior were immediately observed by the police. Why hadn't he reported the incident sooner? Why hadn't he gotten help right away, rather than taking some time to think about what to do next? The investigators were particularly interested in these questions. Abhishek was taken into custody for additional interrogation after making his initial statement. The police started a thorough investigation of the crime scene in the meantime. The scarf that was used to kill Pratibha was discovered, but the blade that was used to injure her was gone. Suspicions increased as a result. Abhishek had obviously tried to conceal evidence and mislead the investigation, indicating that a comprehensive and intricate investigation would be necessary to find the truth. Abhishek put Pratibha's driver and housekeeper on leave the day before the incident, which at first glance appeared to be a random coincidence, but turned out to be a component of his scheme. Following Abhishek's arrest, his parents promptly fled, evading all police requests. After taking notice, the court ordered the seizure of their assets and issued an arrest warrant for them, pending their appearance for interrogation. Abhishek's parents appealed to the Supreme Court in an effort to defend themselves. They were successful in getting the warrant temporarily stayed, but on October 18, the court in Kanpur ordered their voluntary surrender. To cooperate with the current investigation, Abhishek's parents showed up at the Chief Magistrate's court. Abhishek, meanwhile, tried several times to get bail. He filed petitions with the Supreme Court, the High Court, and the Session Court, among other courts. But every request was turned down. He could not be released due to the seriousness of the charges and the possible danger to the investigation. After several years, Abhishek had been incarcerated for almost 5 years by 2022. After a protracted legal battle and multiple appeals and counter-motions, the High Court finally granted him bail in April 2022, but this was only a short-term solution. The case was still being reviewed, and a verdict has not yet been rendered. Despite all of their efforts, Abhishek's family persisted in demanding his exoneration, while the police and prosecutors persisted in their attempts to establish his guilt. Both parties are still engaged in a fight for justice, while the investigation continues, and the final ruling is still pending. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A prosperous physician living 2 lives, a future mother in need, a watchful twin sister. Additionally, an overheard conversation made the innocent victim aware of what was going on. This story had everything it needed to be one of the most dramatic. The media, however, mostly ignored it. The story, however, followed the finest traditions of Greek tragedy and took place in Ohio in the 2000s. It took not 1, but 2 deftly placed traps to capture the offender, whose behavior and intentions will cause you to reevaluate your level of trust in the people you let into your home and your heart. Michelle Baker was prepared to become a wife and mother at the age of 33. When her friend introduced her to the amiable young physician Maynard Mincing, happiness appeared to be imminent. The 33-year-old Maynard had prior married life experience. They had similar interests in medicine and a desire to assist others, because Michelle was an EMT in the fire department, because Maynard was the ideal woman, successful, attractive, and charming. Michelle thought she had won the lottery. The relationship between Michelle and Maynard was like a fairy tale from today. Her boyfriend moved into Michelle's home in Hoover Heights, Ohio within a month. Maynard's children from a previous marriage would visit on the weekends. Michelle saw how happy he was spending time with his children and knew he would be ecstatic when she informed him that he would once again be a father. She was right. There were no limits to his joy. Maynard started searching for a new house right away so that the young family could live together, and he paid $320,000 for a beautiful and comfortable nest. When Maynard proposed that they go to Key West, Florida, where they would get married at sunset while standing barefoot on the sandy beach, Michelle was ecstatic. The enamored couple left for Florida, but Maynard changed his mind on the first day of their romantic weekend. In order to have a traditional ceremony with his family present, he requested that Michelle postpone the impromptu wedding. Michelle ignored this obviously fabricated justification because she still fervently desired to start a family. The two went to a restaurant for dinner that night. The meal went smoothly, but Michelle felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and saw some faint bleeding after she left. She was terrified that she might lose the baby, of course. She was relieved that there was nothing to be concerned about because her fiancé was a doctor. He asked her to try to fall asleep after putting her in bed. The pain went away the following day, but when she got home, Michelle thought it wouldn't hurt to visit Dr. John Shea, her physician. When the doctor confirmed that the fetus was developing normally, she exhaled with relief. Since it was Michelle's first pregnancy, he was sure she was just concerned. She was concerned that the fetus might be affected because she had endometriosis in the past. However, Michelle had a challenging pregnancy. Unidentified spasms and inexplicable bleeding became frequent occurrences, perplexing the medical staff who were unable to come up with a clear explanation. Maynard, who would soon marry Michelle and be the father of their child, thought it would be the ideal opportunity to confess his lingering feelings for his ex-girlfriend, Tammy Wynn, as if the physical suffering wasn't enough. To all of their friends, Maynard had painted Tammy as a horrible person, despite their complex past. As it happened, he was unable to forget her. After realizing that this was the true cause of her boyfriend's wedding postponement, Michelle valued his candor and chose to put even more effort into their relationship rather than break it off. But on July 1, 2000, Michelle's confidence in her future husband swiftly dwindled. Michelle stayed at home taking care of her own chores while Maynard went out of town to go fishing with a friend. Michelle switched on the radio and tuned into a local station, lost in her activities. She heard her beloved order a song for another girl, and it hit her like a ton of bricks. Maynard's voice sounded exactly like the caller. Michelle stood frozen, listening to the discussion with great interest. Michelle's heart fell when the DJ asked the man his name and he said, "Maynard." She was suspicious of her fiancé's true location. She requested a ride from her neighbor to Maynard's ex-girlfriend Tammy's house. When she saw them together on the street, her suspicions were validated. Michelle went up to the man and told him she was ending their relationship. When Tammy entered the discussion, she disclosed that she was unaware that Maynard was living with Michelle. "I'm staying with a friend," he had been telling her. The unfaithful fiancé was immediately evicted from Michelle's house. However, the man wasted no time in attempting to regain Michelle's favor. He called her a few days later and asked her to join him for a picnic so they could chat. He asked Michelle if they could reconcile and expressed regret for his error. She pardoned him because he seemed so sincere, but when Michelle became really ill, the picnic had to be called off. She was in such terrible shape that she was unable to even leave the park restroom. Her bleeding and cramps came back, but this time she also experienced the inability to keep food down. The doctor, who Michelle rushed to see, found nothing alarming. The doctor determined that stress was the cause of her symptoms after the ultrasound revealed that the baby was healthy. Michelle's twin sister, however, saw a fascinating coincidence. She asked Michelle if she found it odd that she was in excruciating pain whenever they were with Maynard. Michelle's sister's suggestion appalled her. She recalled that Maynard had poured her drink at the picnic before the second severe pain episode, and that he had brought glasses from the bar during their dinner in Florida just before she became ill the first time. With her drinks, though, what could he have done? Even though they had discussed the wedding once more and their relationship appeared to be back to normal, Michelle couldn't deny her sister's sensible observation. She also couldn't get rid of the impression that Maynard and his ex-girlfriend weren't entirely over. Michelle once again followed her gut and drove to Tammy's house, where her fiancé's car was parked. when Maynard informed her that he would take the kids to Florida for the weekend. Through an open window, she could hear a conversation between two people she saw inside. She was stunned by what she heard. Maynard responded that he thought he had already dealt with the child when Tammy asked him what he intended to do about it. Michelle came to the conclusion that the only way to keep Maynard as far away from the child as possible was to call the police. Michelle went to report her suspicions to the police. The detectives, however, were dubious after hearing her story and found it hard to accept that someone would try something so unbelievable. They had never seen anything like it in all the years they had worked as police. Although department rules forbade testing pregnant women, the police wanted Michelle to take a lie detector test. As a result, they rejected the notion and told her up front that, given Dr. Minsing's professional status, they would require strong evidence before they could arrest him. Michelle had to handle things herself because there wasn't much they could do in the interim. Michelle demonstrated her abilities as a true detective. With the assistance of a friend, she concealed a tiny video camera inside a fake plant on the kitchen counter and arranged the flowers so that it recorded everything that took place behind the kitchen table. Then, like all famous spies, she asked her boyfriend to join her for dinner and asked him to pour her a soda as she grilled steaks outside. Michelle excused herself under a false pretense and proceeded to the bathroom to pour the soda into a bottle after Maynard handed her her glass. She was horrified to find residue of some substance, not a tiny bit but a noticeable amount of some sort of drug at the bottom of the glass. She calmly poured the soda from the hidden bottle into the glass and went back to the table, trying not to show that she was in shock. However, Maynard kept getting calls from Tammy, so Michelle was unable to continue dinner in a composed manner. "Do you know why Tammy is upset?" he asked Michelle over the phone after he finally left. Michelle wasn't too worried about Tammy's feelings after finding out that her fiancé had been giving her drugs in her drinks, but when she gently inquired as to why Tammy was upset, Maynard surprised her once more by revealing that they had secretly wed earlier that week. Michelle's determination to protect her unborn child outweighed her feelings of hurt and rage over her beloved's betrayal. She immediately took the soda bottle to the police. An expert concluded that Cytotec, a drug used to treat stomach ulcers and induce labor, had been added to the soda. When used carelessly, though, it can also have lethal effects on the fetus. Legally speaking, the detectives had a problem even though they believed Michelle. They didn't have any proof that Maynard put the substance in the glass. In court, a skilled attorney would contend that Michelle falsified it in order to frame her cheating fiancé. The police therefore set up a trap for themselves. When the detectives asked Michelle to inform him that her pregnancy was going well during one of Maynard's phone calls, he invited her to dinner and gave her another dose of the drug. On August 14, 2000, two police officers hid in the garage while hiding a small camera inside a firefighter figurine that was placed on Michelle's kitchen counter. The police stormed into the kitchen and arrested Maynard for attempted murder as soon as they saw him trying to serve Michelle one of his special cocktails. "I hope these are prenatal vitamins," one of the officers said to Maynard, gesturing to the enigmatic material he was holding. The police discovered even more of the same substance in Maynard's vehicle. The doctor was forced to confess after laboratory tests revealed that Cytotec was present in the beverage. Maynard provided an apologetic justification for his horrible act, effectively acknowledging that he had poisoned his ex-fiancée in order to solve the issue. Maynard responded in the affirmative when asked if he thought the child was a problem. Michelle kept going to the doctor once a week and getting ultrasounds once a month. The fetus appeared to be growing normally in spite of multiple doses of the drug, but Michelle went into labor just before Maynard's trial, at 28 weeks of pregnancy. She gave birth to a stillborn daughter, whom she named Michaela. Michelle was surrounded by family and friends in the hospital room, where they were able to bid Michaela farewell and give her one last hug. It was impossible to ascertain whether Michaela's death was caused by Cytotec's effects, because the coroner could not detect any traces of the drug in the placenta. Prosecutors reached agreements with Tammy and Maynard to spare Michelle and her family from a torturous legal process. Tammy was given a 5-year probationary period and 100 hours of community service after acknowledging her guilt about getting the medication with a prescription while working as a nurse. Maynard received a 5-year prison sentence. In the United States, the two spouses would never again be able to work in the medical industry. Maynard startled the people in the courtroom during the trial by declaring that the child's death was the result of a higher power's intervention. In addition to displaying no remorse during the sentencing, and without pleading with Michelle for forgiveness, Maynard asserted that their daughter's death was the will of a higher power, and that the experience would make him stronger. His statement shocked even Judge Barbara Gorman. Judge Gorman said to Maynard, "I must say it was one of the strangest statements I have ever heard. You are a disgrace to your profession, in my opinion. All of this is the consequence of what you did. You must accept responsibility for what transpired." Although the spouse's sentences may be viewed as being rather light, Michelle is aware that Maynard will eventually face consequences for his actions in the afterlife. She made the decision to strike him where it hurt the most, his wallet, in the interim. Michelle Baker sued Tammy Mincing and Maynard Mincing for $3,500,000 in August 2002 over what had happened to her daughter. Orally and in writing, Maynard made it clear time and again that his goal was to get rid of the child. His spouse did not want him to be involved with the child in any way. Michelle's attorneys were therefore certain that they would prevail in the case. The success of Michelle's lawsuit is unknown, but it was made public in 2007 that Maynard filed for bankruptcy. In 2013, the Mincing name reappeared in the obituary of Maynard's father, a prominent local youth organization founder. Tammy and Maynard Mincing were still married and resided in Ohio, according to the note. Whether or not Maynard meant to murder Michelle is unknown, but at least he chose to end her pregnancy against her will. However, Michelle made it clear to Maynard that she did not ask him to be involved in the child's life or to provide financial support, so he could have accomplished his goals without his heinous scheme. He must have been aware of Michelle's strong desire to have children and cruelly denied her the chance to begin a new family life with a fresh start. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After making a late-night roadside help call in January 2013, 26-year-old Texas father Brandon Mason Lawson disappeared. When his car was discovered abandoned, what had started out as a typical night took an enigmatic turn. Brandon's voice shook in terror as he called 911 in a panic, whispering that he was being pursued and desperately needed assistance. Brandon remained a mystery despite a great deal of searching and investigation, leaving his friends and family in a desperate search for answers. What actually transpired that evening, and who was he fleeing from? Let's investigate the enigma. Brandon Lawson was an oil field worker from San Angelo, Texas at the time of his disappearance. According to reports, he was a devoted partner to his girlfriend, Ledessa Lofton, whom he had dated for 10 years, and a loving father to 4 children. Ledessa was the stepmother of Brandon's oldest daughter and the mother of their 3 children. Brandon's recent drug relapse, which resulted in his inexplicable absences, caused Ledessa great concern. Their bond was forged over years of shared experiences and the difficulties of raising a family together, despite the usual ups and downs in their relationship. But Brandon, like a lot of young people, had his share of difficulties. He had previously abused drugs, particularly methamphetamines, but according to reports, he had been clean for roughly 6 months prior to the night of his disappearance. His friends and family knew him as a strong, industrious man who was trying to change his life. However, he had previously been overcome by the hold of addiction, and he was burdened by the strain of juggling his demanding work in the oil industry with his family life. The events leading to Brandon's disappearance began on the evening of August 8, 2013, when he and Ledessa got into a fight. It started off like any other evening. After a long day of work, Brandon got home in San Angelo between 10:45 and 11 p.m. Brandon and Ledessa got into a heated argument. Although it was initially unclear what specifically started the argument, Ledessa later disclosed that she became irritated and suspicious when Brandon failed to come home the night before. After the argument grew more heated, Brandon made the decision to leave the house at 11:30 p.m. About 3 hours' drive from San Angelo, he called his father and said he was coming to his home in Crowley, Texas. He left Ledessa behind and climbed into his silver Ford F-150 at 11:54 p.m. At the time, She didn't think much of it and assumed he would calm down and come back. Ledessa later reflected on the altercation in a 2018 interview, explaining that it was caused by a number of factors. The recent birth of their youngest son, which created additional stressors between them, and Brandon's rigorous work schedule, which involved more than 60 hours per week, were major contributing factors. Ledessa acknowledged the emotional weight of her words and conveyed her sincere regret for the argument. She acknowledged that she put a lot of the blame on herself. The memory of their most recent altercation still plagued her, and she remarked, "I will never get those words back." Brandon called his brother Kyle at around 12:30 a.m. on August 9 to let him know that he had run out of gas on Highway 277 close to the tiny town of Bronte. The town of Bronte is surrounded by a broad, rocky region of desert and hills. It is surrounded by rough, harsh terrain, including dry riverbeds, rocky outcrops, and steep hills. There aren't many people living there, and it's secluded. There aren't many services in the area, and cell phone service is scarce. During the night, the sky is so dark that only the stars can be seen. The wind is the only thing breaking the heavy silence. Being stuck in a location like this can quickly turn into a major issue. Brandon Lawson experienced precisely this on the evening of August 9, 2013. Just outside of Bronte, on Highway 277, his truck ran out of gas. All of a sudden, he found himself isolated in a remote location, vulnerable to the hostile surroundings. All he could do was wait for his brother. Kyle remembered that Brandon sounded uncontrollable during one of their calls. He informed Kyle that he was being pursued, which clearly caused concern. Brandon clarified that the Mexicans in the neighborhood were pursuing him when Kyle asked for more information. Kyle, still perplexed, inquired as to whether Brandon was hallucinating as a result of drug use, but Brandon denied it. Kyle didn't know what was happening, but he was worried. In order to assist Brandon, he hurried to Ledessa's house with his wife and their 4-year-old child to get a fuel can. Kyle continued to try to contact his brother while they were driving. However, Brandon never seemed able or willing to engage in a full conversation when they spoke. Kyle tried his hardest to communicate and gain a comprehensive understanding of Brandon's predicament, but their brief and fragmented exchanges added mystery to an already perplexing situation. One of the most important and perplexing pieces of evidence in the case is the distressing 911 call that Brandon made at 12:50 a.m. Due to routing errors, the 911 call was sent to a nearby nursing home in Robert Lee, Texas. Brandon's voice was erratic and panicked during the call. Some phrases stood out among his difficult-to-understand words. The dispatcher tried to question Brandon, who was obviously perplexed by the call, but his answers were jumbled and ambiguous. He appeared to be in a panic and said that he was being chased into the woods and that he needed help right away. Even though the call was unclear, it was clear that Brandon was upset and thought someone was chasing him. The phone logs that precede Brandon's disappearance are broken down as follows. Kyle left a voicemail at 12:51 a.m. after Brandon claimed he was being pursued. After their argument, Brandon attempted to call Ledessa, but was unsuccessful because she had left her phone in her car. When Kyle's wife called Brandon as well, and Kyle called him again without getting a response, the urgency increased. Brandon called his neighbor at 12:57 a.m., but this did not provide any answers. Brandon was contacted by a nursing home dispatcher regarding his previous 911 call at 1:04 a.m. Brandon then called Kyle 3 more times at 1:09 a.m. He informed Kyle that he was bleeding while running through a field during one of these calls. In a subsequent interview, Kyle stated that he didn't believe Brandon was gravely injured. He thought his brother had just tripped or been in a small mishap. Brandon then called Kyle one last time at 1:15 a.m. This would be the final calls he made from his phone before it became silent. That night is depicted as chaotic by this series of calls. Brandon was obviously in distress and was attempting to contact his neighbor, brother, girlfriend, and even 911. However, meaningful communication was almost impossible because of bad cell reception, his panic, and perhaps the hazardous and dark terrain. The uncertainty surrounding his last moments was further compounded by the confusion between his calls and his family's efforts to find him. When a truck driver called to report that Brandon's truck was parked dangerously on the side of the road, a Coke County Sheriff's deputy arrived at the scene at around 1 a.m. Kyle had also arrived at the scene by the time the deputy did, but Brandon was nowhere to be seen. During a phone conversation with Kyle at 1:18 a.m., Brandon claimed to be able to see both Kyle and the deputy from his hiding place, saying, "I can see you. I'm right here." However, neither Kyle nor the deputy were able to see Brandon anywhere near the truck or the surrounding area, which further complicated the situation. Kyle believed Brandon was attempting to elude the police because he had an active warrant for his arrest in Johnson County on a charge of drug possession with intent to deliver. Brandon didn't want to be caught, he reasoned, especially since the deputy was already there. Kyle and the deputy didn't have all the information necessary to comprehend what was actually going on because they were unaware that Brandon had called 911 earlier. Later, Kyle stated that he didn't believe he was in danger. Kyle made the decision to drive a short distance up the road after speaking with the deputy. After the deputy left, he parked farther down in the hopes that Brandon would emerge from hiding. After waiting there for 30 to 45 minutes, Kyle decided that everything was okay and departed for San Angelo. When Brandon failed to appear, Kyle went back to the location where his truck had run out of gas at around 5 in the morning on August 9. Once more, Brandon failed to show up when he called for his brother. A deputy reported that a small private search team had been assembled to find Brandon on August 11. A few days later, they searched until about noon without discovering anything significant, having begun at about 8 a.m. The only hint they found was a tiny spot beneath a tree where it appeared someone had taken a seat. This location was visible from his truck and near the road. There were no additional indications of Brandon or his whereabouts, despite Kyle and the search team's best efforts, leaving his family with more questions than answers. Many theories have been proposed in the years following Brandon's disappearance. Some stem from the peculiarity of his last phone conversations, while others are based on the case's facts. The notion that Brandon might have been the victim of foul play is one of the most talked about theories. There has been conjecture that Brandon came into contact with someone or something dangerous on the evening of August 9, 2013, after he reported being chased into the woods in his 911 call. Some have even proposed that drug use may have played a role. People question whether Brandon was in danger, possibly a drug deal gone wrong or a run-in with violent people while stuck on the highway, given that he had used methamphetamines just before the incident. But this theory is called into question by the paucity of evidence. There were no reports of other cars in the vicinity at the time, and no evidence of a struggle was discovered close to his truck. Many people were left wondering whether foul play was involved, where it occurred, and who was involved, because the scene surrounding the truck was oddly undisturbed. The idea that Brandon may have intentionally vanished is another theory that has gained some traction. At the time, his life was complicated. Maybe he took extreme action because of his tumultuous relationship with his girlfriend, personal problems, and legal troubles. According to some, Brandon might have taken advantage of the circumstance to flee his life and start over somewhere else. There is some circumstantial evidence to support this theory. The key to Brandon's pickup truck, which had been left partially over the white line on the road, was in his possession, alone. Law enforcement started looking into the incident shortly after the truck was towed on August 9, 2013, at around 8 a.m. Assigned to the case, Deputy Neal looked for indications of activity at a number of nearby properties. The deputy wanted to find out if Brandon might have sought shelter or water on any of these properties, many of which were only used during certain seasons, but Neal couldn't find any evidence that Brandon had been there. After LaDessa formally reported missing on August 13, Texas Ranger Nick Hanna, who was now in charge of the case, searched the area in a helicopter. Brandon was nowhere to be seen when they flew over the area close to Highway 277 and the Colorado River. One intriguing finding from the helicopter search was that there was enough exposed ground for someone who was lying down or hiding to have probably been seen from above. Deputies came to the conclusion that Brandon Lawson had left Coke County as a result of this. The deputy wrote in his final report that he didn't think Brandon was hiding or lost in the area. He based his conclusion on several factors. According to Kyle Lawson, Brandon was probably hiding in the brush close to his truck so the deputy wouldn't find him. Nevertheless, the truck and its surroundings showed no indications of foul play. Above all, Brandon and LaDessa's text messages from the night of his disappearance suggested a furious dispute. Neal thought Brandon most likely walked back to the road and hitched a ride from a passing car after he and Kyle left the scene. The idea that Brandon purposefully vanished has only grown stronger as a result of his ongoing absence over the years. The region was going through a serious drought when he vanished. They were able to identify small items like corn sacks from the air during aerial searches. They could have easily seen Brandon if he had been on the ground. In addition, the river in the region was incredibly low, only reaching knee-deep in its deepest sections. These circumstances implied that Brandon would have been discovered during their searches if he had been in the region. Brandon's active warrant for possession with intent to deliver was also mentioned by the deputy as a potential explanation for his disappearance. He surmised that Brandon might have chosen to flee in order to stay out of legal hot water. The fact that Brandon cashed in his $401,000 with Renegade Oil Services shortly before going missing, potentially as part of a disappearance plan, lends more credence to this theory. Kyle Lawson was asked to meet with Sheriff McCutcheon, Ranger Hannah, and a Johnson County investigator at the same location where Brandon's warrant had been issued several months after Brandon vanished. They interrogated Kyle about his role, asking whether he had hurt or assisted his brother in getting away. In the end, Kyle asked for a polygraph to clear his name. Kyle claims that he passed the test on hurting his brother, despite some inconsistencies brought on by coughing during the exam. The accidental death or lost in the wilderness theory is another explanation for his disappearance. Arid and rocky, Highway 277 is home to cacti, thorny bushes, and dangerous creatures like wild hogs and rattlesnakes. This belief appears to be supported by the thorough searches that have been conducted, but every lead has ended in disappointment, with no sign of him. According to the final theory, Brandon's recent use of methamphetamines may have caused him to suffer from drug-induced hallucinations or paranoia. Severe paranoia, disorientation, and unpredictable conduct are all possible side effects of methamphetamine, especially if the user has been up for a long time. Brandon may have fled into the wilderness in a confused state, and his references to people chasing him may have been the product of a drug-induced hallucination. The term paranoia describes a strong mistrust or fear of other people, frequently coupled with illogical ideas or convictions that someone or something is trying to hurt them. Even when there are no actual external threats, paranoia in the context of drug use can show up as an elevated sense of threat or danger. Brandon's strange phone calls may be explained by this theory, but it doesn't address the question of what happened to him after he fled his truck. Did the weather get to him? Did he get stuck somewhere inaccessible or fall into a ravine? His family was left in a difficult position after Brandon Lawson vanished, caught between hope and the harsh realities of life. Brad Lawson, his father, struggles with mixed feelings. He is plagued by nightmares in which Brandon is still alive, possibly coerced into slave labor by a cartel. Even though he is aware that the likelihood of Brandon surviving is remote, the possibility of foul play seems limitless, and Brad can't get rid of the thought that his son might still be out there somewhere. Is it possible that Brandon was being followed that evening? Did he encounter death when he entered private property? Or was it a crime of opportunity, where someone walked by, saw his weakness, and took advantage of him? Lisa Lofton can't stand the uncertainty. She worries that her kids won't ever know what happened to their father when they grow up, get married, or even start a family of their own. She is troubled by the memory of that night, particularly the altercation they had before he vanished. She battles this guilt every day after hurtful words were exchanged. The odd 911 call Brandon made that evening serves as their final connection to him. It serves as a painful reminder of his last moments for Ledessa and her kids. His two older daughters try to understand his words as they listen to the recording on YouTube, but it only makes their heartache worse. Brad is adamant that his son did not simply flee. He contends that Brandon was not forced to leave his family because the arrest warrant was insufficient. Brandon was always prepared to accept the consequences because he had previously dealt with legal issues. He actually had plans for the future, including beginning a new job the Monday after his disappearance that would pay more and come with the fact that none of Brandon's possessions, including his phone, wallet, keys, or even his shoes, have ever been located only serves to further complicate matters. How someone could vanish so totally without leaving any trace is beyond his brother's comprehension. The family's suspicion that foul play was involved is only strengthened by this. Ledessa is hopeful that someone will eventually come forward because she thinks that someone out there is aware of what happened to Brandon. She is still plagued by unresolved questions, such as the identity of the dispatcher who spoke to Brandon that evening and the trucker who reported his pickup. Ledessa thinks that these individuals may possess important hints that could ultimately clarify what transpired. Ledessa can't help but notice the ominous tone of Brandon's 911 call, even though she tells herself that his disappearance might have been an accident. She finds it hard to accept that someone would hurt the man she cherished so much. Help Find Brandon Lawson, a Facebook page created by Brandon Lawson's friends and family, has received a lot of support and attention since it was created. The page has more than 2.0000 followers as of 2024, indicating that Brandon's unsolved disappearance has generated a lot of interest and concern. This website is a vital resource for disseminating news, details, and appeals pertaining to Brandon's case. It gives Brandon's family members a place to communicate with supporters, reminisce about Brandon, and coordinate efforts to keep his story in the public eye. The page encourages anyone with information regarding Brandon's whereabouts or the circumstances surrounding his disappearance to come forward, and plays a crucial part in the ongoing search for answers. Paula Boudreau, Ledessa's hired private investigator, has also been putting in a lot of effort to find hints. The sizable community that follows the Help Find Brandon Lawson Facebook page frequently provides her with leads. Boudreau has encountered challenges while searching the land with cadaver dogs and helicopters. On their property, some landowners have refused to permit searches. Prior to 2022, there had been no leads or noteworthy advancements in the hunt for Brandon Lawson. But at Brandon's last known location, a small search team made a breakthrough in early 2022. They notified the authorities after finding a pile of his clothing. Human remains were discovered nearby shortly after. The Help Find Brandon Lawson Facebook page announced in October 2023 that the clothing discovered and initial DNA results suggested the remains were probably Brandon's. To compare the genetic markers from the remains with Brandon's father's DNA, more tests were being conducted. The Texas Ranger in charge of the case said he was cautiously optimistic that the remains would be identified. There have been no new developments regarding the identification as of October 2024. 11 years have passed since Brandon vanished, and his family is still looking for answers. Unfortunately, because of their advanced state of decomposition, these remains have not yet been definitively identified, leaving little material for identification. A portion of the remains are destroyed each time a sample is taken out and examined. For upcoming DNA testing, it is therefore imperative to preserve as much as possible. In an attempt to extract enough DNA, the remains have been sent to 2 labs, but the results have been negative thus far. The family is unable to provide additional information regarding the investigation's current status or the other options the Texas Rangers were considering in June 2023 for identifying the remains. The finding of Brandon Lawson's remains is likely to put an end to the tragic and enigmatic case of his disappearance. Even with this possible resolution, there are still a lot of unsolved questions regarding what happened that evening. Even though they are thankful for some closure, his family might never find all the answers they are looking for. The anguish of not knowing a loved one's fate and the unpredictability of life are both highlighted in Brandon's story. It highlights the necessity of continual enhancements to search and rescue operations, particularly in isolated regions such as West Texas. The memories of Brandon Lawson will live on in the hearts of his loved ones and everyone who has followed his tragic story, even though the whole truth may never be known. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Generally speaking, psychopath is not a recognized diagnosis. Rather, it describes a variety of personality disorders that range in severity from mild to severe. Individuals with these conditions frequently exhibit a pronounced imbalance in their behavior and character. While some feelings and emotions are totally dominant, others are noticeably absent. These people are all characterized by a poor capacity for impulse and emotion control. Today's story perfectly captures the good and pleasant appearance of someone with these qualities, as well as the true nature of their uncontrollable and excessively strong emotional reactions. Young Australian Danielle Finlay Jones was looking for her own happiness when she came across the ideal man online. someone who vowed to love her no matter what. What resulted from this? You will soon learn. On October 20, 1991, Danielle Finlay Jones was born in Cranebrook, Western Sydney. Growing up with her older brother Blake, who had always protected and cared for her, she was the youngest of 2 siblings. When she was only 4 years old, her parents got divorced. Danielle and Blake remained with their mother Jacqueline following the divorce, and their father was hardly involved in their lives or upbringing. Sports were Danielle's passion from an early age. Although she engaged in multiple activities concurrently, soccer was always her favorite. She joined a neighborhood soccer team when she was a schoolgirl. Since the majority of the girls in her neighborhood preferred dance or gymnastics, she initially had to play with boys. Danielle went on to become the team's captain, win multiple major sporting honors, win the respect of her teammates, and win the admiration of the supporters. She eventually began coaching young teams, and in 2017, she even served as the face of a significant marketing campaign for women's soccer. Danielle studied education and social work at the University of Sydney after graduating from high school. After graduating, she continued to play sports while working as a teacher at a nearby school. By nature, Danielle was a fighter who never gave up and consistently succeeded in her endeavors. She excelled in both fields and was able to build a successful career in both. Danielle was described as bright, well-read, and gregarious by those who knew her. She effortlessly became the life of the party and had a great sense of humor. Danielle cherished fun, dancing, and raucous parties. She was regarded as an endless source of energy and a creative powerhouse. More than her attractive features and toned athletic body, Danielle Finlay Jones was well known for her generosity and readiness to assist those in need. Not surprisingly, she attracted attention, and numerous men attempted to win her love. But Danielle put her work and fitness above her personal life, putting relationships not only on the back burner, but also far behind her athletic and professional goals. Danielle remained in her mother Jacqueline's house even after she became an independent adult. They behaved more like best friends than mother and daughter because they were so close. They were verbally compatible, spent almost all of their free time together, and shared everything, including going to concerts, social gatherings, and even club nights. They never had significant arguments or secrets. Danielle started giving having children serious thought by the time she was in her 30s. Despite having a good job, a stable income, and a wide network of friends, she was still very lonely. She yearned for love and a fulfilling relationship with someone she could fully trust, someone she could spend her days with and grow old with. Danielle had a lot of admirers, but she had no experience in committed relationships. Despite dating and getting lots of attention, she had never considered her boyfriends to be life partners. She didn't hesitate to end the relationship if it ever got in the way of her professional or personal objectives. She was prepared for something more substantial and long-lasting now, though. Danielle regularly engaged with friends and acquaintances on the various social media platforms she actively maintained. Although she got a lot of messages from men who wanted to chat or ask her out, she thought that sincere relationships were more likely to occur on specialized dating sites. On the recommendation of her friends, she made a profile on the well-known app Tinder. Following months of chatting and swiping through various men, Danielle got a message from Ashley Gaddy, a handsome man. He was affable, kind, and charming, and he was 4 years her senior. Ashley proposed that they go on a date in person after a week of texting. Everything went well on their first date. They shared personal stories, laughed, and talked endlessly. They clicked right away and had a lot in common, making it seem like they had known each other for ages. With his warmth and sense of humor, Ashley won Danielle over with his charm and charisma. Danielle was so taken with Ashley after just a few dates that she chose to present him to her mother, Jacqueline, who was equally enchanted, fully approved Ashley, and thought he would make a wonderful husband and eventually a loving father. But it didn't take long for Ashley's actual character to emerge. He was intensely envious and domineering. Danielle was surprisingly unconcerned by this. She actually thought it was flattering. Before, no one had ever attempted to control her or dictate her choices, so this new dynamic felt novel and fascinating to her. Danielle interpreted Ashley's jealousy as an expression of affection and love. She even thought it was flattering. Ashley, however, was attempting to take complete control of her life and social relationships within a month of dating. Danielle did not raise any concerns, in spite of these warning signs. Rather, she chose to play the part of the ideal girlfriend and comply with his actions. Danielle made the shocking decision to ignore the clear indications that Ashley was not who he appeared to be. Ignoring his problematic behavior, she started to seriously plan their future together, even thinking about getting married. Her inexperience in committed relationships most likely contributed significantly to the course of events. Ashley kept up his portrayal of being compassionate and kind, telling Danielle that he had always wanted a family. She was greatly moved by this and became even more trusting of him. But the first person to notice that something was amiss was one of Danielle's closest friends. She observed that Ashley's jealousy occasionally turned into unpredictable actions, giving the impression that he was someone entirely different. However, Danielle ignored her friend's worries because she was too preoccupied with her own feelings. Danielle introduced Ashley to her mother and several close friends during their month-long relationship, but the majority of those in her social circle were only aware of him through her tales. Danielle intended to introduce Ashley to more of her friends at a friendly get-together at a well-known city bar on Saturday, December 17, 2022. The group got together at the bar to enjoy drinks, dancing, and light conversation during the evening. Ashley left a lasting impact. He was gregarious, courteous, and amiable. He and Danielle sat together all evening, frequently holding hands and grinning at each other. There was no sign of any impending conflict, and they appeared to be a happy and loving couple. Since Danielle had never intended to enter into committed long-term relationships, she had never introduced her previous boyfriends to her friends. However, things were different this time. Considering that they had only been dating for a little more than a month, she surprised everyone by presenting Ashley almost like a fiancé. Nevertheless, her friends recognized the significance of this relationship for her. Everything appeared to be going well until someone in the group proposed a game in which everyone would respond at random to daring and thought-provoking questions. People spontaneously came up with original and eccentric questions, and it was all in good fun. Danielle was asked if she had ever had a one-night stand with a stranger when it was her turn. There was silence in the room. Danielle paused, then smiled shyly and confessed that she had, obviously embarrassed. At that point, Ashley's attitude changed significantly. He became hostile and unpredictable, and his face hardened. He grabbed Danielle by the arm, twisted her around, and started shouting at her in front of everyone. Using harsh and derogatory language, he accused her of being careless and immoral. The other guests were taken aback and couldn't tell if Ashley was kidding or taking it seriously. As they observed Danielle, who seemed equally perplexed and taken by surprise, the atmosphere became awkward. Ashley's sudden outburst at her was beyond her comprehension. Ashley asserted that Danielle had denied answering a similar question about brief romantic encounters when he had asked her about it on their first date. Ashley took it personally, because she had now responded differently and in public. He experienced an uncontrollable and intense emotional reaction as a result of her thoughtless response in the playful game. He just blew up with rage, and his condition almost went out of control. Danielle felt bad about what had happened and attempted to defuse the situation, even though Ashley's response was wildly out of proportion. Ashley angrily shoved her away and hurried out of the bar when she tried to make amends. He persisted in the argument even outside, sending her a string of derogatory texts. Danielle expressed regret to her friends for the incident and promised to speak with Ashley in person to try to soothe him. She found him outside and stayed away from him for 15 minutes or so before they went back to the bar together. They resumed their seats with the group as though nothing had occurred. Although the awkward tension among those who had witnessed it persisted, it appeared that the argument had been settled. In an effort to prevent more confrontation, no one brought up the incident again. The group attributed it to stress, alcohol, and anxiety related to meeting new people. Ashley remained composed throughout the rest of the evening, which went by without incident. At midnight, the group started to disperse. Danielle had already made plans to spend the night with Ashley at her friend Taylor's house because she had a long way to go home. Taylor didn't mind because the bar was only a 20-minute drive from his suburban home. Rachel, Taylor's girlfriend, offered to drive them there since she hadn't had any alcohol that evening. On the lower level of his house, Taylor set up a comfortable guest room for Danielle and Ashley. It was a large bedroom with a separate bathroom. It was quiet and comfortable, with a few small windows near the ceiling that let in very little light. Thanking their host for his hospitality, Danielle and Ashley took their seats for the night. The couple appeared to be calm and collected, as if nothing had happened, and the earlier argument had apparently been forgotten. Taylor awoke to odd sounds emanating from the guest room at around 3 in the morning. Rachel, his girlfriend, also stirred and gave him a curious look. They heard what sounded like muffled cries and faint thuds. They ignored the sounds and returned to their sleep, assuming the couple had made up and were having a private moment. The house became quiet in a matter of minutes, and they slept peacefully until Taylor and Rachel woke up at 10:30 a.m. Their guests had not yet left the room, which surprised them. The couple chose not to bother them out of respect for their privacy and the assumption that they were getting some rest after the night before. However, as 2 p.m. drew closer, and Taylor went downstairs to see how Danielle and Ashley were doing, since they were still nowhere to be seen. He gently rapped on the door but received no answer. He knocked more loudly after a brief pause, but nothing changed. Taylor cautiously opened the door and took a quick look inside out of concern. It looked like the room was empty at first. There was no bed made. Danielle's shoes were carefully laid out on the floor and her clothes were slung over a chair. But there was something unnerving about the room's strange silence. A blanket on the floor close to the wall caught Taylor's attention as soon as he entered. He could see the outline of a body beneath it. Taylor hurried over and lifted the blanket in panic. Danielle was brutally attacked and strangled, and her lifeless body was found on the floor, naked. Her face had been reduced to a terrible jumble of blood and wounds, so badly deformed that it was nearly unrecognizable. Her body was cold and stiff, and she had no signs of life, as if she had been dead for hours. Ashley was nowhere to be seen, but the guest room's partially open window suggested that he might have gotten away undetected. Taylor told Rachel everything as she fled the room in terror. The couple called the police and emergency services right away because they were frightened and shaken. But for Danielle, it was too late. Only her death could be confirmed by paramedics. They initially determined that she had passed away at around 3 in the morning, which coincided with Taylor and Rachel hearing the odd sounds coming from the guest room. They might have been able to save her life if they had checked on her at that time. After Danielle's body was removed for forensic analysis, the horrific severity of her wounds was discovered. She had been severely beaten with bare hands, as evidenced by the multiple wounds she had sustained prior to her death. In addition to having multiple brain hemorrhages and a closed skull fracture from the vicious beating, she also had fractures to her nose, jaw, and cheekbone, as well as several teeth and one eye destroyed. The assailant seemed to have pinned her under his weight to keep her from fleeing, pushed her to the ground, and covered her mouth to silence her screams. Then he pounded his fist repeatedly, methodically hitting her head. Danielle probably passed out at some point, but the attack went on. With unrelenting aggression, the attacker alternated between fists and strikes. Mechanical asphyxiation was identified as Danielle's cause of death. Bare hands had been used to strangle her. Ashley was unquestionably guilty of the crime based on the evidence. He didn't try to hide his identity. He just washed his hands in the restroom after the act, changed into his clothes, and fled through the window, leaving his fingerprints on the frame. Investigators quickly found a witness who reported seeing someone leave Taylor's home at 4:30 in the morning. The neighbor described the man as a white man wearing clothing that matched Ashley's outfit that evening, but she was unable to get a clear picture of his face. Investigators were pursuing the suspect when they contacted Ashley's cell phone provider and acquired a recording of a call he made to his mother shortly after the crime, at around 4 a.m. Ashley was still in the room with Danielle's body when the call came in. His frantic state was evident in the conversation. He kept saying that he had done nothing wrong while sobbing uncontrollably. He claimed to have only found Danielle's body, while Ashley insisted that someone else had entered the room and hurt her. He sounded as though he was making a valiant effort to persuade himself and his mother of this made-up story. Luckily, authorities were able to track Ashley's location because he neglected to turn off his phone after the call. He had apparently tried to hide in a remote mountainous area where he had fled. Eventually, police found him by a precipitous cliff close to a picturesque overlook. Ashley jumped over the safety barrier and clung to the cliff's edge as they got closer, threatening to jump if anyone got too close. Psychologists and negotiators with specialized training were sent to the scene. They tried to reassure Ashley for hours that he had nothing to fear if he was really innocent. Ashley continued to sit on the edge of her seat for almost 12 hours of the negotiations. Officers caught Ashley, who was tired and distracted, as midnight drew near, and they were able to pull him back to safety. Ashley exhibited unpredictable behavior. He cried, screamed, resisted, and made repeated threats to commit suicide. It was impossible to question him in his unstable state. After being transported to a mental health facility, experts stabilized him and determined that he had been in such a heightened emotional state that, had the officers not intervened in time, he probably would have jumped. Ashley was subsequently diagnosed with a number of mental illnesses, including excitable psychopathy, which is characterized by unprovoked violent episodes and abrupt outbursts of rage. The investigators looked into Ashley Gaddy's past after his arrest, but they were appalled by what they found. He had many victims before Danielle. More than 10 women have reported him to the police in the last 2 years alone, alleging physical assaults, attempted harm, and requests for protection from his harassment and stalking. It turned out that Ashley was fatherless, had serious mental health problems from an early age, and was extremely violent toward other people. His own mother and 2 sisters were his first victims. They endured his violent outbursts and physical aggression in silence, without reporting him, because they were afraid of what would happen to their family. Ashley could seem perfectly normal and sensible when he was at ease. However, this facade could be broken by the slightest trigger, revealing what could only be described as a monstrous side. Ashley experienced abrupt and severe fixations during his adolescence, especially in his relationships with women. His attractive appearance and endearing nature made it easy for him to find new romantic partners. However, he soon saw these women as his property after becoming involved. He would become violent if a girlfriend attempted to argue with him. When a partner broke up with her, he would start stalking and attacking her whenever he had the chance. At least 11 women reported Ashley for harassment, assault, and threats of harm between 2015 and 2021. In 4 of these cases, the victims withdrew their statements after the matter was somehow settled amicably, but the other women were able to get restraining orders to prevent him from coming. Ashley brutally attacked and almost strangled one of his girlfriends at the beginning of 2021. Ashley was found guilty after the woman brought the case to court. However, he only had to deal with a fine, community service, and a restraining order that forbade him from getting in touch with the victim. Ashley severely injured another woman in an attack later that summer. She filed a police report accusing him of attempted harm after barely escaping. Ashley was mandated to have a mental health assessment this time. He was given a lenient sentence by the court, which included 3 months in jail and an order to reimburse the victim, even though it was determined that he posed a high risk of reoffending. Ashley targeted a second ex-girlfriend in 2022. He tried to strangle her after she left him by breaking into her room late at night. Her parents were awakened by the woman's scream, and they stepped in, called the police, and prevented her from suffering any more injuries. The court was lenient even in this case, giving Ashley a prison sentence of only 6 months. Only 3.5 months into his sentence, just before he met Danielle Finlay Jones, he was released. The horrific crime committed against Danielle Finlay Jones received a lot of media coverage, with news broadcasts and newspapers both devoting sections to the case. 14 more women came forward to police during the investigation, stating that they had also been harmed by Ashley Gaddy at different times, but had kept quiet out of concern for reprisals. There were notable parallels between their stories. After a few dates, Ashley changed from being a nice and charming guy to a predator who attacked, beat, and tried to strangle them. Interestingly, the offender only ever used his bare hands and never used any weapons. Many of these women testified as victims in court, expressing fear that Ashley would once more get away with little punishment, be freed, and seek retribution against them. Given how frequently the repeat offender had been given light sentences or administrative sanctions for serious offenses, their concerns appeared to be well-founded. Justice might finally catch up to Gaddy this time, it seemed. He was the direct target of overwhelming evidence that he had committed a horrible act. But before the formal sentencing could happen, Ashley was discovered hanging in his jail cell on April 6, 2024. Although it appeared that he had committed suicide, his actions raised suspicions. Ashley was certain that he would be deemed insane and placed in a more comfortable mental health facility rather than a jail cell, because he displayed no remorse for his actions. Given these facts, Some believed that Ashley's cellmates may have contributed to his demise, especially since he had allegedly attacked them several times. Danielle's murder devastated her family. Her brother and mother found it difficult to deal with the loss and turned their sorrow into activism. They started advocating for more stringent laws governing dating apps, suggesting background checks that would automatically flag users with significant criminal records. By enabling people to recognize possible dangers before entering into a relationship, they aimed to assist others in avoiding unintentionally running into dangerous people. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Florida today. On October 16, 2018, 28-year-old Laura Peicher was last spotted having dinner at a bar in Sebring. An employee at the Tampa restaurant called 911 3 days later after noticing something odd close to a dumpster. The case was solved by detectives using surveillance footage. Laura Peicher was an extremely beautiful and consistently upbeat woman. She was gregarious. In remembrance of his daughter, her father, an art teacher, said this: "In 1989, Laura Peicher was born on a chilly day in Michigan. She had 2 nephews, one of whom she never met, a sister-in-law, an older sister, and a brother. She was born with 2 fingers and a thumb on her short left arm. Throughout her life, she struggled with discrimination due to her physical differences. She worked with individuals with physical and mental disabilities as a job coach at Goodwill. She was disabled, but that didn't stop her. It was a feature of her distinct character. Growing up, Laura lived in Michigan. She relocated to Sebring, Florida when she was 26 years old. Her grandmother was getting too old to care for herself, so she moved to Florida. With a big heart, Laura left her job to visit her grandmother in Florida. The incident started with a 911 call on the morning of October 19, 2018, when staff members at the restaurant reported discovering the woman's body hidden under a wood board and wrapped in a plastic bag close to a dumpster behind the establishment. In a restaurant parking lot, a woman reported a bad smell next to a dumpster by calling 811. She initially believed it to be a dead animal, but upon closer inspection, she discovered what she initially believed to be a dead woman. Investigators showed up on the scene. Face down, the victim was discovered. She was half naked. She was discovered wearing a dress, and a plastic bag was placed over her before the bed's headboard was placed over her body, but the gown was lowered beneath her breasts. Her hands were tied behind her back by the criminal. They discovered a wallet that eventually held an ID card and a clear plastic bag filled with personal belongings, the most crucial of which was mail, by using a purse strap inside the dumpster. Laura Peicher was identified as the victim. She lives in the city of Sebring, Florida, which is roughly 2 hours' drive from where she was discovered, and investigators concluded that she is not truly from Tampa. After more research, it was discovered that Laura owns a silver Toyota Tundra pickup truck. Her pickup truck was not in the parking lot close to where Laura's body was discovered, even though she may have driven it to Tampa. In case it was spotted anywhere, the truck was registered as a stolen vehicle and added to a law enforcement database. In the meantime, the restaurant manager was interviewed by investigators. The body was found on Friday morning, 2 days after the establishment's owners had cleaned the parking lot on Wednesday. This implied that the body had to have been there from Wednesday through Friday. Laura was strangled with a thin rope-like object, as evidenced by the obvious marks on her neck discovered by the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy on her body. Laura's death date was determined by additional indicators found on her body. It was obvious that the body had been on the ground for a long time because the skin was discolored. 2 days before she was discovered, on Wednesday, the medical examiner came to the conclusion that Laura had passed away. Meanwhile, police in Michigan, 1,200 miles away, informed Laura's family of her passing. Her parents were taken aback. In order to allow investigators access to Laura's trailer, Laura's parents drove 20 hours from Michigan to Sebring. Investigators sought to determine whether the trailer was a scene of a crime. They entered and searched the house to see if anything out of the ordinary had occurred, but there was nothing there. Everything had a place. No sign of a struggle had occurred there, which might indicate that Laura had been attacked elsewhere, nor was Laura's pickup truck present. The investigators were aware that reconstructing the timeline of Laura's final hours would be necessary to solve this case. They wanted to know who Laura had met, why she had come to Tampa from Sebring, and what had happened to her pickup truck. On Wednesday, investigators looked through Laura's cell phone logs. She stopped answering calls between 1 and 5 in the morning. It is a clear sign that something has occurred. According to the records, Laura called a man named Vidal Cortez twice on Wednesday morning. Detectives wanted to speak with a man named Vidal Cortez, who became the first possible suspect after Laura's friends disclosed that he was Laura's boyfriend. They needed to know if there had been any issues in their relationship and when he had last seen Laura. However, the police learned that Laura's pickup had been seen outside a Tampa convenience store before they could locate Cortez and speak with him. 3 miles from the scene of Laura's body, the detectives visited a convenience store. Laura's pickup truck was gone when they arrived. Nonetheless, the detectives hoped they could obtain some answers from the surveillance cameras that were placed both inside and outside the store. They saw a pickup truck arrive at the store and park after viewing the footage from those cameras. Although they attempted to zoom in, the video quality was subpar, making it impossible to identify the driver. A man exited the passenger seat of the pickup truck after it had parked. This indicated that the pickup truck had a driver and a passenger, or at least 2 people. It seems that the man who exited the pickup truck was aware that the cameras were recording him. He wore a baseball cap and kept his head down. He went into the store, but as before, detectives couldn't see his face on the videotape due to its poor quality. The picture was excessively grainy. The employees of the store stopped him from stealing the beer. The man went back to the pickup truck and sat in the passenger seat after leaving the store. Neither did the driver exit the pickup truck, nor did he appear on any of the cameras. Patrol officers found Laura's pickup truck about an hour later. It looked like it had been in a small collision and was parked in the street. At the time of his arrest, investigators noticed the same man sitting in the passenger seat on the surveillance footage. He introduced himself as Calvin Gary. He wore a tracking monitor on his ankle and was on probation. In the driver's seat was nobody. The pickup truck's driver had clearly run away, as only a pair of shoes remained. The detective started questioning Calvin Gary, while Laura's pickup was turned over to forensic so they could thoroughly inspect it for any evidence. He claimed that a man named Hot had given him the truck. They were going to steal beer from a convenience store, and Hot had just moved into the area. Calvin Gary was asked by detectives if he was aware of how hot the pickup truck got. "I don't know anything about Laura," he said, adding that he didn't know the answer to that question. "I don't know what happened to her," he said. He informed detectives that Hot was a short African-American man. Calvin Gary also provided detectives with Hot's location. When they spotted them, they proceeded to the designated address. The short man hid in a bushy grove. He was mistaken in his hope that the detectives hadn't noticed him. They invited him to approach them. The man had on a shirt and pants but no shoes when he came out of the shrubbery. He refused to give his name when detectives asked him to do so because he was uncooperative. The detectives then requested that he approach the car. They were able to quickly identify fingerprints thanks to specialized equipment. Detectives discovered a match in the database when they scanned the man's fingerprint. Gary Daniel was his real name, and he had a long criminal history. He was already a 3-time prisoner. The fact that Gary Daniel was from Sebring was another noteworthy detail. Be mindful, Laura was a resident of Sebring as well. Detectives assumed Danielle was the driver of Laura's pickup truck because he was shoeless. Remember how the police discovered shoes inside the pickup truck when they located it? Gary Danielle was therefore a suspect in the Laura Peacher case, due to all of these factors. Nevertheless, the detectives had to release him because there was insufficient evidence at that time for the police to bring any charges against him. Because Calvin Gary had an ankle monitor, they focused on him and the fact that he, Gary, and Daniel used Laura's pickup truck. But the police were able to follow him around. They learned that Calvin Gary had never visited Sebring where Laura lived, or the dumpster where her body was discovered. Following the discovery and interrogation of Laura's boyfriend, Vidal Cortez, detectives ruled out Calvin Gary as a suspect. However, he told detectives that Laura had gone to a Sebring bar on the evening of Tuesday, October 16, since she had been there the night before she died. Detectives were intrigued by this information and went to the bar to talk to the establishment personnel. Since Laura lived nearby, the manager told detectives that she frequently stopped by the bar for a bite to eat. Her most recent visit was on the evening of Tuesday, October 16. There was nothing unusual about her manner. She was smiling and friendly as usual. The existence of surveillance cameras within the establishment, which captured all events within the bar, was discovered by detectives. They viewed the video, which supported the bar manager's claims that Laura was wearing the same dress in which she was discovered. At the bar, she was seated. At the time, she was conversing with a waitress who was employed. She ate dinner. Nothing odd was going on, and she hadn't ordered any alcohol. Around 11 p.m., she left without meeting anyone and only talked to a waitress. Subsequent investigation revealed that the witness saw Laura with a man he described as Shorty at 2:45 a.m., approximately 4 hours after she had left the bar. She was spotted by the witness at a gas station outside a convenience store across town. At that moment, Laura was sitting in her pickup truck and appeared to be in good health. There was no sign that she was having problems or that she needed assistance. In addition, the witness stated that Laura and Shorty took off in their car. Since the gas station was the last known location where Laura was spotted alive, the investigators went there. At 2:54 a.m., when they began watching the security footage, they recognized a familiar face. Gary Danielle had entered to purchase cigarettes. Before he left, he chatted with another customer. Laura's pickup truck was seen backing out of the parking lot and onto the highway in footage captured by another camera. The footage supported an eyewitness's account that he unquestionably saw Laura Peicher and Gary Danielle together at a gas station near Sebring, but it was impossible to determine whether Laura was inside the pickup at the time, whether she was okay, or whether Gary Danielle was with her. Investigators searched the dumpster for clues that might connect Gary Danielle to Laura's murder early on Wednesday morning. Although the ATM receipt was partially torn, it contained information that helped law enforcement identify that it was a specific ATM at a Lakeland gas station. The receipt states that the transaction took place on Wednesday at 3:30 p.m., 12 hours after Laura was last observed in Sebring. In order to locate the ATM of interest, the detectives proceeded to the gas station. With any luck, the surveillance footage would help them solve the case. They could see Laura's pickup truck in the video, but they couldn't make out who was sitting in it. Fortunately, there were several cameras. The detectives watched Gary Danielle exit the pickup and go to the store after it had been parked. After taking out cash from the ATM and purchasing a soda, they departed the establishment. Detectives believed Laura was dead by this point because she was not seen and did not exit the pickup truck. Gary Danielle returned to the pickup truck and headed toward the location of Laura's body. They located him. For interrogation, Gary Danielle was brought to the police station. The only proof the police had at that point was that Danielle had used Laura's pickup truck, so they started interrogating him about it. The only thing he did, Danielle said, was to use an unlocked truck that had keys inside for that purpose. He didn't know who owned the pickup. The pickup truck's interior was fine, he said. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. After showing him a photo of Laura, the detectives asked him if he recognized the person in it. "I don't know the woman," Danielle said. He was asked if he had ever met Laura in Sebring by detectives. "No," he said. Then they told him that a recording had been made at a Sebring gas station. "He's on the tape, and Laura's pickup truck is on the tape." He refused to answer any more questions after Danielle learned that the police suspected him of killing Laura. There was no tangible evidence available to detectives at the time to convince a jury that Laura Peicher was murdered by Gary Danielle. A person has a set amount of time to stand trial. The clock begins to run as soon as the suspect is taken into custody. The detectives chose to release Gary Danielle because they were still awaiting the forensic findings. Naturally, there was a significant risk that Danielle would flee, but the investigators determined that the risk was warranted in this instance. Many questions were addressed by forensic analysis. Drops of Laura's blood were discovered by the experts in the rear seat of her pickup truck. This suggests that Laura's body was either in the back seat of the pickup truck when she passed away, or that the crime was committed inside the vehicle. A forensic report on the objects discovered close to Laura's body has been obtained by investigators. Gary Danielle's DNA was discovered under Laura's fingernails, and it matched the DNA on the strap that was used to bind her hands. Gary Danielle was taken into custody after the DNA evidence found in surveillance footage was sufficient to file charges. Danielle used his right to silence and remained silent when he was arrested. He was accused of carjacking, tampering with evidence, and first-degree murder. The investigators attempted to create a timeline of Laura's final hours based on the evidence. They were aware that Laura was in a Sebring bar. At around 11 p.m., she left the bar by herself and went to the town center, where she met up with friends. She met Gary Danielle that same evening. There was no connection between them, and they had never met before. Because Gary Danielle wouldn't answer questions, investigators think Laura agreed to give him a ride, perhaps in return for money. Investigators don't know how he and Laura met, but they do know that she was found alive and unharmed in a pickup truck by an eyewitness at a gas station, where she and Gary Danielle ended up. After they left the gas station, it seems that something happened. Laura was strangled in her own pickup truck, though it's unclear where the truck was when she passed away. Surveillance footage showed Laura's pickup truck at a gas station 25 miles outside of Tampa, where Danielle was taking out cash from an ATM, 12 hours after it was last seen in Sebring. After that, Danielle took a car to Tampa. 2 days after, he hid Laura's body in a restaurant parking lot next to a dumpster. It was discovered. The trial didn't happen until nearly 3 years after Laura's passing. The global situation was the reason for the delay. It took a long time for Laura Pietro's father to go to court and face the man who killed his daughter. Rather than condemning Danielle, the father used his words to discuss the lost young woman. A young boy once pointed out her short arm, according to a story her father told. She was told by another boy that he had asthma. "Don't you know there's something wrong with everyone?" she replied. Her father brought some of his daughter's belongings to court, including her journal, which bore the inscription, "Live the life you've imagined." Because she lived alone and no one was around to do the dishes, she wrote in it that she detested cooking. She expressed her distaste for littering in her writing. On August 24, 2021, she wrote about her 4 tattoos, the most significant of which was a black bird in memory of a deceased sister-in-law and based on a Beatles song. In a deal with state prosecutors, Gary Danielle entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder. Danielle, 50, agreed to a 30-year prison term in exchange for a guilty plea to second-degree murder. He also acknowledged committing grand theft of a motor vehicle and tampering with evidence. In the brief court hearing, Danielle, who was short, gray, bald, bearded, handcuffed, and wearing orange, stood silently in a jury box. To Laura Pietro's family, he remained silent. The case was punctuated by a guilty plea, but it left many questions unanswered, including how Laura met Danielle and why she was murdered. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how one choice, one accident, and all you knew and loved can suddenly turn life into a nightmare? I'll tell you about a day that began normally but ended in a way that nobody could have foreseen. Consider this. At 3 in the morning, the doorbell rings. You expect to see a neighbor or perhaps a courier who has the wrong address, but instead you see the man you believed was forever gone from your life. The air in the room is suddenly heavy, his hands are clenched into fists, and his eyes are filled with anger. What are you doing? Will you freeze, knowing that this is your final error, or will you scream and flee? Alina Shiket's journey started when she came to the conclusion that love shouldn't be painful. She moved on from everything, but when he returned, everyone who knew her was shocked by what transpired. In 1997, Alina Shiket was born in Russia. When she was 7 years old, she and her family relocated to Pennsylvania in the United States. She was a lively and curious youngster from birth. She picked up English fast and developed an interest in science and the arts in school. She was regarded as a gifted and driven young woman who consistently pursued her objectives. Her responsiveness and friendliness were her defining traits. She frequently assisted her peers and took part in charitable activities. Alina enrolled in the University of Pittsburgh to study biology after graduating from high school. She was motivated to work hard and study because she wanted to become a doctor. Alina was well liked by her classmates and numerous friends, who characterized her as a cheerful individual who was always willing to offer guidance and support. She stood out from her friends because of her kindness and quest for fairness. Alina's pride and support came from her family, particularly from her parents, Ian and Ellie. She was the focal point of their lives as an only child. They had a close relationship and frequently spent time together, traveling and helping her with everything. The Shakets had never experienced such worry as they did in October 2017. 20-year-old Alina's parents, Ian and Ellie, had become used to her incessant texts and phone calls. Their kid was always in contact, particularly when they shared plans. However, the quiet that's surrounding their house on this particular day took on a new, ominous color. Even the morning before they were to be brought together for a significant occasion, the annual charity marathon in which they took part, Alina had just vanished from view. They were passionate about the breast cancer campaign, and Alina was constantly at the center of these gatherings. She had a genuine and profound compassion for people. She seemed to find power in helping others, as though she were attempting to shield her family from the dangers of the outside world. But she didn't arrive that morning. There were no missed calls or messages. Every minute seemed like an unending torment. Unable to control the mounting worry that was coursing through her body, Ellie was always scrolling through her phone. The automobile seemed to be moving at a snail's pace, and Jan, who was seated behind the wheel, tried to maintain composure, but his quivering hands and fixated gaze revealed his growing concern. They were on their way to Alina's apartment rental on the University of Pittsburgh campus. Long hours of waiting for something unthinkably awful grew out of what should have been a 30-minute drive. Without even looking back at her husband and their dog, who were silently staying in the car, Ellie hurried to the home. As though it were trying to escape, her heart thumped in her chest. She pressed the doorbell quickly, her hands shaking. The few seconds of waiting seemed to drag on forever. The house was so quiet that it seemed as though the walls were closing in on you. When Ellie and Jan arrived at their daughter's house, the usual warmth and noises of life were vanished, leaving behind the icy silence of unsolved problems. Even the air seemed to have become heavier, as if the whole world had frozen in expectation of something terrible. To make one final call to Alina, Ellie took out her phone once more. The lengthy rings rang in her heart, each one piercing it more deeply like shattered strands of hope. Nobody could have predicted that a seemingly normal morning would become the Shaket family's greatest nightmare. Ellie had been frantically attempting to contact her daughter just 30 minutes prior. She was now standing in front of Alina's locked door. The dull sound of her fists hitting the wood echoed throughout the house, but there was only quiet in answer. Her voice wavered and erupted into a cry as she called her daughter's name once more, but she received no answer at that very moment. Something inside her broke. Realizing that things had gotten out of hand, they panicked. Ellie called out for Jan. Fear gave him the strength to act, and he rushed into the house. He was aware that time was running out, an excruciating length of empty minutes every second. The sensation of approaching doom intensified with each blow to the door. The door finally gave way, opening with a jarring noise that allowed them to enter a scene they were neither ready for. Alina's neighbor, Zach, had been observing from the stairwell. All of a sudden, he felt alienated from this tragedy that was developing. The only reason he took the automatic step back was to protect himself from the horror that was suddenly leaking out of the still room. Ellie and Jan were met with a quiet that was no longer able to conceal what had transpired as soon as the door opened. Like a scene from a nightmare, the room was covered in dark stains. The walls and floor were marked by something unimaginable, as though the blackness had engulfed the light itself. At first glance, parents were unable to recognize their own daughter because of the horrifying sight of Alina's face. Ellie's voice broke the stillness and echoed through the home, causing the walls to vibrate as she yelled. Unable to comprehend the horror before him, Jan stood next to her, motionless. Nothing seemed to be able to return the world to normal at that point. It looked to have stopped. The dog added to the pandemonium that had taken over the house by barking hysterically when it sensed its owner's worry. It was as if an unbreakable darkness had engulfed the entire area. Jan eventually moved forward, but his legs were trembling as Ellie continued to scream. He was at a loss for what to do. The terror that had infiltrated their home left no one knowing how to handle it. When Zach heard the cries, he summoned up the bravery to go into the room. He hesitated to go through the doorway, knowing that what had transpired would permanently alter the course of this family's life. Alina lay on the floor in front of him. Her body was stretched out as though she had struggled for her life and defended herself until the end. As like something or someone had stolen not just her life but also her identity, half of her face was utterly deformed. With a start, Zach reached for his phone and dialed 911. His fingers were shaking as though the air had grown heavy and thick. The silence of the Saturday morning was soon broken by the sound of sirens. The fictitious quiet of the neighborhood was broken by the sound of sirens that were getting louder in the distance and filling the now empty streets. The paramedics, solemn and determined, hurried to the door as the ambulance screamed to a stop in front of the house. Every second felt hostile as their footsteps reverberated through the strange and chilly house. Ellie, who was still motionless at the entrance, welcomed the paramedics with a face that immediately made them realize that this woman would never be the same. She could hardly guide her trembling hands toward the room. As they passed the paramedics entering the darkened room, Jan, still mute and overcome, watched from the door. The gloomy scene is made even more intense by the draperies, which hardly let any light in. They dropped to their knees next to Elena's body. Everything moved swiftly, almost robotically, as they looked at each other and checked for a pulse. Time seemed to slow down for Jan and Ellie, even if it only took a few seconds. Their entire world fell apart as one of the paramedics shook his head. Ellie lost it, as though attempting to go back in time and bring her daughter back. She collapsed to her knees and let out a scream. Shock nearly paralyzed Jan. He did what he could. Even though he no longer felt like he had a firm foundation beneath him, he tried to keep his wife on the ground by embracing her. For a little while longer, the paramedics stayed in the room, getting ready to declare the death formally. However, that revelation felt like a sentence to Ellie and Jan, a blow from which they would never fully recover. Neighbors turned to watch as the roadway was illuminated by blue and red police lights. A group of people started to assemble, some of them muttering, some looking around anxiously, and some taking out their phones to take pictures. Alina Shiket's home was already surrounded by barriers and cop cars, and curious bystanders gazed at it, as if to protect the world from the terrible reality that awaited them inside the doors of that house. Officers with gloomy expressions were erecting barricades and gradually separating the crime scene from the rest of the city. The investigation was personally led by Police Chief Scott Schubert. He and a group of investigators carefully inspected the scene, taking pictures of me, a broken mirror, an overturned table, and every inch of the room. The haphazardly dispersed victims on the floor all indicated a frantic struggle. Alina died from multiple hits from a blunt object, the medical examiner's report stated. Every detail of this heinous act of aggression shouted rage, terror, and despair. It was not a calm crime of passion. Outside, rumors were circulating quickly. The throng was still expanding and the conversation was getting louder. While some had heard about her lover and others were aware of the tumultuous nature of their relationship, nobody could have foreseen how horribly it would end. A crime that would soon dominate conversations around the area had upended the customary tranquility of this suburban neighborhood. Matthew Darby, a young and talented basketball player and Alina's ex-boyfriend, was already a prime suspect in the police's eyes. Matthew's attractiveness with women was as well known as his performances on the collegiate court. He was always surrounded by prosperous, self-assured, and charming people, but beyond that polished facade, particularly with regard to Alina, were deeper, harmful impulses. Beginning at a Greensburg University, their friendship swiftly developed into a passionate romance, but jealousy and control gradually replaced the pleasure. After she moved to a different university, things began to shift. Alina made an effort to put her education first, make a fresh start, and break free from the toxic attachment. She ended the relationship, but Matthew was unable to cope. When Alina was gone from his life, his confidence collapsed, and his fury became overwhelming. On September 20, 2017, he began calling her non-stop and finally went too far. Hands shaking, Alina reported it to the police. Like a scene from a horror film, Matthew had climbed through a second-story window to break into her house. Even in her worst dreams, she couldn't have guessed that it was him. Yet she had heard someone scaling the drainpipe. With rage in his eyes, He stormed into her room and accused her of betraying him, ignoring his calls and leaving him, roughly pushing her into the bed. His hands clamped down on her shoulders and squeezed her wrists until the bruises lasted for days. Feeling both relieved and afraid, she submitted the report, thinking she could finally stop him and that justice was on her side. She went to court with Jan and Ellie. Although the restraining order against Matthew seemed like a positive move, the courtroom tranquility was all too short. As the judge ordered his arrest, Jan and Ellie clutched her hands tightly. Alina's family believed that the horror that had plagued their daughter in recent months would come to an end when he was arrested for unlawful entry, but their dreams were quickly dashed. Alina was forced to confront her anxieties alone after Darby was released on $10,000 0 bail, a negligible amount in the legal system. Ellie and Jen were unaware that this would be the sign of impending doom. The house where they had sought solace became the scene of a tragedy a few days later. The oppressive feeling of dread that had pervaded the atmosphere for so long came to pass in the most terrible manner. Every action the detectives performed that day was tinged with the knowledge that crucial opportunities had been lost, and that Alina had not received the proper protection. Ellie had stopped crying as she stood behind the police tape. A mask of shock and disbelief froze her face. Jan held her hand as he stood by her. Alina's world never really left Matthew Darby. Every step she took was obscured by his shadow, which seemed to follow her. Zach, Alina's neighbor, subsequently acknowledged that he frequently witnessed Darby loitering outside her home. He felt like he belonged there. Zach recalled that he had been watching the catastrophe unfold without comprehending it, but he realized it too late. As if stalking Alina, he had witnessed Darby lurking in the shadows for hours on end, silently observing through the windows, never letting her leave his gaze. She blocked his number and changed passwords in an attempt to get away from him, but he always managed to get into her life. Once more, Matthew's jealousy was unquenchable, tearing apart anything that didn't comply with his demands like a ferocious animal. Zach once saw Darby yelling at Alina outside her windows in the middle of the night. There was mad jealousy and anger in his words. Every altercation seemed planned, and he became more vicious with each blow. Darby had taken over Alina's virtual world a month before to the catastrophe, hacking her accounts and removing likes she had given to other guys. The virtual world had to be exclusively his. Alina made an effort to establish limits with Virtue, but it wasn't enough, Matthew. Nobody was aware of what was going on behind closed doors on the evening of September 20. A weird sound, as if something had snapped, reached Zach's ears. He didn't give it much thought. In old houses, things break all the time. But then, there was a scream and a smashing bang. It was a terrified, despairing cry that broke through the night's silence. Zach was unsure of what to do. Hoping for a response, he posted a message to the house's group chat, but nothing came up. It felt as though time had stopped. Zach wouldn't find out until much later that Matthew Darby had already broken into the house and started attacking Alina while the neighbors were asleep. Alina's phone records, which had vanished from her residence following the crime, were being examined by police. The data showed that she had been frantically attempting to save herself by phoning for assistance between 4:15 and 4:55 a.m. Alina's phone was traced to Route 76 close to the village of Irwin, and the most recent contact was placed from Darby's number. It was an unanswered last call for assistance. Police received a statement from a cab driver who became involved in this gruesome case. Around 4:21 a.m., he claimed to have driven Darby to Oakland's Seal Street and Ward Street crossroads. Darby begged him to wait for a few minutes, but that quickly increased to 10, and then 10 more. The driver started to feel nervous, and he continued to experience fear. He eventually departed without his travel companion. Something was horribly off. The police kept reviewing the security footage in the meantime. They discovered video from a camera close to Alina's house that showed a man who looked like Matthew Darby strolling down the street while toting big black suitcases. Like a predator, he looked around warily, looking for a place to cover his tracks. The moment he came to a stop at a manhole cover was caught on camera. As though attempting to get rid of not only the evidence but also a piece of himself, his harshness and guilt, Darby carefully lowered the bags inside after lifting the lid. The case's main detective, Edward Fair, sent his team to the scene right away. There was no room for error on the part of the forensic investigator. After gently removing the manhole cover, they discovered a hammer and 2 knives within, all of which were smeared with dried blood. There were fragments of skin and hair on the hammer. Everyone working on the investigation was profoundly impacted by this revelation, which served as a silent testimonial to the ruthless and untamed aggression. The identification of the material would confirm the worst, and now everything depended on the forensic analysis. The system, which ought to have shielded Alina, failed her with every new fact. Only a trail of agony and misery remained after Matthew Darby had disappeared, as if vanishing into thin air. The police had enough proof to take action, even though they knew they wouldn't have much time to apprehend him. It was impossible to dispute the evidence gathered at the crime scene. Everything suggested Darby was the culprit, including surveillance footage, traces found at the scene, and the objects dumped in the manhole. An arrest warrant was issued right away, but Darby had already left Pennsylvania and vanished into the wide United States by the time the police began their thorough hunt. The search for Darby became a national manhunt. Although the search was conducted with unwavering resolve, the sense of urgency increased with every hour that went by. In the small South Carolina town of Myrtle Beach, Darby's luck finally ran out after a few days. A bystander alerted the police right away after spotting a suspicious individual trying to enter a property through a window. A man whose look matched the description given by witnesses was discovered by officers as soon as they got on the scene. Darby attempted to flee, his fear showing in every step, but the officers outran him. He provided false identification after being caught, which only made matters worse. His identification was verified by security footage and witness statements after his attempt to pose as a fugitive failed. Darby was charged with giving false information to the police, which added another charge in South Carolina and further compounded his case. He tried to persuade the judge of his innocence, but his request for bail was turned down. Fearing that he would try to escape again, the judge decided to keep him in detention and delayed his request for extradition so that he could speak with his lawyer. Another drama involving Alina's memory and the suffering of her loved ones was taking place in Pennsylvania while Darby was still being held. In Pittsburgh, Alina's friends and classmates organized a protest. To show support for her parents and to promote awareness, hundreds of people gathered outside the courthouse, knowledge of an issue that had been neglected for too long. Signs with the words, "Say no to domestic aggression," and "Love shouldn't kill," in strong letters, were held by people. Many participants donned purple shirts, which are symbolic of the fight against domestic abuse, and the words, "Our Russian Princess," which Alina's friends had given her, were printed on the back. This was a painful and unifying gesture that conveyed their rage at a system that had let their friend get hurt. Along with the demonstration, campaigners and Alina's family worked to have a new bill passed. Domestic abusers would be subject to electronic monitoring under Alina's law. In addition to paying tribute to their daughter, they did this in an effort to stop future tragedies of this kind. Already on the table for consideration, the bill became a symbol of hope that no one else would have to deal with such a harsh reality. Prosecutors were now providing more thorough evidence in the courtroom, all of which pointed to Darby's deliberate acts. Duquesne University security camera footage from the night before the crime was one of the most important pieces of evidence. It was evident from the video that Darby was trembling as he walked across campus and looked over his shoulder. According to a policeman on patrol that evening, Darby appeared anxious, probably even a little drunk. Using the excuse that he needed to charge his phone, he tried to enter the student union building. However, there was something concerning about his actions. The officer had a strong suspicion that Darby was hiding something, since he kept looking around as though he was frightened someone was following him. With each new piece of evidence and every videotaped moment, the court was getting closer to its inevitable conclusion. The name Matthew Darby had come to represent suffering, unfairness, and the pursuit of truth. The time a picture of him in a beer-lagered striped shirt on the campus elevator was revealed in court. His doom was all but certain. When he was arrested, the same clothing was discovered with him. There was not much space for doubt because of the prosecutors. Around 4 in the morning, Darby got a cab and left the university campus to go to Alina's neighborhood. The evidence left at the crime scene, the spooky traces of a fight, and the late-night break-in all made sense. The defenders, however, refused to give up. David Sri, Darby's attorney, attempted to refute every piece of evidence. He maintained that someone else might have called the cab using Darby's account, and that the security camera footage was insufficient to prove his identity. Is there any chance that this will result in an acquittal? Not likely. Soon after, Darby was apprehended while trying to break into a house near Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. His use of phony identification simply served to bolster the evidence against him and further expose his flight. Darby decided to continue fighting in spite of everything. He went back to court with a new attorney, Joseph Haddock, a year after the conviction. Darby claimed that at his prior trial he had not been given adequate legal representation. According to Haddock, Darby was not completely aware of the trial's possible hazards and consequences. This was a new attempt to overturn the conviction on the grounds that Darby was not given a fair trial because of the lawyer's mistakes. In a prompt response to Darby's appeal, the Allegheny District Attorney's Office asserted that all of Darby's rights had been completely upheld. The concept of coordinating jurisdiction, which basically states that judges from one district shouldn't reverse the rulings of another without good reason, was debated. Nevertheless, the matter might still be reopened for a new hearing in the courtroom. The process might be slowed down but not completely stopped by this procedure. Despite the fact that his life sentence already appeared certain, Darby persisted in fighting for his freedom. His attorney put forth a lot of effort, gathering fresh information and looking for any way to overturn the verdict. Like a dying man clutching at straws, Darby clung to each attempt as if it were another lifeline. The problem is that this story isn't over yet, even though you're undoubtedly eager for the conclusion. Matthew Darby received a life sentence without the chance of release. Although it seemed that justice had been done, a new chapter had begun. He appealed, saying his last attorney had not done everything he could to protect him. Years after the initial sentence, Darby is currently battling for his freedom once more. Any chance to contest the case is being seized by his legal team. Despite her untimely death, Alina left behind more than just memories. She became a source of motivation for reforming a system that had for too long kept women at risk. Her friends and family have taken every possible action. Make sure it wasn't a pointless death. I would like to take a moment to speak to each and every one of you who is listening to this tale. How do we stop disasters like this from happening again? How can we ensure that Alina's parents' experience doesn't happen to any other family? We can't keep quiet. Thousands of women worldwide must deal with the realities of domestic violence. Every aspect of the issue needs to be addressed, from raising family awareness to taking legislative action. We must all realize that love should never be hurtful, and that caring should never become dominating. Together, let's help those who are in need. If we work together, we can make this world a safer place. And even though Alina is no longer with us, her influence endures because of the people she touched. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. This is the story of a murderer who avoided punishment for years, despite numerous facts pointing to his involvement in a small town. A 13-year-old girl vanished, and it was not discovered until 24 hours later. This case remained unsolved for over 10 years, and it was finally resolved in the summer of 2021. In this video, we'll explain what happened to Haley Dunn. This story was set in the American town of Colorado City, Texas. This location is typical of low-rise America, covering 14 square kilometers. On Christmas Day 2010, the town had a New Year's vibe. Haley Dunn, a 13-year-old girl living with her mother Billy, boyfriend Sean, and older brother David, had a happy Christmas. Her mother divorced her father, Clint, when she was 10 years old, but they never stopped communicating. Her father lived across the street from Haley's house. On December 26th, the girl spent the majority of Christmas at her father's house, unwrapping presents before returning home to play video games and go to bed. The following day, her stepfather and mother went to work as usual. Billy left her cell phone at home so that the kids could reach her. Before leaving, she peeked into her daughter's room while she was still sleeping. Sean worked in another town, about a half-hour drive away. According to him, he had an argument with his boss that day, which led to him being fired and leaving work only 10 minutes after arriving. He then drove to his mother's house, where he spent some time before returning to Colorado City around 3 p.m. Sean went to pick up Billy from work that evening. When they arrived home, Billy noticed that her daughter was not there. Sean informed her that the girl had gone to her father's house and planned to spend the night at a friend's house. Haley frequently stayed overnight at friends' houses, so her mother took this information calmly. Small towns like this often have the illusion of safety, so parents are less worried about their child's safety. On December 28th, Haley did not return home. She went door to door, but no one saw the girl that day. Billy went to the police around 2 p.m., but they chose the easiest route. The police's main theory was that she had fled from home, which initially hampered the investigation. A voluntary escape is not investigated to the same extent as a missing minor. They searched Billy and Clint's houses and brought search dogs to the scene. The next day, they followed Haley's trail from the house to a nearby motel. It was extremely strange. None of the motel employees had seen this girl. She was not captured on any security cameras, and a thorough search of the premises yielded no results. Trained dogs pointed to a motel, but the girl apparently never arrived. As word of Haley's disappearance spread throughout the city, dozens of concerned citizens joined the search. Some looked around the area, while others printed and distributed flyers. And now we come to another strange moment. Clint, the girl's father, almost never left the street. He looked in every corner, nook and cranny, including dumpsters. He said he couldn't sit at home and wait. Meanwhile, Billy and Sean were less enthusiastic. The mother distributed flyers but refused to go around the neighborhood looking for her daughter. She stated that searching gave her the impression that they were already looking for her body, and that there was no hope of finding the girl alive. Sean didn't participate at all, which isn't the strangest thing. Billy and Sean hosted a New Year's Eve party on December 31st, 4 days after the girl had gone missing. They had friends over to listen to music, drink, and party. Without a trace seemed completely absurd. On January 3rd, a week after Haley vanished, the police officially declared her missing. This meant that more serious agencies, such as the FBI and the Texas Rangers, could become involved, and representatives from both arrived in Colorado City and began their investigation. Volunteers continued to search the area, and over 100 billboards about the missing girl were posted across Texas and beyond. Detectives completely ruled out the possibility of an escape. For one reason, they couldn't figure out why Haley would choose to take such a step. The day before her disappearance, she had been in a good mood, and for the rest of the time, the girl showed no signs of a desire to flee. Second, all of her belongings were left in the room. If the girl had decided to flee, she would have taken something with her. The detectives quickly realized they needed to look closer at Billy and Sean. Their passive response to the girl's search and the New Year's Eve party made one wonder if they cared about Haley. The detectives discovered that on December 27th, the same day Haley allegedly spent the night at a friend's house, Sean and Billy drew $140 from their bank cards. They admitted that the money was used to buy illegal substances, which the couple consumed that evening while their children were away. Billy failed on 2 attempts. During the first interrogation, she was under the influence of drugs, and the second result revealed she was lying. Sean failed 2 interrogations and walked away before answering the third. Billy suspected Sean was involved in her daughter's disappearance and demanded that he leave her home. On January 12th, police officially announced that Sean was being treated as a suspect. Several factors contributed to this conclusion, including the couple's strained relationship. The police examined Sean's phone's geolocation data and discovered that his account of the day Haley disappeared did not match reality. He did arrive at work and stayed for 10 minutes before returning to Colorado City to Billy's house. It wasn't until later that he drove to his mother's house. It's worth noting that the police tracked the phone's location. The girl repeatedly mentioned being afraid of Sean. Haley told her best friend that she preferred to spend time outside or at friends' houses because she didn't feel safe with Sean. She once told her grandmother that she often saw Sean standing in front of her bedroom door in the middle of the night, and she was afraid he would come in. The police soon became aware of a conversation with Haley's uncle about the girl's disappearance. Her uncle said roughly the following: "I can't believe anyone would harm a child." Sean's response was extremely unusual. He compared it to killing a deer with all of this information in hand. The detectives concluded that Haley did not come from a wealthy family. Her mother and stepfather frequently drank and used illegal drugs, and Sean's behavior at parties appeared suspicious, but there was no direct evidence against him. Finally, the police contacted child welfare, who decided to remove Haley's older brother. On February 24th, police searched Sean and Billy's home, as well as his mother's. A massive discovery awaited them. They discovered over 100,000 obscene images of minors on a removable drive and a hard drive. The police also seized his laptop, but did not appear to have time to examine its contents. Sean's father arrived at the station and demanded his son's equipment back. It's unclear why the police did, but that's not the most interesting part. Sean received no punishment for having so much illegal content on his computer. On March 17th, police officers visited Billy's house to question Sean. A woman opened the door and said he wasn't home, but the officers showed her a pre-arranged warrant and entered the house, discovering Sean hiding there for concealing a suspect. Billy received 90 days in jail and a year in corrections. She was transferred to a Travis County Correctional Facility. Following her release, she remained in the area with Sean in 2012, however. The couple eventually split. Billy suspected Sean was involved in her daughter's disappearance, but the case had stalled due to a lack of new evidence and volunteers' inability to identify the girl. On March 16, 2013, a hiker discovered human remains near Lake J.B. Thomas in Scary County. Experts conducted tests and determined that the remains belonged to Haley Dunn, whose body was approximately 20 miles away from her home. However, they had circumstantial evidence that the girl's body had been discovered only a few miles from Sean's mother's house, which matched the geolocation data on his phone as determined by the towers. Given the short distance, Sean could have easily left the body in that location without anyone knowing. Furthermore, he grew up in the area and was well versed in where to hide the body, but investigators were unable to uncover any additional clues, and the case was refrozen for several years. Despite this, the girl's family had to wait 4 years to bury her body. A memorial service was held in January 2017. In 2018, Haley's father, Clint, stated that he believed Sean and Billy were guilty and his version, his mother, either helped conceal the truth or was directly involved in the murder. During the same year, he began conducting numerous interviews and attempted to actively publicize the case. The man stated that in the early years of the investigation, he tried not to bother the police with constant questions, but his patience had run out, the detectives did little to investigate, and his last hope was to spread the word widely in an attempt to bring the perpetrators to justice, which paid off. In 2019, an unknown person wrote to Clint, informing him that in 2011, he discovered several items that could have belonged to Haley. This person was in high school at the time and had not heard about the missing girl, so he did not consider reporting his find to the police. True information about the items has yet to be revealed, and the police have not stated what they are. Clint only mentioned that they were discovered in an area that had been thoroughly searched by volunteers and police. Later, new information emerged. Private investigator Erica Moore, who was handling the Haley case and kept in touch with Clint, revealed some disturbing information about Sean. In October 2019, she began receiving messages from various women in Texas, all of whom claimed they were being aggressively harassed online by a man named Casey. Not only was he harassing them with lewd messages, but he was also sending them explicit photos and videos of himself, as Sean shared a middle name. Erica asked the women to send her photos and videos of the man sending the girls, and her theory was confirmed to be correct. She persuaded one woman to go to the police station and report Sean, but they refused to press charges and even accused her of falsifying the facts. Erica believed Sean was responsible for Haley's death and planned to arrest him for stalking women on the internet. However, the case remained quiet until May 2021 when Erica and Clint were summoned to the district attorney's office for an urgent meeting. Police arrested Sean and charged him with Haley's murder. He is currently in bail, awaiting trial on $20 million bail, but police have yet to reveal what new evidence led them to make this arrest. Apparently, this information will be kept secret until the trial. All we know now is that the police were granted permission to collect Sean's DNA sample shortly before his arrest. There may be a connection here to Haley's belongings, which were discovered in 2011. When Billy learned of her ex-boyfriend's arrest, she made a strange statement. She said she wasn't surprised Sean was involved in the murder, and she wanted to believe in his innocence until the very end. She also thanked God that the man would now be punished for his actions, which Billy had actively obstructed during the initial investigation while defending Sean. A date for the trial will be announced soon. At this point, it is difficult to predict whether a conviction will be obtained. It will be determined solely by the significance of the evidence, which police are now withholding in any case. Sean remained at large for over 10 years, despite the fact that all evidence pointed to his involvement in the murder. Haley's complaints to friends and relatives, the use of forbidden materials with children, and the man's constant lies during interrogations raised suspicions on all sides, as did Billy. She initially expressed no desire for justice for her daughter, Clint, but, unlike her, he worked hard and got his way. In one interview, Erica Moore hinted that the case would not have been solved without his participation. She did not provide any details, but we can recall the story of Haley's found objects. The person who discovered them only learned about the entire story through Clint's social media posts. More information about this case, including a court decision, will undoubtedly be released in the near future. Right now, all indications are that Sean will be convicted, and in Texas, that means only one thing: he will face the death penalty for his actions against the child. Unfortunately, there is no way this will help Haley Dunn live a long and happy life anymore. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We're going to go over another terrible instance with you today. Statistics show that the number of crimes perpetrated by young people has been rising globally. Violence among school children has increased recently, typically targeting their friends. As a result of these attacks, victims are frequently hospitalized, handicapped, or even killed. The main objective of such violent activities is typically to demonstrate their own dominance, authority, and tolerance. Furthermore, adolescent offenders have confidence in their impunity because many countries' laws are liberal. The nation was rocked by the tale of Agnes Marin, a French girl who was killed by a high school student. They attended a famous university with a stellar reputation, where it seemed impossible for anything like this to occur. The culprit had previously attacked the girls, as it turned out, but his affluent parents were able to conceal the truth about his exploits by securing their son's admission to a prestigious school in a different city. Adolescent anger is said to be a kind of protest during the time of self-discovery and personality development. However, in today's narrative, the boy's brutality sprang from a total lack of empathy, or the capacity to understand and feel the same emotions as others. He became the second teenager in French history to receive a life sentence because he was deemed to be incorrigible and a serious threat to society. Agnes Mara was who? The only child of Paula and Frederick Marin. Agnes Mara was born in Paris on November 26, 1999. The girl was raised in a rather prosperous household. Her parents wanted to give their child the finest because they loved her. I didn't know how to say no to Agnes from a young age. She was taken to the sea, dressed in name-brand boutiques, and purchased pricey toys and technology. Marin was a lively, outgoing, and restless youngster. She always had a large social circle and many interests. She had a creative streak, enjoyed movies and music, and hoped to work as a filmmaker. She did well in school and her teachers recognized her high potential, but she was frequently hindered from achieving the best outcomes by her general inattention and laziness. Agnes joined a bad firm when she was 13, which had a detrimental effect on her conduct and academic performance. She began skipping school, consuming beer and smoking cigarettes, not just conventional cigarettes. Her parents opposed harsh parenting methods and made multiple attempts to have a dialogue with their daughter, but were unsuccessful. When the girl was once again discovered smoking and drinking beer on school property, she lied about her vows to change her ways and stop interacting with unsavory people. The issue of her expulsion came up. Her parents understood that nothing would change if their daughter remained in Paris and continued to interact with negative influences. In order to escape the hustle and temptations of the capital, Frederick and Paula made the decision to move Agnes not merely to a different school, but also to a different city or even a province, a brand new school. The closed private college Sévenol, which is situated in the commune of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon, in the department of the Upper Loire area of Auvergne, was the choice made by Marin's parents after weighing their possibilities. With nearly a century of history, it is a distinguished educational institution. Established in the 1930 cc's, the institution operated on the boarding school model, where students resided in addition to studying. However, in a small town with a population of barely 2,500, the college was in severe financial trouble by the end of the 2000s and was in fact on the verge of going bankrupt. The local educational institution faced a dearth of students and consequently a shortage of funding as young people increasingly preferred to study in the capital or a major metropolis. In the past, admission to this college required both good character and a high grade point average. However, as there were multiple competitors for a single spot, even this did not ensure entrance. However, a significant student shortage in 2011 caused a significant shift in the scenario. The school, specifically not, declared total bankruptcy, drastically lowering the entrance requirements, particularly if they were the offspring of affluent parents who were prepared to serve as sponsors. Agnes had a strong academic record and grade point average, which helped her gain admission to 7 College despite her behavioral issues. The authorities chose to ignore her traits. The parents of Agnes were pleased. They thought their daughter would benefit from the change. She would grow more mature and be able to go through this challenging time of transition more readily. Marin was an outgoing, happy, and amiable girl. She managed to blend in with the new group. She made friends right away and felt at ease from the first few days. She also made good academic progress, particularly in new subjects that were unavailable at her former Parisian school. Every 2 or 3 weeks, her parents paid their daughter a visit at the boarding school. They were quite happy with her accomplishments and positive behavioral changes. During her studies, Agnes only made one visit home. Notably, the new school was situated on a sizable plot of land that was encircled by woodland. Since the crime rate in these areas was regarded as one of the lowest in the nation, there were no rigorous security measures or obvious border barriers. Students sometimes went there in groups after school because it only took a quarter of an hour to walk from the college to the town center of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon. However, everyone had to return by 5 o'clock in the evening. Discipline was applied for both rule violations and student disappearances. After class on November 16, 2011, Agnes and a few of her classmates made the decision to go for a walk in the town. She made a buddy there who attended a different school, but they kept in touch and contacted each other frequently. The two females trailed behind the general company when they made the decision to go shopping. Marin was not present when the youths returned to campus a few hours later. This situation did not initially raise any concern, and everyone was confident that she would return shortly. However, as time went on and darkness descended, the teachers became quite concerned about the student's absence. The school administration reported the event to the police without hesitation because she was nowhere to be seen on campus and her phone was off. Students, instructors, and law enforcement officers performed the search, which started that evening. They separated into groups and searched different areas, but they were unable to locate the missing girl. Everyone hoped she would return alive and unhurt, but no one had seen her and no one knew where she may be. Almost instantly, Marin's parents were informed and inquired as to whether their daughter had come home. After hearing the shocking news, Frederick and Paula hurried as quickly as they could to Le Chambon-sur-Lignon. They reassured them that Agnes could not have fled because she had nowhere to go and no incentive to do so. They said their daughter was really happy at her new school. Here, she had made lots of pals. She had no problems with anyone, and she didn't feel uncomfortable. The hunt was actively aided by the involvement of Agnes's mother and father. In an attempt to locate their daughter, they displayed images of her throughout the city, spoke with her friends, and looked for any leads or clues. What is the friend of Agnes concealing? The first thing the police did was search for those who may have known about Agnes's future plans and were the last to see her. According to the girls in her class, Marin went shopping with a buddy she made in the city. Although no one was able to provide her identity, Estelle, the same buddy from a different school, was soon located by law enforcement. Agnes had indeed been in contact with the girl for the last time. She was therefore seen as an extremely valuable witness. She did not, however, offer any helpful details. She said in the initial interview that Agnes had assisted her in selecting a birthday gift for her father. After saying their goodbyes, they each enjoyed a milkshake. Agnes had to go back to school, and Estelle went home. The girl's behavior seemed a little strange, but her narrative sounded reasonable. She appeared to be holding something back and was clearly nervous. When they made the decision to speak with her once more, The account she had previously recounted abruptly started to include some details that she wanted to keep private. Estelle admitted that Agnes had supposedly scheduled a meeting with a young man that day, but she had not disclosed his name to her. The boys were going to do something wicked, apparently using illegal substances, even though it wasn't intended to be a date. When Estelle tried to call Agnes a few hours later, she didn't pick up, and by the evening her phone was off. During the initial interview, the girl acknowledged lying, because she promised Marin that she wouldn't tell anyone about the encounter with the enigmatic man. But when word spread that Agnes had vanished, Estelle made the decision to come clean, since she thought this young man might be connected to the abrupt disappearance. Some have speculated that Agnes might have just fled from college. It's possible that the girl has fallen in love and is currently hanging out with her hidden beau. The day she vanished, her phone was the last one on campus, but it was switched off thereafter, making it impossible to find. However, all of the information about Agnes's calls and communications was readily available to police officers. At that point, the authorities initially identified 17-year-old Matthew Molanas, a high school student at the same institution as the missing Marin, as the primary suspect. What may have connected the missing woman to a 17-year-old young man? It turned out that she had been corresponding with Matthew Molanas for the past few days. What could they possibly have in common? Regardless, the youngster needed to be questioned since he might have important information that could help solve the crime. They were indeed scheduled to meet on campus and go on a walk together on the day of Agnes's disappearance, but there was nothing specific or concerning in their correspondence. Matthew said he would show her something, but he didn't say what. On November 17, Marin was initially asked to speak with the police. He was quite composed, but his hands and face had odd, seemingly new scrapes on them. The young man acknowledged, however, that he was experimenting with illegal substances, and yesterday he went overboard, losing consciousness and lying for several hours in a thorny bush. Teachers and fellow students attested to the fact that this student did have issues. In January 2011, Mathieu was accepted to Sivanal College, where his parents allegedly moved him to shield him from trouble and bad company. Even so, the young guy used alcohol and other illegal substances, which made his expulsion a possibility. Nevertheless, he felt sorry for him and was given time to change. Molanas appeared to be a normal, troubled adolescent rebel. His demeanor and appearance seemed to challenge people around him. He liked hot beverages, smoked, and dressed in gothic fashion on campus. He boasted to his peers about his pranks, saying he would not face consequences. Mathieu vanished for several hours on the day Agnes vanished. In the evening, he emerged from the woods wearing filthy clothes and with scratches on his hands and face. He responded to any inquiries by saying that he had consumed too much alcohol and had passed out on his own. Although everything about him seemed and sounded suspicious, the investigators chose to check into him more further because there was yet no concrete proof against him. The wealthy parents' pampered son, the eldest of 3 children born to Sophia and Dominique Molanas, Mathieu Molanas was born in December 1993 in the Garda municipality of Negi-Solorg. He was raised in a reasonably well-to-do household with his 2 younger sisters and was accustomed to having all of his wishes met right away. He was noticed acting strangely from a young age. The boy attempted to avoid being around other kids since he was a very hostile, irascible, and difficult to communicate with. The condition deteriorated during adolescence. Matthew experienced angry outbursts. He started drinking alcohol on a regular basis, tried with other illegal substances, and frequently caused fights. However, the young man's stunning features helped him gain popularity with the opposite sex, despite his aggressive and antisocial behavior. He had a girlfriend at the time of the events in his hometown, whom he visited on the weekends and whose parents were aware of. Matthew had several police records, including one for stealing prescription medications from a pharmacy with a companion. However, the matter was kept quiet, most likely because the teenager's parents paid for it. During interrogations, his father also volunteered to sponsor the school while it was in trouble, which allowed him to get into a prestigious private school despite having a low GPA and legal issues. Despite his stubborn and haughty demeanor, Molanas maintained his composure to the point where the authorities questioned whether he was involved in Agnes's disappearance. He never left his favorite toy, a yo-yo, in his hands, which he was twirling all the time. He first denied knowing Agnes during the initial interrogation, but after seeing a printout of their correspondence, he started to modify his evidence and attempt to make up a lie on the spot. but he soon found himself unsure of what he was saying. The man claims that he promised to show Agnes a mushroom-growing area in the forest. They allegedly utilized them in tandem. Following his illness, Mathieu collapsed under a prickly shrub, where he remained until dusk. He also saw that Marraine was gone when he woke up. Since it was growing late, he returned to the campus without searching for her. During all of the interrogations, a lawyer who had been retained by the Moulines's parents suggested that his young ward indicate the location where he had last seen Agnes and where they allegedly consumed mushroom. However, Mathieu claimed that he would not be able to locate that clearing because they had accidentally discovered it. He left the area on autopilot, without really comprehending his surroundings or where he was. However, specialists quickly disproved Mathieu's claims after discovering no evidence of mushroom consumption in his blood. Furthermore, it was determined that the wounds on his body were the result of a battle. That is, he was scratched with nails by someone who was presumably a girl, a gory finding in the thicket. The school children who had witnessed Mathieu emerge from the forest that night indicated the direction from which he had come, and it was determined to conduct a comprehensive, extensive search in that area of the forest. There was still a slim chance that Marraine would be found alive at that point. On November 18, however, searchers awaited the horrifying discovery of the missing Agnes's severely disfigured and partially burned remains in a tiny space tucked away in a thicket. Her clothing was ripped. There was no sign of her underwear. In addition to evidence of deep knife wounds, there were all the telltale symptoms of violence. Don't believe Moulins was responsible for this horrible crime. There was no question, but it was important to wait for the forensic specialist's conclusions and to get the killer to confess. The strangler admitted in Confessions of a Ruthless Killer that he purposefully lured Agnes into the woods to abuse her but allegedly had no plans to kill her. In fact, Mathieu did not particularly deny the horrific discovery when he was informed about it and started to testify, explaining how everything was. She, however, resisted vehemently. He had to use the rope from his favorite toy, the yo-yo, which he always carried with him, to tie up the victim after he scratched him. The man was upset about going to jail when Agnes yelled and threatened to turn him in to the police. He chose to kill the unlucky and dispose of the body since he did not want to. Agnes suffered 17 knife wounds, the majority of which were to the neck, face, and chest, after Mathieu viciously beat her, fracturing her arm, nose, multiple ribs, and shin. He doused the victim with a combustible concoction from a canister and lit her on fire when she ceased exhibiting any signs of life in the hopes that the flames would totally destroy the body. Then, as night fell, he hastily left, failing to see that the fire had been put out. He removed his toy from the corpse and carried it away. As though relishing each word and seeing the investigator's response, the high school girl described the incident calmly and in great detail. He had neither regret nor sympathy for the victim. The investigation revealed that Agnes had evidence of the rapist's biological fluid in her body and pieces of mature skin and epithelium beneath her fingernails. Additionally, traces of the victim's and the offender's perspiration were discovered on the rope of the actual toy yo-yo. Agnes's parents received her body following all required tests and medical evaluations, and they buried their only daughter in Paris. Notably, the burial for the first victim of a young psychopath was held on her birthday, November 26, 2011. The fact that Marraine was not the only victim of Moulines stunned law enforcement when they closely examined his biography, but this information was purposefully concealed. It turns out that since he was a young boy, he had been mean to other people, including his own sisters, other kids, and animals. He always enjoyed causing pain and suffering to people in an unmatched way. Mathieu attacked Julia, his young neighbor whom he had known since childhood, in August 2010. The attractive neighbor chose to capitalize on the girl's interest in him. After luring her into the woods, the man struck her on the head, tied her up with household-bought Scotch tape, and proceeded to mistreat the unlucky. After that, Moulines started strangling her and most likely would have murdered her, but as her mobile phone rang, the criminal flinched away, glanced around, and just walked away. After a scared Julia freed herself, she called her parents, who promptly called the police to report the occurrence. The following day, Mathieu was taken into custody. He sobbed during questioning in an effort to please the police and tried to place all the blame on the victim, saying that she was the one who provoked him by making fun of him and suggesting closeness. However, authorities recognized that he had planned the crime ahead of time and even brought duct tape to render the victim immobile. However, Mathieu escaped punishment in spite of the seriousness of the offense. Because the offender was so young, the court committed him to a psychiatric center for 4 months of mandatory treatment instead of sending him to prison. Psychiatrists and psychologists assessed his condition and worked with him during this period. The chief specialist overseeing Molinas concluded in December 2010 that he was completely recovered and that following the course of treatment, he was no longer a threat to others. After reviewing this report, the court granted the offender freedom with the condition that he only attend a number of anger management classes and receive parental support. Notably, the Molina couple worked very hard to secure their son's release as well. In addition to promising the judge that Mathieu would leave the area and not cause any more disturbance, they also agreed to see to it that the heir received therapy. The best attorneys were employed by them, and they made every effort to keep their client out of jail. Following that, the parents began searching for a new school for their kid, but they were unwilling to accept him anyplace because of his criminal record for such a significant issue. The father then went to the provincially closed College 7 himself and scheduled a meeting with the director. He promised to support him right away when it came to the college's admittance of mature students after learning about its financial difficulties. In every manner possible, Dominic Melinis defended his son by lying that there was only violence against his ex-girlfriend, despite the director's observation that the man's academic performance was too poor and that the criminal case of a prospective student could negatively impact the school's reputation. After the breakup, she allegedly sought to get back at him. Surprisingly, the leadership of the educational institution accepted Dominic's account of events and did not go into the specifics of the trial, which is why he was freed a few months later after everything had been resolved. It seems that they chose to ignore the crime and keep this information from other kids and their parents because of the sponsorship amount he had declared. Just 1 month before his 18th birthday, Mathieu had accepted the verdict in the trial, but because he was a kid when the violent and terrible crime was committed, the law gave such offenders a lower sentence, and the trial itself had to take place in private. Agnes's parents demanded that the sessions be made public, at least in part, and that journalists who would be covering the case in the media be included. The Marin couple, however, were turned away, and the trial took place in private. The case didn't start until June 18, 2013. The many errors in the Mathieu case were sharply condemned by the public prosecutor, especially the fact that the psychiatrist who concluded that the man posed no threat to others was a young lady without the necessary training. She made a deadly error and had no prior experience dealing with crooks. After the defendant had a second mental evaluation, specialists came to the conclusion that, in addition to being unrepentant, he may very easily conduct the same crime again if given the chance. This was corroborated by Mathieu himself, who claimed to have delighted in seeing the victims suffer. Marin's schizoid and paranoid disorder symptoms, along with his uncontrollably violent outbursts, made him a serious threat to others. He could, however, face legal repercussions for his activities, because he was well aware of them. Furthermore, because of the severity of the young man's offense, the prosecutor demanded that he be tried as an adult, and his request was ultimately approved. Mathieu was convicted of torture and murder with specific cruelty on June 28, 1313. He was given a life sentence and ordered to undergo forced psychotherapy. He was the second young criminal in French history to be given such a severe penalty. Despite Molinet's attorney's choice to appeal the conviction, a jury of appeals affirmed the life sentence on October 10, 2014, ruling out a 2016 review of the ruling. In a book they created and published, Mathieu's parents detailed their painful experience and acknowledged that their son is still unrepentant. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We'll explore what happened in 2004 in Scott County, Kentucky, USA in this video. Chris Lyons went in search of his younger sister Ashley, who was 18 years old, after she stopped returning his calls. Less than 1,000 people call Stamping Ground, where the Lyons family resided, home. Although it looked like a nice spot to raise a family, the events of January 7, 2004 permanently altered the Lyons family's course in life. On July 21, 1985, Ashley Renee Lyons was born. She was a Scott County native and the youngest of her parents' 3 children. She graduated from Scott County High School in 2003, where she was very involved in the FFA program, and she was a member of Cedar Grove Baptist Church. Future Farmers of America is represented by the letters FFA. Through agricultural education, FFA is a vibrant youth organization that transforms lives and equips members for success in the workplace, personal development, and premier leadership. Chris, Ashley's brother, was just a year older. They owned a modest auto repair business. They grew up fixing everything with an engine, even cars. Ashley enjoyed fast cars in particular. Ashley's best buddy, Bobby Gibson, however, was aware that Ashley had other interests outside cars. Roger Macbeth was the object of her affection. Although they remained close friends, the infatuated youngsters broke up soon after the prom. Ashley continued to believe that Roger was the greatest despite their breakup. When she graduated from high school, she was ecstatic because she thought a better life was ahead of her. Nevertheless, young people's lives don't always go as planned. Ashley discovered that Roger was the father of her unborn child. She told her relatives about it. Her entire family was behind her, anticipating the birth of the child. But January 7, 2004 was a life-altering day for many. Although the day began flawlessly, it ended terribly. Ashley learned she was expecting a son at her doctor's checkup. Sharing this news with her mother, Carol, made her joyful. She even decided on a name and intended to give her son the name Landon. Ashley was eager to tell everyone about this wonderful news. She showered and did her hair and makeup after giving her mother the ultrasound image. Ashley announced her trip to Lexington to her mother, Carol, and brother, Chris. Based on the map, Lexington is roughly 20 miles away from Stamping Ground, and it would have taken Ashley 35 to 40 minutes to get there. She mentioned that she was going to a restaurant there to meet Roger and his folks. Ashley was going to present the ultrasound image to them. That night was chilly, and snow was predicted for later. Carol, Ashley's mother, offered to use her car, but Ashley declined, stating that she would return before the snow started and that she wouldn't be gone for long. Sadly, that night altered the Lyons family's life forever. Carol recalled that day and stated that her daughter's final words to her were, "I love you, Mom. I'll be back soon." They heard their home phone ring after supper. When Chris responded, he heard Roger's voice inquiring as to Ashley's whereabouts. "She's already gone," Chris said. Roger informed Ashley that he would not be able to meet. He claimed to have called her, but she didn't pick up. Chris thought Ashley had gone to the restaurant and left her phone in the car. No one was able to contact Ashley during the course of time. She didn't pick up when her mother called her multiple times. Ashley still wasn't home at 8 p.m., but she indicated she wouldn't be gone for long when she left. Carol informed Roger's mother over the phone at around 9 o'clock in the evening that Ashley had not come home from their rendezvous at the restaurant. Carol was taken aback by Roger's mother's response and became even more concerned. She claimed that because the meeting had to be rescheduled, they did not see Ashley that day. Carol was appalled to hear this. Where was her daughter if she wasn't at the restaurant? Carol sensed something was wrong. Ashley wasn't picking up her phone after all. As she sought to determine Ashley's whereabouts and whether she was okay, a lot of ideas were racing through her head. Chris and his father decided they couldn't wait about 10 o'clock, so they went in search of Ashley. They were aware of the restaurant where Ashley was to meet Roger and his parents. They didn't see Ashley's car when they got there. After several hours of searching, they were unable to locate Ashley. Chris knew Ashley enjoyed Scott County Park, so he made the decision to check it out eventually. She frequently went there with Roger when they were dating, and she fed the ducks there all the time. Scott County Park is roughly 10 miles away from Stamping Ground according to the map. Chris and his father were traveling through the park when they noticed an automobile that looked like Ashley's. The lights were on and the automobile was moving. As they approached, they saw that it was in fact Ashley's vehicle. It's difficult to imagine what was going through their minds at the time. The driver's side window was down as Chris rushed to the vehicle. Ashley had her head down as she sat in the car. She was not responding and had on a seatbelt. Chris began shaking Ashley as he opened the door. Chris thought she was simply sleeping, but then he noticed blood on his hand. He dialed 911 right away. Unfortunately, Ashley had passed away by the time Chris dialed 911, and medical professionals were unable to assist her. Ashley's mother soon received the most devastating news she had ever heard. She was shocked that Ashley was no longer there. The investigators arrived at the crime scene while Ashley's family was in the throes of grief. Ashley's body was left in the car until the detectives looked over the scene for any evidence, because she had already passed away before the ambulance came, and it was clear that a crime had caused her death. The driver's side window was down, the radio and heater were on, and the engine was running when they initially arrived on the scene. Ashley's cause of death was promptly ascertained. On the ground beside the vehicle were 3 shell casings measuring 9 millimeters. Ashley suffered head and neck injuries from bullet wounds. Despite searching the area, the authorities were unable to locate the weapon used in the crime. It said a lot that Ashley was shot through her car's open side window. The window was down, which seemed suspicious because it was cold that night. She was sitting in a way that suggested she was not attempting to flee or defend herself. After combining all of this information, the investigators came to the conclusion that Ashley was acquainted with the shooter. Ashley slid down the side window when someone she knew came up to her car because it was cold and the heater was on. Beside the driver's door was the person who had shot her. The detectives instantly ruled out the notion that it was a robbery because her phone, wallet, and purse were all in the car. There were ultrasound images strewn all over the car, and it seems that Ashley was looking at them in her final moments. Ashley and her son Landon were killed by the offender while she was 5 months pregnant. Scott County had never seen anything like this before. As a result, the community called on the police to track down the person who killed 2 people so ruthlessly. Ashley's parents told the investigators that on the day of her death she intended to meet with her child's father, Roger. When they spoke with Roger, he expressed his sadness over Ashley's and their unborn son's deaths. Roger said that he and Ashley experienced highs and lows. They were no longer a couple, though. Roger broke down in tears when he spoke to the investigators after Ashley said she was expecting. The man didn't know who could have harmed his ex-girlfriend and their unborn child in this way. He was hauled in to be questioned. Roger informed the investigators that he had to reschedule their planned meeting at a restaurant because he had other commitments when they inquired about the circumstances leading up to Ashley's murder. Ashley didn't pick up her phone when he tried to tell her not to come to Lexington. She didn't answer when he called her twice. As a result, Chris answered the phone when Roger called her home. Roger claims that he requested that Ashley call him back when she got home. What Chris had informed the detectives about his sister's plans for that night aligned with Roger's account. Carol did not think Roger could be connected to this incident until she learned that he had been questioned by the police. According to Carol, Roger was a kind man. Their families got along well. Roger always assisted in clearing the table after supper at their residence. When he and Ashley were dating, he was frequently at their house and got along well with Chris. As a result, nobody thought Roger could have killed Ashley and Landon. Ashley's family attempted to determine who might have done it while the investigators looked for clues in a suspect. In her daughter's room, Carol discovered a diary. She documented her experiences in it. Carol read the diary and saw that one name appeared repeatedly: Dina Williams. Ashley and Dina were of the same age. They rode the school bus and went to school together. Because Dina was raised in a low-income household and wore the same outfits all the time, Ashley felt terrible for her. In talks with her friends, Dina confirmed the claims that her parents mistreated her and even physically assaulted her. Dina and Ashley were initially friends, but it soon became clear that Dina was envious of Ashley and desired everything Ashley owned, especially Roger. Ashley reported having multiple arguments with Dina in her diary. Carol discovered something new from this diary. She was unaware that Ashley and Dana were having issues together. Carol began to accuse Dana Williams of being involved in Ashley's death as a result. Dana dated Roger right away after Ashley and Roger split up, and maybe she was concerned because Ashley became pregnant with Roger's child. She didn't want to tell anyone else about Roger after all. Dana desired to have him exclusively. Perhaps this would have forced Dina to take an irreversible action. Ashley's diary was given to the investigators by Carol so that all of the entries could be examined. Carol was certain that the diary's pages held the secret to solving this case. Ashley's description of her friendship with Dina piqued the curiosity of the investigators when they looked through her journal. Dina Williams was subsequently brought to the police station. She denied having anything to do with Ashley's ordeal. Dina had an alibi because she worked at a bank and said that on the night of the crime they attended an office party. Dina made no effort to conceal from the investigators her animosity toward Ashley. The fact that Ashley was pregnant really annoyed her. Nevertheless, the detectives let Dina to leave after the talk because it was insufficient to file charges against her, because she had no feelings over Ashley's death. In the meantime, the ballistic examination findings were received. Ashley's wounds, the posture in which she was discovered, and the location of the casings were all examined by the experts. They were able to estimate the shooter's height based on the angle at which the bullets entered Ashley's body. They estimated the offender's height to be around 5 feet and 10 inches. Dina Williams was probably not the one who shot Ashley because she was only about 5 feet and 5 inches tall. Nevertheless, Thomas Williams, Dana's twin brother, was as tall as the accused offender. Rumor has it that Thomas had questioned multiple people about how to induce a miscarriage a few months prior to Ashley's passing. Additionally, it was reported that Thomas fulfilled all of his sister's requests. Thomas Williams was questioned by the detectives after they got interested in this, but he denied any connection in the crime and was freed because there was no proof of his involvement. Residents wanted to do something to help Ashley's family while the police compiled all of their evidence to identify the offender. They used candles, teddy animals, and flowers to make an impromptu monument. 2 crosses were presented, one bearing Landon's name and the other Ashley's. Ashley's family was getting ready for the funeral while the investigators searched for fresh evidence. Since they lost 2 persons at once, it is impossible to understand the suffering they endured. The fetus was taken from Ashley's body by the medical examiner during the autopsy. In the same casket, Ashley and Landon were laid to rest. The Lyons family was even more grieved because they needed information to assist apprehend the person who killed their daughter, but the criminal was still at large. The $3,000 0 cents incentive that Ashley's parents offered later increased to $5 0 cents. People began phoning the police and sharing information that they believed could aid in the inquiry. A woman who lived in a house with a view of the park where Ashley was shot called them shortly after. She claimed that she might have caught a glimpse of the criminal standing at the window. Next to the individual she saw, this woman observed someone sprint out of the park and jump over the fence. After sprinting up to a red pickup truck that was waiting for them with its engine running, the individual she saw climbed into the passenger seat. The truck drove off a few moments later. The witness described it as a red Chevrolet pickup vehicle. Investigators had to search for at least 2 criminals if the woman's encounter with the person was indeed connected to Ashley's death. After all, the driver of the red pickup vehicle might have been complicit in the crime. Everyone who knew Ashley knew who was behind the red pickup vehicle as soon as they heard about it. Such a car belonged to her ex-boyfriend, Roger, who was also the father of her unborn kid. Roger's truck was taken by the cops right away. Despite a careful search, they were unable to locate any proof. There was no proof against Roger, and he refused to speak to the investigators. However, the officers came to a clear conclusion because they knew that at least 2 people were involved in the crime. Ashley was liked by everyone. Who wasn't delighted that she was expecting? If Ashley vanished, who would be pleased? Dana Williams was the only person, aside from Roger, who could hope for this to happen. The rationale behind the investigators' decision to speak with Dana and her brother Thomas again. Thomas was the first person they questioned. Thomas initially denied everything to the police, but after finding out that an eyewitness had seen Roger's pickup truck at the crime scene, he started talking more. In response to the question of who shot Ashley Lyons, he said without hesitation that it was Roger McBeath. In the end, Thomas Williams agreed to cooperate with the inquiry in order to receive a less sentence. He admitted that he had handed the revolver to Roger, who then shot Ashley. Additionally, Thomas informed the detectives that Roger dropped the weapon into Elkhorn Creek after killing Ashley. Although the 6-hour dive search was successful, it took a long time for the police to locate the crime weapon. The police discovered a gun, which the ballistics analysis verified was the weapon used in the crime. Ashley didn't match the perpetrator's height. Therefore, the investigators understood that Dina wasn't the one who shot her. But when they asked her again, she admitted to being the getaway driver. Roger McBeath, Dana Williams, and her twin brother Thomas were taken into custody by the police on the night that Roger committed the crime. Ashley was pleased, but it soon became apparent that Roger did not want her to have the child. Her family encouraged her to have this child since she wanted to become a mother. Roger therefore devised a cunning scheme. To entice Ashley to Scott County Park, he asked her to join him and his parents at a restaurant. After being driven there by Dina Williams, he approached Ashley's vehicle brandishing a revolver. Ashley rushed into her purse to retrieve the ultrasound images after noticing the father of her unborn child. She was surprised that he shot her. Ashley and Roger's own son were killed when Roger pulled the trigger 3 times. Subsequently, he hurried out of the park, climbed into the pickup truck, and instructed Dina to press the throttle pedal. They came to a halt and threw the firearm into the river. The people of Stamping Ground were astonished to learn who was responsible for this tragedy. They were surprised that someone they knew could commit such a heinous act. The fact that other persons were participating in this was equally disturbing. A not guilty plea was entered by Roger Macbeth. The authorities erred in their preparation for Macbeth's trial, which eventually affected the outcome. However, I'll explain this to you at the conclusion of the video. Thomas Williams was given a 7-year prison sentence by the court for his role in this crime. Williams acknowledged in the plea deal that he took $1,000, 0 cents, from Roger Macbeth, Jr. to harm Ashley Lyons in a way that would result in her miscarrying. Williams then consented to provide Macbeth the gun used in the murder, but the act was never completed. In 2005, Dana Williams entered a guilty plea as part of the plea deal according to court documents. According to the prosecutor's requested sentence of 20 years in jail, Williams will be eligible for parole after completing 17 years, or 85%, of her sentence. Prosecutors would call a number of witnesses during the trial who stated that Williams had desired Ashley Lyons dead, had conspired with Macbeth to poison Ashley, and had offered $1,000, 0 cents to beat Ashley up in order to induce a miscarriage. Prosecutors claimed in the court filing that after their initial plans failed, Williams and Macbeth turned to more extreme means. Williams claimed that public defender Rodney Barnes, her lawyer, informed her that a jury would likely have convicted her guilty. "I'm hurt and I'm scared because I pleaded guilty to something that I didn't do," she stated. Williams admitted that she drove Macbeth around the Colony community when they first met and then came to pick him up, but she also admitted that she took him to the park the night of Ashley's murder so he could see the ultrasound images of the couple's unborn son. During her trip, she heard 3 gunshots, but she was unaware of their nature at the moment. At Macbeth's trial, the jury listened to a recording of Roger calling Ashley Lyons on his phone and telling her that he loved her and was sorry he had missed their meeting at the park. Williams said that Roger had involved me in the plan without me knowing. Williams claims that Macbeth never informed her that Ashley Lyons had died when they were leaving the park, and she refrained from reporting the incident to the police out of concern that Macbeth would act abusively toward her. When Williams added, "I was scared to death of that boy. He even threatened to kill me." Williams expressed her sorrow for the Lyons family and her grief for everything that transpired. Williams said, "I am so sorry," while sobbing. However, Macbeth's parents, Roger Sr. and Rita, said that Williams was lying and described her as a chronic liar who frequently acted in the heat of the moment. "I wish I could go back and change this." According to the pair, Williams accepted the plea offer in order to take the easy route out because he was envious of Ashley. "She was obsessed with my son," Rita Macbeth claimed. Roger Macbeth Sr. claimed his son was shocked when they received the news of Ashley Lyons' death, but Williams remained unmoved. "She was the one who had the motive," he said. "It didn't bother her," in reference to Williams. "It didn't bother her a bit." Dina Williams was given a 20-year prison sentence by the court in August 2005. In 2021, she was granted parole. Williams claimed in the written motion that she was too young and susceptible to being influenced by her ex-boyfriend Macbeth. Williams added that she was unaware of Macbeth and Lyons' relationship. Williams added that she had already completed about 70% of her sentence for her involvement in the crime, and that she was not the primary perpetrator. In the court document, Williams stated that she had taken classes on anger management, resident legal aid training, landscaping, horticulture, and being a certified Braille transcriber, among other programs while inside. Roger entered a not guilty plea to the murder allegation after being taken into custody. Although the jury found him guilty, he was able to get his conviction reversed by the Kentucky Supreme Court. because the defense was not permitted to examine the jail informant, who had overreached himself by questioning McBeath about the shooting while he was in custody. Police ordered jail informant John Romano to refrain from questioning Roger McBeath about the alleged crime. The informant was given permission to speak with McBeath about common topics like movies and sports. Without using leading questions, the detectives anticipated McBeath would begin discussing the crime on his own. In 2009, the Kentucky Supreme Court reversed the verdict, ruling that prosecutors had utilized unlawfully obtained evidence. Roger was retried and entered a guilty plea to tampering with physical evidence and involvement in murder. After that, the court sentenced him to 42 years in prison with a 16-year parole eligibility period. Alongside his prior sentence, the court also sentenced him to 5 years in prison for involvement in evidence tampering. In December 2023, McBeath's parole hearing was held. "She was my high school sweetheart. She was the mother of my child. She was someone I loved," stated McBeath. After declining his parole eligibility, McBeath told the parole board he was not interested in parole. "I'm not here to convince y'all to grant me parole. I know I don't deserve it," McBeath said, "but I do want to use this time to say that I'm truly sorry for what I did. I want to tell Ashley's family that I'm truly sorry for what I did, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about it." He is still incarcerated as a result. The Angel Garden at Scott County Park, where Ashley Lyons passed away, now features ceramic angel statues in her honor. Following Ashley's passing, Carol and her husband Buford Lyons assisted in enacting a state and federal statute against fetal homicide. A pregnant woman who is abused is charged with 2 offenses under the bill, one against the lady and one against her unborn child. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Rosemere Silva, 32, and her fiancé, Uderli Damasceno, 30, were getting ready for their wedding ceremony on Sunday, December 4, 2016, which was scheduled to take place in a charming rural setting close to Sao Paulo. To impress the guests and her future husband, Rosemere had orchestrated a spectacular helicopter arrival, but a sudden tragedy made everything into a nightmare just before the ceremony was scheduled to start. Rosemere, a 32-year-old nurse assistant, grew up in a big family in Sao Paulo. Her parents taught her the importance of kindness and compassion at a young age, which led her to pursue a career in helping people. Her co-workers always felt they had her undivided attention and frequently complimented her on her diligence, patience, and kind disposition. When she wasn't working, Rosemere was a happy, energetic person who loved hanging out with friends, volunteering at her church, and making sure her loved ones were safe and content. Since she was a young girl, Rosemere had dreamed of her wedding day. She imagined herself wearing a gorgeous white gown, walking down a flower-adorned aisle, and being surrounded by the smiles of loved ones. She had been inspired by these fantasies to diligently save money for the ideal celebration. Her spectacular helicopter arrival was one of the unique touches she had in mind, a surprise that would enthrall everyone present. Uderli, who was 30 at the time, was a mechanic from Sao Paulo who was raised in a hard-working household that valued simplicity and honesty. He had a strong interest in mechanics from an early age and progressively developed into a proficient professional. Uderli had a reputation for always carrying out his duties with honesty and for being steady, collected, and trustworthy. Despite his previous marriage ending in divorce, he remained close to his daughter from that marriage and spent as much time as he could with her. Although they didn't click right away, the two quickly became closer after meeting at an evangelical church. At first, they approached their discussions warily, as if they were two strangers who were not sure what they had in common. But as their relationship deepened, it became clear that they were destined to be together. In 2015, the pair started dating, and a year later, Uderli proposed, which Rosemere happily accepted. Rosemere and Uderli immediately started organizing their wedding after announcing their engagement. From the selection of flowers and music to the seating configurations and venue decor, Rosemere was adamant that everything be flawless. This was supposed to be a fairy tale day, and Rosemere imagined every visitor looking back on it with delight. But one element of the wedding was particularly noteworthy. Rosemary orchestrated a memorable surprise by arriving in a helicopter. Her dream had been to descend from the sky like a vision, to make an entrance that would be remembered. She worked with pilot Peterson Pinheiro to arrange for a Robinson R-44, a light commercial helicopter, while keeping this information confidential. Just 6 people were aware of the plan, including her brother Silvano Silva and photographer Nayla Cristina Neves, who was supposed to document the event. Rosemary couldn't sleep on the morning of her wedding because she was so excited. As the stylists meticulously worked on her hair and makeup, she was greeted with smiles and congrats at the beauty salon. She continued to visualize her spectacular arrival, descending from above and witnessing the wonder on her guests' faces. She had been thinking about this vision for months. She was aware that the day's high point would be this surprise. Rosemary arrived at a nearby town by 2 p.m., wearing her white wedding gown, to catch the helicopter's departure. She was accompanied by her 40-year-old brother Silvano, who had always been her rock. He couldn't refuse his sister's wish, even though he, like many members of their family, was nervous about the flight. They were joined by photographer Nayla, who was expecting a child and was prepared to capture every happy moment. The helicopter took off at 3:30 p.m. The flight went smoothly at first. In anticipation of seeing her fiancé and their guests, Rosemary sat next to her brother, smiling and holding his hand. Nayla made sure that every look and smile would be preserved in their wedding album by filming it all. However, things soon changed. The weather started to get worse. The air inside the helicopter became tense as clouds began to gather, then fog and rain. The pilot had to use instruments to guide him through the thick fog as visibility was fading. Already nervous about flying, Silvano displayed obvious signs of anxiety as he tightly grasped Rosemary's hand while she attempted to reassure him. The photographer Nayla continued to record, but her camera trembled every now and then, revealing the tension that had gripped everyone on board. The pilot approached the venue and tried to find a safe landing spot by descending, but the maneuver became dangerous due to the poor visibility. An uncontrollable descent was caused when the helicopter's tail abruptly clipped a tree. The helicopter crashed and caught fire just over a mile from the wedding location. Those involved in Rosemary's surprise plan started to feel apprehensive as time passed. The wedding coordinator, Carlos Eduardo, who had assisted in planning the flight, called the helicopter company to inquire about its progress. He was informed that the flight had left on time and ought to have reached its destination by now. His concern was heightened by this response, which led him to attempt speaking with the pilot directly. Not a single call was answered. When the phone rang and no one answered, Carlos and the other organizers frantically looked for other ways to find out where the helicopter was. Employees of the company also made unsuccessful attempts to contact the pilot. Meanwhile, as the guests became aware of Carlos's nervous manner, whispers and concerned looks began to circulate among them. The air became heavy with uneasiness, but nobody wanted to cause alarm. Anxious waiting gave way to growing panic after another 15 minutes. In an attempt to learn whether there had been any reports of an incident in the area, the organizers made the decision to contact the local authorities. At that point, they learned of a helicopter crash near the wedding site, which confirmed their worst suspicions. The fact that it was the same flight that was carrying Rosemary was not confirmed, but the information was enough to chill everyone. Carlos Eduardo confided in the pastor because he wasn't sure how to tell the groom. They went together to Uterly and told him what they knew. A few miles away, there had been a report of a potential helicopter crash. Uterly initially found it difficult to understand. He was unaware that Rosemary would be arriving by helicopter. The pastor kindly clarified that Rosemary had planned a surprise for both him and the guests. However, the words didn't seem to make sense. As the realization dawned, Uterly stood in stunned silence, staring at Carlos Eduardo and the pastor. His surroundings appeared to dim, the noises of the assembly fading into a quiet emptiness. When the gravity of the situation became apparent, everyone's eyes were on him. That helicopter might have contained Rosemary. The ensuing silence seemed to go on forever, and nobody knew how to respond. Reports verified that emergency personnel arrived at the scene of the collision within minutes. At first, there were few specifics as they tried to evaluate the situation. To keep spectators out, police surrounded the area and started their investigation. As news of the crash spread to the wedding location, the guests' anxiety grew more intense by the second, though everyone could feel that the possibility of a positive outcome was dwindling. One of the event organizers suggested waiting for official confirmation before drawing any conclusions. Behind him, the groom could hear whispers among the guests, and he knew that until the specifics were known, no one would tell the truth. Whispers were spreading like wildfire, and the day that was supposed to be a celebration was gradually devolving into chaos. First responders were already working diligently at the crash site, while the guests anxiously waited at the venue. The helicopter had crashed near a highway in a forested area. The fuselage had caught fire upon impact, and the remaining portion of the aircraft was rapidly consumed by the flames. After battling to keep the fire contained, firefighters eventually made it to the wreckage. Those attempting to piece together what had happened were struck with a sense of dread and grief when it became evident that none of the passengers had survived. In order to determine the cause of the collision, police officers started gathering evidence and searching the scene for hints. One officer found a camera that had continued to record even after the impact, and debris was strewn all over a small space. The video might offer important new information about the last few seconds of the flight. However, the cause of the tragedy was still unknown. The hope for a miracle was dashed when the wedding venue received official confirmation of the crash. With a heavy heart, the pastor went to Uterly and delivered the heartbreaking news. The groom's face was marked with pain as he tried to make sense of what he was hearing. Those who were by his side were left in stunned silence, unsure of how to react to such overwhelming grief, as the world seemed to crumble around him in that moment. Unsure of what to say or do, the guests who had come to celebrate love and happiness now stood in stunned silence. The ceremony, which had been eagerly awaited, had instead turned into a scene of shock and grief. What had been supposed to be a lovely day had turned into a sobering reminder of how easily one mistake or unanticipated circumstance could ruin lives and plans in an instant. Brazilian National Civil Aviation Agency investigators started collecting witness statements and analyzing the flight data. Particularly interested were those who had been to the wedding or knew about Rosemary's intentions. In addition to determining the technical causes of the crash, the investigation sought to understand why she chose to arrive at such a high risk. Police and aviation safety specialists carefully inspected the wreckage. Retrieving the flight data and going over recordings that might offer important insights was one of their first tasks. It was crucial to figure out why the helicopter lost control and veered off course. There were several possible causes, including pilot error or mechanical failure, in addition to the possibility of heavy fog and deteriorating weather. The investigation was further complicated by witness statements from people who knew the pilot, Peterson Pinheiro. Pinheiro was a seasoned and well-respected expert who was renowned for managing each flight with care and responsibility. He had years of experience and had flown numerous times in difficult weather conditions. Before taking off, he carefully considered the risks, according to his colleagues. Those who worked with him found the news of the crash even more confusing because of this background. It was difficult for many to accept that he could have made such a serious error, but the facts were still indisputable. The helicopter had clipped a tree and spun out of control in dense fog and rain. In order to ascertain whether there had been a chance for a safe landing, investigators tried to piece together the last moments of the flight. The families of Rosemary and Utery were left to deal with unspeakable grief while investigators worked at the crash site. Close friends, parents, and siblings found it difficult to believe that this tragedy had truly happened. One of the few people who was aware of Rosemary's intention to arrive by helicopter, her sister, recalled their conversations. The idea of surprising everyone with her entrance had filled Rosemary with excitement and enthusiasm. However, nobody could have predicted that this would be her last flight. Uterly stood by the wedding arch, still reeling from the loss. He witnessed organizers and attendees attempting to console one another, but it did not bring him any comfort. He was troubled by the fact that he had been unaware of Rosemary's surprise. He believed that by failing to protect her, he had let her down. What ought to have been the start of their life together had instead turned into one of his worst memories. Soon after, investigators published an initial report confirming that the weather was a major factor in the collision. Visibility was severely limited due to the thick fog the helicopter had encountered. Pilot Peterson lost control of the aircraft and caused the tragic crash after attempting an emergency landing and clipping a tree with the aircraft's tail. But the inquiry was far from finished. Determining why the pilot was unable to prevent the collision and why the helicopter was flying at such a low altitude was crucial. Experts started analyzing the footage from the camera discovered among the wreckage because it might contain important hints for reconstructing the last moments of the flight. Even though it was painful, this step was essential to comprehending what had transpired in those final moments. An eerie silence descended upon the venue as the guests gradually started to depart. Nobody was strong enough to speak. While Uderli's friends and family provided him with as much support as they could, the organizers worked to coordinate with the local authorities. But everyone was plagued by unanswered questions. Why did this happen? What might have led to such a disastrous result? Rosemere's family was also in shock and finding it difficult to accept what had happened. Her mother, who had always been her staunchest ally, was unable to believe that their morning chat would be their final one. She remembered how excitedly Rosemere had described her plan as a gift from the heavens that would astound everyone. Nobody could have predicted that her dream would become such a nightmare. Soon, fresh worries about the flight's actual safety surfaced. Investigators found that the helicopter lacked charter service authorization. Only private flights were allowed under its license. For what reason had the business consented to supply it for the wedding? Who was in charge of failing to notice the weather? These queries sparked additional research and became the main focus of the study. Some witnesses started to remember that bad weather had been predicted in the days before the wedding. However, these warnings received little attention. These circumstances would have needed to be taken into account by pilot Peterson Pinheiro, who is renowned for his meticulous attention to safety. The flight was nevertheless authorized. Who ultimately decided to go ahead with the flight in spite of the obvious risks was now the focus of the investigation. Uderli was trying to think, and every second of waiting was painful. Rosemere had filled his life with so much warmth and light that he couldn't fathom living without her. It was believed that their journey, which began with timid looks at church, would lead to a happy life together. It felt broken now, like a picture that would never be complete. A thick silence fell over the hall, which had once been intended to reverberate with wedding music and exuberant speeches. All that was audible were quiet sobs, consoling words, and reassuring hugs. Nobody knew how to comfort a man who had just lost everything he held dear, or what to say to Udarli. The helicopter crash that killed Rosemere, her brother Silvano, photographer Nayla, and pilot Peterson left a lasting scar on the hearts of their families and the community at large, even though the investigation went on for weeks. As more information became available, one emotion remained constant among those who knew the victims: a deep sense of injustice and loss. The Brazilian National Civil Aviation Agency finished its report a month after the tragic incident. It was verified that the severe weather and poor visibility were the main causes of the collision. When the helicopter lost control at a low altitude, pilot Peterson Pinheiro was in a dire situation after trying to navigate through heavy fog and rain. The collision with a tree, which resulted in the fatal crash, was the crucial moment. Additionally, the report disclosed that Rosemere's helicopter lacked authorization for charter flights. Its registration only allowed for private use, and it was against safety rules to let it be used for a wedding. In addition to drawing attention to the company that rented out the helicopter, this revelation infuriated the relatives of the victims. Subsequent analysis revealed that the helicopter's leasing company had neglected to adequately evaluate the weather and permitted the flight to continue in spite of warnings of poor visibility. After the investigation was finished, the company and its owners were the target of multiple lawsuits because this was considered a serious breach. The relatives of the victims wanted to know why the flight had been authorized in these circumstances and who was responsible for the cancellation. The pilot independently assessed that the flight could be conducted safely, according to the helicopter company. More investigation was necessary, though, after it was discovered that the business lacked permission to use the aircraft for commercial purposes. Their licenses were temporarily suspended as a result, and a thorough audit of their business practices was conducted. The families of Rosemere and the other victims got ready for the funerals while the investigation continued. None of them wanted to confront that moment. Seeing dreams dashed is one thing, but accepting the loss of loved ones is quite another. Hundreds of people came to pay their respects at the solemn funeral. Tears and silence conveyed more than words could ever convey. Unable to express his sorrow, Uderli stood by Rosmere's coffin. His spirit appeared hardened by the weight of his grief, and his eyes were hollow. He had dreamed of being with Rosemere all his life, but in a flash everything was different. He thought his heart might burst as he stood in front of her coffin. He was unable to accept that this was really the end, and couldn't say goodbye. Following the funeral, Rosemere's friends and family started a campaign to call for more safety regulations in private aviation. They hoped that no one else would ever experience such a terrible loss as a result of carelessness or oversight. This tragedy struck a chord with the public, leading to broad support for more stringent laws and mandatory supervision to guarantee adherence to flight safety standards. Their local church, which they frequently visited, honored Rosemere's memory as well as that of her brother and the other victims. Uderli made the decision to preserve their legacy in spite of his suffering, in order to provide families impacted by comparable tragedies with tools to deal with their loss. He set up a small fund. Investigators published their final report after several months. It verified that bad weather and poor visibility, which caused the loss of control, were the primary causes of the tragedy. The company's failure to appropriately evaluate the risks involved and adhere to appropriate rental procedures was one contributing factor. The company's flight licenses were temporarily revoked and fined until all found flaws were fixed. Even though the investigation yielded a lot of answers, it was unable to restore the lost. Families were compensated, but it didn't make their grief any less painful. It was only a symbolic gesture that Uderli and everyone who knew Rosemere could not reverse. Life gradually returned to normal for most people months after the tragedy, but not for Uderli. The spark that used to light his eyes had vanished, but he still went to work and saw friends. Nothing could fill the void Rosemere's passing left in his heart. He frequently found himself thinking back on their happy times together in the evenings and wishing that day had gone differently. What started out as a dream for an amazing surprise showed how fleeting life is and how one bad choice can alter everything. Tragically, Rosemere's wedding day was not what she had hoped for, but it was still memorable. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.